fasten your seatbelt. It's going to be a bumpy ride.
Chrissie is hilarious.
Chrissie, have you ever heard of the comedian Basha K. Ali?
No, that sounds like something you yell out before you blow up a plane.
Basha K. Ali!
30 seconds remaining.
But you know what, good thing to say, I dabbled in stand-up for something. I haven't been disrespectful to you at all.
I was very confused by the title, Everything Everywhere All at Once, because that's also what we call it when Ash takes off his shirt. I shouldn't be up here. I should be in school on the other side of the ocean. Up, boys and girls. It's the 600th episode stream of the Chrissie Mayr podcast. Hello. Thanks for watching. You can find this podcast on iTunes, YouTube, Spotify, SoundCloud, Rumble, Rockfin, all the fine places where podcasts can be heard. Hope everyone's doing great tonight. My gosh, what is it, a Wednesday? It's hump day. Happy hump day. Hope everyone had a happy or a hoppy Easter, I should say. I got some shows coming up. I can't believe it. It's coming up so quick. Vegas is like in 2 weeks. We got the Geeks and Gamers FNT meetup 2 weeks from today, Wednesday, April 26th at the Millennium Fandom Bar. That's going to be awesome. I think that meetup starts at 6 p.m. Then I'm headlining the following night, Thursday, April 27th at the Space in Las Vegas. I believe, will be adding a late show on the 27th as well. That'll probably be around 10 o'clock, but get your tickets now for the 7 o'clock if you're not a night owl. Then I'll be heading to Dallas first week of May. Going to be popping into the Blaze, doing a couple appearances there. Then I got Hyenas Comedy Club May 5th and 6th. 2 shows Friday, 2 shows Saturday with Lila, Hart, and Keanu Thompson. Lila and Keanu will be with me in Vegas as well. So come on out. See us in Vegas. See us in Dallas. Then we got Richmond, Virginia, Wednesday, August 9th at the Sandman Comedy Club. Then we got Anime Matsuri, August 10th through the 13th in Houston, Texas. Simcast will be at this convention. We'll have a panel. We'll have a booth. We'll be there. We'll be hanging out, nerding out with all you guys, probably in costume, some sort of cosplay. Then I'm headlining that same weekend, Friday, August 11th at the Secret Group in Houston, Texas. Get your tickets now if you know you're going to be at the convention. Yeah, really excited. This is going to be a fun time. I haven't been to Vegas in a couple years. I haven't been to Vegas since the old pre-pandemic days. Okay. All right. We got a steady stream of hot guests coming in all night long. By all night long, I mean probably the next 2 hours whenever I poop out. But for now, we have 2 fine male specimens coming to the stage. Owen, Shroyer, and Karl from Who Are These Podcasts? 2 of my favorite men on the internet, I must say.
Chrissie, congrats on 600.
Oh my gosh. It doesn't
exciting.
feel like it. It's so exciting. Hi, Karl.
Wow, you don't look a day over $5.99 to me.
Oh, shucks. Thank you, Karl. And hello, Owen, one of the canceled men of the internet. I had a hard time figuring out what account to tag for you tonight on Twitter.
Yes. Well, you know, I wanted to do something actually a little special for you here, Chrissie. Would you mind that?
Okay. Are you taking out your penis?
Jeez. You couldn't afford that. But no, I mean, just for a little context, Chrissie sends me a text message. I don't know, maybe it was 4 or 5 hours ago. And she says, "Oh, we're having a celebration. I'm so happy. 600 episodes. You got to come on the show." And I'm thinking to myself, all right, she's never invited me on the show before. She must really be proud of herself. She must think I'm sort of a big guest to get on this big show tonight. And so I wanted to do a little dedication to you here for your 600th episode. Can I do that for you?
Oh my gosh. Yes, of course.
And I was kind of hoping there'd be more here on the live with us here, but Karl, you're going to have to be
How about Alex Stein? He's
and now
here.
we got Stein. Okay, so now Alex, we're going to have a bit of a live. We're going to have a live reaction to this here, but I wanted to do something special for you, Chrissie. Okay. You are special. You are a special gal after all. And so congratulations on 600 episodes, 600 more than anybody thought you deserved.
True.
And
wow,
Very
Rose,
true.
boom, drop,
He's not
hit a
wrong.
drop, Karl, hit a drop.
I'm not that ready for you, Alex. I'm sorry.
Gosh,
Oh, no. What am I doing?
Chrissie Mayr teaching us women can be funny if they're willing to show a little
look,
cleavage and a lot
Anthony
of overt
Cumia is here.
sexuality.
Hey.
The one, the only, the
Made
legendary.
it.
Wow.
Holy shit.
Oh, I got more. Oh, I'm glad. Oh, Anthony's here too. Oh, you're going to love this even more. Maybe there'll be one with every joke here. Chrissie Mayr had to name her show The Wet Spot because it's the only way she'd have one.
Oh.
Chrissie Mayr. Chrissie
Wait,
Mayr.
I get it.
Chrissie
Wait,
Mayr,
we have
check
to.
out
He's
her
not
comedy
finished.
tour. Check out her comedy tour. If you're drunk enough by the time it starts, you might actually think she's funny.
Wow.
The only person who
You're
drifted
singing.
harder off January 6th than the Democrats.
Oh, wait. Hold on. I have a really great sound effect. Say it again. Say the last one again about January 6th.
The only person who grifted harder off January 6th than the Democrats. We're almost done here, Chrissy, but you're not going to get away that easy. Chrissie Mayr, the only guest banned from InfoWars Studios after her party destroyed our bathroom.
Wow.
Oh my
Is
God.
that true? Is that
There's
true?
more.
I
Chrissie
know this.
Mayr. Chrissie Mayr. I've never seen her and Jeffrey Marsh in the same place at the same time. Have you?
Oh, no.
Wow.
Chrissy,
Chrissie Mayr's a
Chrissy,
transgender.
Chrissy. In all seriousness, Chrissy, you're a beautiful person. You're a beautiful soul. Everybody loves you. Everybody does love you. And I hope you have at least 600 more episodes, or else where would all the simps go to get the OnlyFans content for free?
Yeah. I didn't know this was
Owen
a roast. I was
Shroyer,
walking
everybody.
walked into a roast here.
All right,
What the-
Anthony, you're up next. All right, Anthony, go ahead.
No.
Owen
got
is
20
really
minutes.
funny.
Chrissy's a
Stand up.
piece of shit.
Well, I wanted to cut off Owen because as soon as Anthony came on, Anthony is like in the biggest controversy ever. Anthony's the biggest celeb on YouTube right now. I'm telling you,
please.
Anthony, I love it. No, I'm listening because I'm on your side for a lot of it
Oh,
too.
I
But
know.
I mean,
I know.
But this is the thing is, you did make fun of his wife, so that's a tough one to get by. But this is the thing, Club Soda Kitty. Why would he throw you out like that? I know he's professional. It seems like why not just say, hey, leave him alone?
Could've
Why do you
just
think he
done
took
that.
it that far?
For
I
those
think
who
because he's
are
a
not familiar
mercenary.
with the situation, really quickly, the very quick recap is Anthony Cumia basically brought up a lot of comics through his show. Just he was a big
100%.
comedy supporter, a
old
big
days.
comedy lover. A lot of comedians would not be where they are today if it weren't for Anthony and the Opie and Anthony Show, which he
Sure.
won't say because he's a humble guy. He has quiet confidence, but Bill Burr is one of these people, and Bill Burr gets married to a woke black chick and then all of a sudden decides Anthony is like a horrible racist person.
Yes. Oh.
And
horrible.
and maybe Anthony points out, oh, maybe Bill Burr has lost his edge. Maybe he's gone a little soft since marrying said woke person. And maybe points that out and that
Yes.
all of a sudden makes him the worst, most racist person. He
Yeah.
goes to the Comedy Cellar to try to bury the hatchet. This was years ago, but he goes to try to bury the hatchet, and Club Soda Kenny kind of butts you out.
He
of the
just
establishment.
without saying anything, without no talking, just I've seen him throw people like that out when I was paying him. But you'd think since he knew me, maybe a little, hey Anthony, Bill doesn't want to discuss anything, and I'd be like, okay, Kenny, yeah, by the way, take it easy and whatever. But it was just go, and he's chest bumping me out of the place, like, all right, I see what he does when someone's paying him. He's loyal to that person. But
Anthony, I said this on
Yeah.
my show today because we covered this whole thing.
yeah,
And I said, Bill has every right to be mad at you for saying his wife is ugly. But also, his
not
wife is
hot.
not attractive.
Yeah,
She's not an attractive woman.
and I
we
said
can all agree on
my
that.
opinion. I kept saying like my opinion of it. I would never like go out with somebody that looks like Bill Burr's wife. I just wouldn't. And obviously, I'm no beauty here, but it's like I just said my personal opinion. She's not my type.
Right.
And me and Gavin probably said some things about her kind of being masculine. Yeah, that's like a little
I
masculine.
mean, if Michelle Obama is your type, then you'll
Oh
love
God,
her.
I just love how
Michael
he's
who?
kinda, yeah, she's
Big Mike.
smiling and
Mike.
her head turns and everything, and Bill just looks like, ha, like his head is sinking into his shoulders, like, ha. But whatever. I know love is love. Whatever. I have no problem with it.
Love is love.
I know, you and Alex and your wife and Demetrius. Say love is love.
Love is love. No, but this is the one thing that
Same
you have to
shit.
remember. This is the one thing though, and I don't know Bill, and he's much more talented than me. But you have to give him. This is one thing is now he's on Mandalorian. He's Disney, so he's
I
like
know.
so corporate. So
I
that's
get
what I'm
it.
saying.
I
That's
get
why
it.
he's so. He's
gonna
so
lose his bag.
Hollywood.
I get
you know?
it. I get it.
Yeah.
I understand it wholeheartedly.
Yeah.
It was more the Kenny thing that really
Yeah.
was kind of the issue there than the Bill thing. I understand the Bill thing. I'm not
Also,
But
Alex,
this is great
Lizzo,
shit. Anthony, this is
Lizzo's
the
on
best shit on the
Mandalorian.
internet
It's
right
not
now.
that
It's the best shit.
impressive.
I know, but it's Disney. You know what I mean? I'm not even saying it's that big a deal, but and he was in, what was that old show, the best one ever about the meth cooks,
Breaking Bad, he was in.
Yeah, I'm just saying he wants to be
Yeah.
ultra Hollywood, so he's a virtue signaler. So you're the opposite
Right.
of a virtue signaler.
I get that.
And
And
so
I
that's
get
why
it.
he's.
But then Noam down there at the Comedy Cellar, he kind of has a problem with me now, and he always did kind of. But I just flew under the radar with him. But this one really kind of made it where, because I had kind of a blow up with Jon Stewart a couple of years back in the Comedy Cellar,
You
and
did?
Noam wasn't happy about that. Yeah, like a fucking asshole too, and he's coming up
Jon
and
Stewart?
calling me
How did that happen?
calling me a racist. Of course, that's what they do.
Anthony, this would be the biggest
Boring.
video on the internet. You pay one of your guys to go film you, and you go up to the Comedy Cellar and you troll them like I troll them.
No,
Like,
I
you should be
did.
Excommunicated. That's
I
what I'm saying.
went. I went
You did?
the other
went
night.
back. Yeah. You
I
need to
just
film
went.
it though. Everybody would watch it. I mean, I'd be
I know.
dialed in. Oh,
I know.
fucking know all about this shit.
and don't live stream it in
I
case you
know.
gotta edit something out and then
Right,
just film
right.
it. But yeah.
No, it was. I went there. I was going out with an intern of ours, this girl Francine, lovely black girl that interned for the O&A show years ago,
Intern.
and she was coming intern. She was coming into the city, and she, even before any of this really happened, she goes, "You want to hang out and grab a drink?" And I'm like, "Fuck yeah, man!" I always thought she was hilarious. So we go out, and then this happened, and Godfrey added a whole nother thing to it. Godfrey, the comic, was on stupid Chad, who keeps injecting himself into fucking everything on his show, and said that, in short, Godfrey said if he sees me down at the Comedy Cellar, he's going to kick my ass, because I say things, and he's going to now be physical because of what I
If
said.
that happened though, Anthony, that would be so viral
I
in the
know.
comedy world.
Oh,
and
I
you know
know.
Joe Rogan's loving this. I don't know
I
if he's texting
know.
you now. He's like
You're
eating
right.
this up. He's
Oh,
laughing
I
about
know.
this.
I know. So Godfrey
just
said
funny.
he'd kick my ass. So I'm like, all right. I heard this at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. By 8:30 p.m., I was walking into the Comedy Cellar, holding hands with a black girl, and walking in, and Noam is playing some in a jazz band, and he looks at me and just like shakes his head, like this motherfucker, and he goes, "You're not welcome here." He says it like in
He
front.
said that to you?
He goes, "You're not welcome here." And then I look at Francine like, "Oh my God, they don't like you? They don't allow black people in here?" So I go, "Okay," and I walk to the bar and grab some drinks. Like, I don't care. Most places I end up, I'm not welcome at. So I just figured I'd hang out there. So me and Francine laughing, having some drinks and whatnot. A couple of comics came up and said hi, but they couldn't throw me out because they'd have to throw out a black woman, and they could not possibly do that. So I played the race card and won. I felt so good about it, but Godfrey didn't come in. It would have been great if he punched me. I swear to you, I was going to go to the news and say that he didn't want a white guy with a black girl and punched me in the face, and he's a racist. So I
Well,
could
he
still have
couldn't
that
be
happen.
there because he was in LA, which means
Oh.
he's all talk.
Where he was going to kick my ass long distance. Okay. Uh-huh.
Yeah, his
And
foot
then-
was
and
gonna go
then,
coast to coast.
And then Chad, like side note, said he knows, he has it confirmed that I wasn't at the Comedy Cellar the other night. And,
What
and
do
I
you
go,
know? He's
well,
in Florida.
confirmed?
Opie and
Confirmed.
Anthony both suck in my opinion.
Confirmed.
He
He
said it's
says.
confirmed. So I got on the air and I said, Chad, if you can show proof that I wasn't at the Comedy Cellar, I swear to you, I am giving you $10,000 cash. I'm just going to hand him 10
Give a
grand.
fuck.
And it's like, where is he? Where is he?
How
What
are
did he
you
do?
playing those
I know.
drops,
Fuck.
Karl?
That's hilarious.
Well,
I know.
whatever.
It's
Opie and Anthony
but-
both suck in my opinion.
yeah, I love it. But I said if you could prove I wasn't there, then I'll give you $10,000. I know I was there. I would never do that if I wasn't there. So there's that. Again, he's lying. That's all Chad Zumock does. So
Just
that's
like
what I've
Cumia
been
Country
doing.
when he got attacked by Cumia
Right,
Country.
right.
Make
My
American
fake
Cumia
mafia.
again.
He called it
Yes.
my fake mafia. It's like if I sent people out to beat you up and they did it, that sounds like a pretty real mafia there. This is not a
Yeah,
fake
that's
mafia.
not-
Fake mafia wouldn't have beat him up.
We got Frankie
no,
McDonald
that is so
in chat.
funny.
Wow, what's up, Frankie?
Frankie's doing great so far. Oh,
Doing great so far.
good
Coming
to,
in
good to hear.
from Facebook.
That's great
but-
to hear.
Yeah, none of us would
Oh.
know what it's like to be accused of being racist, so we can only
No,
pretend
no,
to feel
of
what you're
course not.
feeling.
I was
Um,
wondering if there was something specifically you did other than just not be an idiot.
No. It was nothing I really did. Early on, here's what happened, and here's what Bill Burr told me. He goes, my wife was so upset that your fans were bashing me and her for not supporting you when you got fired in 2014. So I go, Bill, what the fuck was I supposed to? You know the fans. If I would have said, hey, guys, calm down, don't get on Bill and his wife, it would have been 20 times worse. We had code words on the Owen show when we had a guest that we wanted them to light up. We said, hey, serious questions only, people. Serious questions only. And they
Oh,
knew.
wow.
They knew like the opposite was the thing to do. So I figured leave it alone and don't talk about it. So Bill and his wife decided that I was a piece of shit for not telling the fans to lay off them while they were getting on them for not supporting me. But at the end of the day, he said to me at a meeting, we were out in LA, and he said to me, he finally said, he goes, yeah, if my wife didn't even want me to come here and talk to you. He goes, but we can't work professionally together anymore. It's just done. And then he got up and left. And I'm like, all right, fuck you. Now I'm kind of pissed and annoyed at the whole thing. And this was years ago. So it just kind of escalated whenever the names came up and whenever there was another Patrice O'Neill benefit I wasn't allowed to go to,
Yeah.
that it just kind of
You were so
escalated
close to him.
to the point where, where the other night when I saw him in there, I just decided, look, we're in the same fucking place. That doesn't happen often. Let me go up and see if I could at least just go, hey, Bill, what's up? And, maybe agree that down the line somewhere we might be able to figure something, anything. But then to just have Kenny, this mook, come over and muscle me out of the place, fuck you, fuck him, fuck everybody. Had
So
it.
on today's show, I covered Opie's reaction to all of this, and Opie's got he's got 17,000 views on a video. He's doing very well.
Yeah,
He
he's
knows.
covered.
Thanks,
Hey, dude,
dude.
and I ran into Opie for the first
I
time.
know,
Anthony,
I saw it.
So I was so pleasant with him, and but
Dude,
and
it
this
was
is my
awesome.
one. No, and I like Opie. He was nice. I'm
I
saying he was
know,
nicer
sure.
than I thought. But this is what I was surprised with him, and this is the one thing if I ever talk to him again, which I'm sure I will, I'm going to say this is kind of what sums up Greg Opie Hughes, and people might not get this is. Greg is like such a radio mark, and that's like in the professional wrestling world, like you love. He's like, I was like, I'm from Dallas. He's like, Russ Martin, you know Russ Martin? I'm like, yeah, he's been a DJ for 20 years. It was popular 20 years ago. I mean, he couldn't have picked the least hip DJ in Dallas. So I'm sure he's
right.
buddies with, but I'm just saying, I was just like, oh, this is Greg Opie Hughes. And he even talked about it on the stream. I listened to him talk about how he doesn't read the Reddit anymore. And I
Right.
think that is another thing, too. I think that, looking back, just I had that epiphany today, thinking back to the O&A days, that probably, the Reddit probably affected him a lot more than it affected you.
Huge. It affected me for a while, but I kind of had to get over it. They were brutal on everything, like family, girlfriends, whatever, and brutal. And you get obsessed to the point where you start thinking that everyone is reading it and everyone is listening to live. Look at him. I love this.
Look, we go MAGA. And when I was pressing Opie, when I was like, oh, you're liberal, he was like, no, I'm more conservative. So he wants to be.
I love it.
That's the one thing too that when I had the interjection, he goes, Anthony says too many racist jokes. I go, racist jokes are funny. I mean, that's just a sad thing, you know. I'm saying, not, you know, he's not hip enough, and he's all like, I think he's a nice guy. I think, you know, what you guys created was incredible, so I always have respect for him as a broadcaster. But like, that's just the difference is you were evolving, and Opie doesn't want to evolve. I think he just doesn't want to take the risk and do that again. I feel like he's satisfied with what he created.
For the funny one, so
there's also
and he admits that. He says, Anthony, what about this? He still says to this day, you were the funniest guy at that time in the world, in the country.
Everyone knows that.
I know, and I agree. I'm just saying, you were the hottest comic out of all the hot comics at the time.
You got to look at our lifestyles too. He took the marriage course and, you know, went that way, having kids and being a mature adult. Quite frankly, I went the other way, and I think that kind of keeps me more in the public eye and a little more relevant because, you know, I try to obviously keep up on what's going on in the world. I think Opie's kind of resigned to the fact that he's just going to be a husband and a dad and, you know, as a hobby, kind of grab his phone and do a show. But I think our lifestyles really separated the people that we ended up being, and it wasn't compatible anymore.
Well, so we were reviewing his response to this today.
Yeah.
And it's so funny because he goes immediately into Jim Norton. A guy who just has no shrapnel at all.
On the fence.
He's all mad at Jim Norton because Jim's supposed to take sides in Bill Burr's and Anthony Cumia. Why? He has nothing to do with that.
Not at
it's
all.
So bizarre. He's like Jim is such a pussy. He's a fence sitter. Like, why would he take a side?
Why? First of all, yes. Why take a side? He's been friends with Bill for a long time. He obviously they respect each other as comics. They've never had a real beef in their lives. Like, I would never want somebody to put themselves in a position to, you better back me up or else something. I'm going to dinner tomorrow night, right after the show with Jim Norton. We planned this. We're going to a nice steakhouse and hang out and laugh our fucking asses off. Because he's a fun guy. He's one of my best.
We were laughing our asses off.
Thank you, Stut Joe.
But Anthony, I got to interject. Okay, so you love beer. Freaking Opie loves Gepards or whatever. He loves beer. And I know you guys will never, you know, come back again. But why can't we do just like a one-off, a pay-per-view, multiple pay-per-views, Opie versus Anthony, and you get drunk and you argue? I know this is impossible, but it doesn't need to be a podcast. It needs to be, one of these, you know how they do all the fights? These, like,
let me tell you something, brother. I'm ready to get into the ring.
Battle.
I'll get in the square circle with Greg Opie. No, I've said, look, and I swear, Alex, I've said this plenty of times. I am completely ready, willing, and able to sit down with Opie on any forum and discuss.
That's a million hits. The first day.
Anything.
I know.
Owen, are you familiar with Opie and Anthony at all? Because I feel like we are so in a niche, and I assume
I feel bad. I love Owen Shroyer.
I feel bad. It's not that niche.
Like 85% of what you guys are talking about is just going.
Yeah.
In my head. I'm just
that's probably most people watching too.
I'm like, I like Anthony Cumia.
Yeah, I'm just saying, you know. You're right, though. It's but you
guys are going through the exact same
and
thing where you're great people, you're hilarious, and people will just judge you and turn their backs on you because of what the media perceives you to be.
Well, I don't think I'm anywhere near Cumia's level. I mean, I've seen what Alex Jones goes through. I think the biggest shame of this situation, this scenario, is that we're putting some of our most talented, creative people on the sidelines when they should be in the limelight, you know, and it's all for political reasons. It's all for corporate reasons. And it's really just sad. And I hope that, you know, I'm glad to see younger kids now that are going out on the streets and doing their own content and getting creative and finding new ways to
He's
create
talking
audience.
about me, Alex. He's talking about me right now.
Not me. He doesn't think
we're all in the same situation now where it's like you have to do something unique and you have to do something that's captivating. Otherwise, the corporate establishment and the politics of it is going to completely drown you out and kill you.
Yeah, there's a lot of people out there that they have to toe the line. It's they can't take a risk. A lot of the comics out there now, and I was talking about this on the show, they've given up on any idea of controversy. of really getting to the edge of insulting
They
or offending
self-censor.
someone. They self-censor to the point where, I've always talked about how a joke has to go from your head to out your mouth in that split second. It's unbelievably hilarious gold. 1 second later, it's got a half-life of nothing. It comes out, it's half as funny. 2 seconds, meh. And then after that, it's just useless. It's not fucking funny. You actually look stupid saying it after too much time went by. Now, when you have to stand up there and think, you have an idea, and now you got to put it through this. Is this going to fuck me? Am I going to have a job? Am I going to have people dox me? My kid's going to be able to. And then by the time you're ready to spit the joke out, it's fucking done. So they write safe shit that, some comics are very talented and they can do it, and it's amazing. But for that spontaneity up on stage that comics were known for, that's a done fucking deal. It's a lost art. They're petrified, all of them.
Well, and just my personal experience, I'm not even super talented, but the only reason I think I found any success is because I'm politically incorrect. So I don't know why more comics don't be politically, you know what I'm saying? I'm not as talented as half these people, but it's because will say, I would call out trans. Well, I'm just saying, I just take risks. I'm crazy. I do cringe stuff too. But my point is, I just feel like, why aren't more comics? It seems like a cheat code. Just be a little edgy.
Well,
I
I have an idea on this. What does your future look like to you? Do you look at it and go, oh, Disney or any other company, they're going to come to me and make me. Yeah. So comics, they always have this gold ring hanging that they think they're going to get the sitcom, the movie, whatever it is that prevents them from being that controversial. Especially these days, they don't want people punching up something from 5 years ago, 10 years ago. Never mind, you just said it because you thought it was funny last night at a comedy club, and now you're on every fucking shit list. So they tap dance around everything, and like I said, they're incapable at this point of being edgy.
The goal is to be Adam Sandler's friend. We all know that. So we all get into comedy.
There you go. Look, dude, there you go.
Well, Rob Schneider's cool. Rob
Schneider
cool.
is very cool.
Yeah, he's cool.
He'll say some shit.
I don't hear Adam Sandler saying anything stupid either. I mean, I don't know what his politics are, so I'm assuming he's not
Adam's very liberal. Rob Schneider, you're right. That's good. And what's that new movie he's got coming out?
I don't know. He came to the Blaze and talked about it, but he's very talented.
I love him. I fucking love him. But dude, he is on a shit list that he got on because he posts his viewpoints and his shit
Rob
that goes
Schneider
against
is a stapler.
Rob Schneider is persona non grata.
Rob Schneider voting for Trump.
You had Gavin McGinnis on like you do every Wednesday, and you're talking about the crime in Chicago, and you're like, that's, pointing. I mean, it's obvious. Everyone can see, wow, there's a lot of crime in Chicago. And you're like, well, if I was going to be as racist as everybody thinks I am, I would be saying like, wow, Chicago's great.
Why would I argue?
Better,
Why would I argue for more police and politicians that actually want law enforcement to do their jobs and DAs to actually convict why would I do that if I was so racist? I would just be like, this is going great. Good. Let me pick my phone up and see what the stats are. Ooh, 16 shot this weekend.
It would be like you have an Anthony Cumia with Parenthood.
Yeah. I swear to you, I am a terrible racist because I'm terrible at being a racist.
But isn't that the funny thing about it? It's like, since when does a racist not want to be known as a racist?
Yeah.
Like, if you're a racist, it's like, I don't like these people.
Right.
Like, that's what makes you a racist. I mean,
it's unfucking believable how they can take something and completely twist it and put you in a category that you just, everything you do is contrary to what they say.
Let's be fair. Let me just make this one point. Shane Gillis was talking about you on his podcast, and he's like,
"Oh, I loved it.
Did you see
funny.
that?
It was very funny."
He's like, he goes, yeah. When you look at Anthony, what he shares, you're like, oh wow. But then there's like, well, it's kind of all true.
I know. That made me laugh, man. That was so funny.
That was so good. I'm just such an Anthony mark. I watch all the Anthony content, but guys, you got to see Google Shane Gillis talking about Anthony. It's so funny.
Yeah,
it's just a recent clip. That was good stuff.
Alex, what's going on with your face, man? Did you do a bit before this or something? something?
Yeah, I had monkeypox. Yeah, so I had a monkey on my show, and we split a banana. So yeah, I had monkeypox on my.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
How did I not even see
You guys,
this till you
Alex
pointed
went
it
down on the
out?
monkey.
Let me pull
Wait,
the
did you
picture.
not even try to wash this off, Alex?
I'm really happy that. Well, no, I don't think you can wash it off. I'm just, I love that. Yeah, I'm happy that you guys are big fans of the show and that you guys all watch. This is me and a capuchin monkey deep throating a banana together. I don't know if it'll focus on it,
That's
but
adorable.
Content right there.
yeah. So that's. So now I got monkeypox because I had fellatio with a monkey.
Yeah.
So
That's gotta itch. That's gotta itch.
It's itchy. You win some, you lose some. You know.
Yeah.
That's what they say.
Oh my god.
Is that the trainer? Is that the
really
monkey's trainer?
sharing a banana with a little
Sharon.
monkey?
And the weirdest dynamic is that monkey is 22 years old, so he's legal to drink. But she was really sad. Her last monkey she had for 37 years, named
Jesus.
Joby, and he had recently passed away. And this monkey, he didn't know any tricks. He could dunk a basketball and stuff, but she was very unsure about this monkey the whole time. And it was kind of sad. It didn't have any teeth, and it had a rope around his neck.
Oh,
so she was
no.
it was insane. But it wasn't her monkey. She was like a monkey. She was like temporarily monkey handling this monkey, hoping to get
like
a new monkey.
Foster mom.
It's like Monkey and the
Imagine
Tramp.
Tiger King, but it was a chimp on a blimp. But imagine Tiger King, but kind of like the real life. There needs to be a documentary on all these exotic animal handlers because they all have skeletons in their closet.
They do. I love these monkeys. They're hilarious. I watch so many of the videos. They're funny as fuck. But the thing that I get is like they're being abused. They're like somehow this is not good. They're fucking smart as fuck too. You watch them do things and they make faces. It's funny. I love them. I always wanted to have one
They
when I
try
was a
to
kid.
call
but
animal control.
They give you monkeypox. That is. Oh my god, that's fucking great, dude.
Wow.
You're like.
Yeah.
Dude, you're like Johnny Carson. You're like the new Johnny Carson.
That's what we were kind of going for, but the monkey did. I was begging the handler. I was like, I want the monkey to throw poop on me, and she's like, no, it has to wear a diaper. And we had a banana eating contest, and it took the biggest crap during the show, and the whole. So I didn't get any poop on me, but it stunk. It smelled like a baby's diaper.
Yeah,
it was
that had
nasty.
a stink.
Alex, what level did you get to where you stop asking monkeys to throw poop at you? Like, you've succeeded, buddy. You're good. You got it. You got a show.
I need the poop.
Things
No,
are doing well.
I need the poop. I need
Jesus.
It's never enough, Karl. That's the thing is you give a mouse a cookie, you got to give him milk. No, I got a long way
Owen,
to
have you
go.
ever had
It's
any animals on InfoWars? Any wild animals other than Alex, of course, in your show?
Actually, we did for some reason. Alex wanted to have llamas in the studio, and we had
I could have sex with it.
We had this
Like the
local
Young
llama
Turks.
farmer.
Like the Young Turks. The Young Turks said he wanted to have sex with an animal. That's the joke.
Oh,
Owen knows
okay.
what I'm talking about. He's seen the
makes
clip. Oh, and tell him about the clip of Sink Younger or whatever I was saying, what he said.
He said, Chunk Yogurt said that if you pleasure an animal, that should be legal. He said that should be legal as long as the animal, finishes the job. or
pleasure.
whatever. I forget his exact wording to it, but no, we had llamas in, and there was like 5 of them, and they pretty much just shit all over the place. And we felt kind of bad for the the custodial crew that had to clean that up. But
and they just legalized that in Spain. Did you see that? Where bestiality is legal as long as you don't injure the animal.
Ooh, get me a
They
ticket.
just did that.
How
in
are
Spain.
you to judge?
I'm going to Madrid. Wait, how do I get let me go to Expedia.com. I'm going to Madrid, boys.
Get my passport.
room at the zoo.
There was a recent story. A girl was arrested for having sex with her dog. She would put
Yes.
them,
Oh,
like
yeah.
the videos online and everything, and
My
like
God.
she wasn't a complete disaster. That was
No,
the
she's
fucked up thing.
19. She's
I-
cute.
I
Dude,
know.
she cleaned up. She was hot.
I
She
know.
was fine.
I just.
And listen to this. So I'm a nut job conspiracy theorist, just like Owen. But then I had Larry Johnson, the ex-NFL running back, first-round draft pick, played for the Kansas City Chiefs, and he's like really deep into conspiracies. And he talked about how now they're trying to get in what they call zoophilia. Like they don't even want to merge, trans anymore. Now they want to have humans and animals having
Right.
sex. And he he predicted that we're going to see more of these type of stories, woman, dog sex, and then the Madrid stuff. So now I'm just saying, maybe we're right, Owen. Let's just see if if there's an increase in these stories, something's up.
No, I actually think because here's what we have to look at. If you look at what all the quote unquote progressives has been doing, we're to the point now where men or women, and it's getting really weird. Nothing is stopping this. So where does it end? Where does it end? I mean, eventually people are going to sew dog ears onto their heads and tails, and it's going to become a surgical thing. And I think then it'll become like interspecies or trans species. And that's when they'll start this stuff. I kind of have this joke I like to make, but maybe it's not such a joke. The Simpsons makes all these predictions, right? People are like, how did the Simpsons know this? Well, maybe Futurama is actually what the world is going to look like in 3,000 years.
Yeah.
You're going to have human-animal hybrids and robosexuals and all this stuff.
This woman is a dog
fucker.
Girl's fucking her dog.
I would hit that and quit that in 2 seconds.
That's a level of sloppy seconds that I can't deal with.
Do you think she
would buy her
only
a
do a
steak
doggy
dinner,
style?
Carl. I would treat her right. Yeah, I would do a doggy style.
buy her some
69,
kibble.
whatever style she prefers. I mean, she's a lady. She deserves my respect. Look at her.
I was
Lady
talking
in
about
camp.
the same thing Owen is talking about. Like, I remember there's a term that isn't even fucking used anymore. Slippery slope. Remember when people used to say, hey, don't do that. It'll put us on a slippery slope.
Now.
Everything now starts. And when it begins, you're doing 90 down Black Diamond fucking ski slope. There's no whoops. If we go down there, it might get a little iffy. Everything is completely fine, accepted, and you're the piece of shit for not only tolerating it. You don't even tolerate it. You have to celebrate this shit. Yes.
And you know what?
Parade.
It's even honor too, because it's really arrested development. I mean, you're supposed to get over this stuff by the time you're through college, right? All right, test everything out, see what your tolerance is.
Chicks could make out. It wasn't
right.
gay.
No problem. You don't have to cut your tits off with your kids.
Ass, Stein. All right, you haven't. This has been such a sexual experience for you today. You're still raving about this. This is a little messed up, actually. Now that I'm thinking about it. Here we go.
Okay, this is Cenk
seen
Uygur
this. Here we go.
promoting
Yeah.
bestiality.
Bestiality where you are giving over the rule, the benevolent dictator of the world. I would legalize bestiality where you are giving, where you are pleasuring an animal.
No.
Yep.
Okay.
And then he's like, okay, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't have said that.
Let me tell you why I suck.
And
How does that go into
Anna
conversation?
Right.
Welcome, Eric Lie. Hello, Eric.
What's up?
This is quite the
The
time
one, the
to
only
bring you
Eric
in on
July.
bestiality.
Bestiality.
Listen, no. But this is what you need to play. Go look up Victoria Jackson on my Twitter. The girl from SNL. Did you guys see her speech today? It was nuts. Yeah,
went
she's
off.
wild.
We
Yeah,
haven't heard
she's
from
awesome.
her since years ago. She got a little ukulele playing songs, and now she's like, God hates homosexuals. Whoa! So she had some fire and brimstone shit to say today.
I remember her.
Yeah,
Let me cue this
yeah.
up. I saw this on your
Oh,
feed.
she's wild.
I have
Look
not
at
seen
her.
it.
She
I'm like,
lets it
what is
all hang
Victoria
out there.
Jackson up to?
Oh yeah.
Former SNL cast member Victoria Jackson yesterday at the Franklin City Hall, Tennessee, vote on whether or not the gay pride parade should be permitted this year. God hates sodomy, he hates homosexuality, and he hates pride.
Victoria Jackson.
Wow.
God hates sodomy. He hates.
Not pulling any punches.
And God hates sexual immorality, all kinds, fornication, adultery, etc. And God hates pride.
Pride.
Like one of the most things he hates is pride. Proverbs 11:12. When pride comes, then comes disgrace, but with humility comes wisdom. The Lord detests all the proud of heart. Be sure of this, they will not go unpunished. Proverbs 16:18. Pride goes before destruction, a haughty spirit before a fall. And Sodom and Gomorrah.
That's how you can tell. She has her purse on her, which means she doesn't feel comfortable leaving it anymore.
By the way, she's not as funny without those writers. She needs Elle Franken, I guess.
Proves that God hates sodomy and sexual immorality and pride.
It's kind of ironically
it's still
funny,
there. And archaeologists have uncovered it. You can go on YouTube and see. It's a frozen city in sulfur.
Wow.
And fire and brimstone. Brimstone is sulfur. I just want to encourage this generation not to be brainwashed and to watch Becky Cook on YouTube.
I don't think God's too hip on gluttony either.
I feel like
frankly.
she and I were reading all the same stuff during lockdown.
No, but listen to this. So the person she shouts at the end is named Benton Cook. So I was like, watch this video twice, and I had to go look up Benton Cook. It's just like this Christian podcaster that she's been on one time. So it's so random.
Wow.
She does this bit, and it'd be like me going on and be like, look up the Chrissie Mayr podcast because I'm a guest on it, which would be good. It's just, I don't know. Victoria Jackson, she's very funny. She's very different than I expected.
Hard to
That's
listen to her
hilarious.
'cause she's not in good shape, but I tried to focus.
She
It's
used to be
interesting,
like
though.
the cute one on SNL. They'd have her do
Yeah.
like cartwheels and little bikinis under her dress and things
Well,
like that.
I'm gonna go out on a limb here, and I'm gonna say that I think I would still rather go for her than the girl that sucked off the dog. All right?
Wow.
I'm with you,
I'm
Owen.
just saying.
That's a bold statement.
I don't know if I can go down that road ever. I think that once you've done stuff like that, I don't know what you got going on. I don't want to.
Yeah. That
Well,
is
think
true.
how wild and crazy she is, Owen. You can't see how. I mean, she has no limits, dude. I mean, she's gonna lick your toes, dude. She's gonna give you pleasure that only a Haitian sex trafficking victim could give you. I mean, this is something. I mean, this is something out of a movie.
Are you the guy that's at the strip club and then the strippers there in the private room with everybody? And
The only time I went to a strip club is when I visited my mom at work. I don't like strip clubs. They give me bad vibes. I don't go on my own free will.
Try to act like you're all moral high ground now after you see.
No, I don't really like titty bars because they're that honestly, I'm not even some guy that's
Hey, we know. Okay, we know your limits now. Hey,
I'm not afraid of sex. I hate titty bars. Nobody
problem.
likes
Yeah.
a titty bar.
Nobody
really likes a titty bar.
No problem. Strip club. I'm out. In fact, Stein will go there. He'll be like, "Hey, is your dog around?" You know, hey,
No, I'm not. I have cat. I'm addicted to pussy.
You've
I'll
been
be
on
honest,
the
yes,
monkey
I've told
today,
you about-
Alex. Come on.
Yeah, okay. Well, maybe I am a little zoophiliac a little bit myself.
Alex,
Busted. So
I want to bring Eric into this conversation because before Eric came in here, we were talking about, with Anthony and Owen, kind of just like, people judge you because of what they read online. I mean, they actually get to know you. It's like, oh, well, this person's not actually racist. And we're talking about with comedy, a lot of great comics are actually self-censoring because it's surrounding this culture that we're in right now. People are afraid of getting canceled, afraid of offending the gatekeepers that are there to, give them the success in their career. Whereas Eric here literally started his own comic book, his own universe, his own characters, instead of what a lot of us do, which is just complain about the destruction of our franchises and everything going woke and going to shit. He's actually
Start your own
walking
shit.
the walk.
Absolutely.
And even though he's been incredibly successful, what did you sell? Like a couple of million, like did ridiculously well. He's not going to brag about it.
2.7 million, yeah.
Also very humble. But even though he's continuing to be so successful, still gets so much hate. And it's all just, I think, jealousy.
Well, he is a black white supremacist, so he kind of deserves a lot
Yeah.
of it, to be honest. I
Oh,
mean,
geez.
you are.
So they say.
He is. No, seriously. No, I mean, he doesn't, black white supremacist.
I don't know. Did he vote for Joe Biden? I mean, that's the metric we have to go off of here now.
That's what I'm saying. You're not black. I mean, there's just a lot of issues. A lot of the critics are correct, but most of them are 100% correct. Sorry.
All right, that's it. If we're gonna start making fun of the black guy, I got to get out of here, guys. My reputation is already tainted. No,
we're kidding. We're kidding.
No, I can't do this. Hey, but really, I'm taking off. Chrissy, congratulations, 600 episodes. By the way, everyone here,
before you
everybody's
go,
awesome.
Owen,
Everybody's
before we go, I want to get Anthony's opinion, and I'd like to get Karl's, and why not everybody? So, Rush Limbaugh, one of the greatest broadcasters of all time, most famous, he had the gold microphone. I see you getting the gold microphone. Do you think that can pull it off? They used to have, we'd call them gear queers, the guys that had a lot of sweatbands, but they weren't good athletes. I'm just saying, there's a lot of gravitas with the gold microphone. Do you feel the pressure when you broadcast into it?
A pressure thing right there, sure.
Oh, I
don't know.
I
mean, Anthony, you've never had the gold mic. I've never
No,
seen
no.
the gold one.
I would think unless you have the excellence in broadcasting tag on the side, that it's okay.
Guys, I think Owen is a legend. We're watching it happen as it's happening. I think he's earned it and he deserves it. And I'm all for the golden microphone for Owen Shroyer.
America's newsman broadcasting down from the heavens. And if there's anybody out there who can have the golden EIB microphone, it is Owen Shroyer live in the time on band.video. Don't doubt me on this, folks.
Doesn't Glenn Beck own Rush Limbaugh's gold microphone?
Really?
Yes, he does. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. You've been there. Oh, you've been there, but I guess he didn't have the microphone. He just got it recently. But yeah, it's on display. As soon as you walk in, you see the gold microphone. So yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah.
Eric Nagel says there's only 5 ever manufactured.
Whoa.
I know. And supposedly Rush's wife gave it to Glenn. I don't know. Glenn he has the bench from Forrest Gump. He has the mask from V from Vendetta. He has the Batman mask from the. He buys all the recent crap too.
A little microphone history. The original paint from the gold microphone that Rush Limbaugh talked on. Donald Trump saw it, called Rush Limbaugh, and said, "What is that paint? I'm putting it on my airplane." And that's how Trump, on the original Trump airplane, he had to get the particular special from Rush Limbaugh. That's how he got the gold on his plane. Yeah.
Gold Rush.
They had a relationship going back for a long time, Trump and Rush.
Yeah.
Wow, that's cool.
Well, Trump knew everybody and did. That's the other thing is they always said he's racist. He was always friends with black celebrities. They put him in every rap song. Trump this, Trump that, and then they try to say that like Trump, the black community doesn't like Donald Trump. That was never the case. I don't believe. Yeah,
because he was kind of, especially in the '80s during the when he was a developer and building buildings, he was gangster. He had to deal with. He had to sit down at fucking tables and talk to genuine mafia guys who ran every bit of construction back then. How do you think buildings got built? Donald Trump sat with fucking thugs from one of the 5 families, all the 5 families, to get cement and union organizers and shit. So Trump, he talked with some pretty fucking shady people. So I think a lot of people respect that. It's kind
and they didn't start calling him a racist till he started running against Democrats.
Exactly. That's how they.
Owen's trying to get out of here.
Owen has to bounce. Thank you, Owen.
Take it easy, Owen.
You. Watch Owen on InfoWars on the War Room. Follow
There's
him.
a comment that I have to read in the YouTube. I don't even know what it means, but it says Karl looks like he had a stroke at a Brian Regan concert. I'm not sure why that's funny.
What does that even mean?
I don't know, but I like it.
Talkie.
Walkie and talkie.
I met Owen Shroyer with my dad at a gym in Austin, and I was so excited. I want to meet Alex too.
Oh.
Owen, do you recognize Anna here?
I think so. I think we ended up going to the pool that day with her family. I think I remember that. I try to remember all the people I meet.
You met that girl and you already went to the pool with her? Anna looks kind of cute. I mean, she looks pretty good. I went to the pool with her.
All right.
I wonder if she has a golden retriever.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. I think that monkey did something weird to you, man. And
it wasn't the monkey. It wasn't the monkey, Owen. It wasn't the monkey.
If you're into animal foreplay with Alex Stein and Schenk Yogurt, then please hit up my friend Primetime Alex Stein 99. Don't worry, that case of monkeypox will wear off next year.
Love you, Owen.
Bye, Chrissy. Congratulations.
Later, man.
Oh, but that's fine. We got Cecil coming in to replace.
Shit.
Hi.
Cecil, what the heck?
How you guys doing? Anthony, I got one contention with that Trump story. Anybody, any Italian in New York knows the mafia doesn't exist.
Oh, no, I know anymore, Back then, there might have been a few people.
Here too.
Hi. Hello. Happy celebration.
Spread out the girls a little. Hello.
That's
Oh, Sav, what's up? Savannah.
Congrats on 600.
Oh, Joe Curry.
There he is. My
What?
good friend Joe. Yeah.
Wow. Gigi Dior. Congrats, Chrissy. I'm so happy for you. 600th show. Elon is responding on Twitter. You're on top of the world. Kisses to everyone there. Gigi. Thank you, Gigi. Yeah, I thought that was fake when I saw that today.
Wait, what happened?
Elon responded to one of my tweets. It's always something.
That's hilarious.
I said I'm too left for right wingers and I'm too right for left wingers because I had Kelly Cadigan on last night, and she's like that young trans girl who she's gone kind of viral recently, and she passes really well, which is why she pisses off the trans community, and she has conservative views, but she pisses off both the right and the left.
It's jealousy.
And I triggered so many people by having her on, and I think it's because like men in particular, they're attracted to her and they go, fuck, what does that make me if I'm attracted to her or a Blair White or whatever? And I think they get in their head a little bit too much, but it's like, you don't have to get angry at all. Like, and she transitioned very young at 15, but she's actually not a proponent of of kids.
That's not that good. She transitioned at 15. That's
but she's against it. She does not.
To be honest, I didn't know she was. I didn't know she wasn't born a woman until after I blew her.
Okay. Yeah.
She's gone through all the surgery. She's gone through the bottom surgery and everything.
She has no more penis.
Yeah, no more penis. So.
And I said she was the full package last night, and I had to almost bite my tongue. God, I really shouldn't have said that.
No one has to respect my pronouns. If I'm walking down the road and someone wants to call me he, him, I might be upset about it, but there's nothing I can do about it because that's people's First Amendment right. Oh, in America, we have this thing.
Yeah.
She's totally passes.
And they hate her.
I hate her.
Because the people that are like, it's ma'am, sir. Those people are so upset that they look in the mirror and they see a dude, funny looking dude with a wig on. And then, you get a girl like that who has had all the surgeries, has that. And I think you got to go into it with some type of genetic form that isn't a giant fucking man. Sorry. Not everybody can just take hormones and have surgery and come out as a passable girl.
You don't think Olympic athletes are just come off as women in their 60s? Not buying that.
Those are the worst.
I kind of like it when a female cage fighter breaks another cage fighter's skull.
That's fucking.
No. But on a serious note, this is the one stat they're not talking about, and you have guys like Bill Maher even talking about like in the amount of people in the 60s that identified as non-binary or trans was like very small. It's extrapolated now. It's like 1,000 more percent or 100,000 more percent or whatever, 1 million more percent of people that identify. But there's a reason why this is, and people are not talking about it. The rate of autism has increased so much. So a lot of these transgender people do not realize are diagnosed with autism or some sort of Asperger's, serious Asperger's, and that's why this is like so coddled. These people are literally retarded, for lack of a better word. And that's why they think that they can be a man or woman. Because listen, it doesn't matter how many Chinese restaurants you put in an old Pizza Hut, that's a Pizza Hut. So I'm just saying 95% of these transgenders are not passable. There are a few Blair Whites. There's a few of this other girl, but
retard alert. Retard alert, class.
I think they're all kind of autistic, and that's why they have gender dysphoria. So.
Yeah, that's
Well, I think that makes them more susceptible to it because autistic people have a harder time telling when people are deceiving them.
Right, open to suggestion. Yeah,
open to suggestion.
It's like they also feel like they never fit in, and then somebody's like, "Well, that's because of this. If you do this, you will fit in." So that it's
taking advantage of the mentally ill, taking advantage of adolescents. Young, confused people going through puberty, not feeling comfortable.
There's an account of autistic people that I think they're called drag syndrome, and they're autistic people like fully mentally incapable people, retarded people that are dressed in drag. It's very
Can we call them draggots?
Yes, you can.
Strong woman. Miss Woman, do you feel ready?
Oh yeah, I'm ready, David. There are just so many amazing women athletes out here today. It makes me so proud.
Now, this is the first year that a trans woman is in the competition. How do you feel about that?
Amazing. I feel honored to be a part of this.
Amazing.
I have a lot of incredible trans friends who are athletes, and so we're all inspired. This woman's competing.
And have you actually ever met Heather Swanson?
No, I've never competed against her before. No.
She's not exactly your average trans athlete.
Well, what is an average trans athlete? Honestly, I find that kind of bigoted, David.
Okay. Heather Swanson is actually joining us now. Miss Swanson, how does it feel to be competing today?
I can't tell you how free I feel now that I started identifying as a woman.
Now that I can compete as female, I'm ready to smash the other girls. And is it correct you just started identifying as female 2 weeks ago? I'm not here to talk about my transition. I'm here to kick some ass.
It's like Zuby.
Dingleberry. I'm gonna roll up the other women here, and I'm gonna smoke them. I am the strongest woman this state has ever seen. Any words for the challenger, Miss Woman?
Good luck,
It looks like Riley Gaines, actually.
Luck is for dudes.
Luck is for dudes. Yeah.
Luck is
Crazy.
for dudes. You know, it'd be interesting to see how many of them would still compete if it was a trans-only league. But I think part of it is like they low-key get off on kicking women's asses.
Yeah, most of them as guys were horrible in whatever sport they were in. They were like also rans, and now
Leah
they're
Thomas 500 ranked in the men's, and then becomes #1 in multiple events in the women's. And Chrissie's a diver, so she takes a special. That hits close to home.
Oh yeah.
The chicks have to can solve this problem by themselves because they just did it in France. They have like it's like a Tour de France. It's a bicycle race, and there was a guy came in, a guy. And the rest of the competition just said, none of us are going to compete.
No.
So you know what they did? They were like, oh, he's out. So if Leah Thompson gets up on the fucking stand to jump in and all the girls just stand there and they let him fucking do it, at some point they got to go, all right, this is fucking ridiculous.
Let him do it by himself and do them Pelosi clap.
Yeah.
You know?
They're all afraid of being called bigots and they all play along. But what you do is you go up and you say fucking no. There was that school in Vermont where the coach said, well, they were playing a high school team. This was like a few weeks ago. They were playing a high school team where they had a boy on the girls' team, and he's like, "We're gonna just take the forfeit." It was during a tournament. We'll take the loss, and because I don't want any of my girls getting hurt. It's not safe. They threw them out of the tournament, and then the state revoked the school's state ability to play sports for all sports for the entire school.
Banned from competing after forfeiting to teams.
So that's what happens when you actually stand together and say we're not going to deal with this, and we're going.
But if all those other schools did it too, everybody's got to do it. It's got to be everyone, or it doesn't work.
Yeah.
The thing is that they make an example of the schools and the athletes who do stand up, like Riley Gaines. They make an example. They scare them, and I think there's still. Eventually, maybe, hopefully, women's sports could get there where all the athletes are like, no, we're not getting in the pool, or we're not getting, we're not going out to play this game. But I think right now there's too many cowards.
Yeah.
Well, the good news is it just like this happened within the last week where the bicycle, all the other women just
really,
yeah.
Wow.
I think people are just had enough. If you can even tell with the Dylan shit, I think people have, we're starting to choke on it now. It's
Guys,
like,
I disagree. I think that it should be
on
only
it.
trans women in sports. The WNBA would be so much better. We're all just trans women. They'd be dunking over people. Alley-oops.
Watch it.
It'd be fucking great.
Jesus.
But what about that
really
one?
Would be a badass.
That one we got back from Russia. Was she a dude or?
No clue, dude. I swear.
They have pictures of her with no shirt on, and she's like a
Who is
muscular
this?
guy.
I still don't know. I saw a big Adam's apple and everything else. So
Alex would fuck her. That's the only thing I know.
Okay, Victoria Jackson.
Yeah, Victoria Jackson.
The dog girl. The dog girl, Victoria Jackson, or the basketball player from Russia? Which one?
Yeah.
You got
Go
gun to the head.
Brittany Griner? You're talking about Brittany Griner?
Mary Kill.
Yeah,
I would bang Brittany Griner because I'd like to get her pregnant if I could because I was starting to be a great athlete. Could you imagine that genetics? I mean, that's like, dude, that's Joseph Mengele couldn't create a better baby, and you know
So
what I'm
sexy,
saying? No, this should
the way
be,
you put it.
this should be, it would be very. It's like procreating with her is really procreating. It's not like undercreating. I mean, it would just be beneficial. It's like, did you see that baby in San Francisco that was born on the sidewalk? Did you guys see that video?
What?
What I'm saying is that baby.
Hospitals
Look it up right
are
now.
expensive.
Well, I don't think you can show it on YouTube actually, but that baby will grow up to be a first-round draft pick in whatever league he chooses.
Is
because
online?
if a baby can be born on the concrete like that, that breeds toughness. There's a thing called nature versus nurture. When your nature is that tough, you get a little nurture. It's just gonna be a plant. He's gonna grow and he's unstoppable. So that baby in 18 years will be in the NBA draft.
Alex, it didn't get scuffed by the concrete because luckily she gave birth on a pile of diarrhea, so it was.
Yeah.
There was
No, and
bump
the baby,
shit there. Soft
the gestational sac, it had such a. The baby is undefeated. I mean, it's.
I want to know,
That's
Eric,
indestructible.
what are your thoughts of this? Do you feel,
Luckily,
I feel like as we do, like, let's just have fun with the ridiculousness. Do you feel like things are getting better? Like you, I feel like are a sort of culture trailblazer with creating the Ripperverse. Do you feel like the tide is beginning to turn, or do you feel like we have months and years of this shit ahead of us?
I don't see anything changing ever. I think we're fucked. What
do you think, Eric? Nice cat.
I mean, yeah, I think it may get a little worse before it gets better, but I mean, until people get to a point to where they're willing to like drop a lot of old bad habits and act in a way that's reasonable and with purpose, instead of, you know, sort of towing the line with whatever they deem as acceptable. You know, I mean, we talked about this with the whole trans bullshit. And, you know, I grilled the actual women for not saying shit, because I don't know if you guys remember, Outkick covered, there was a bunch of not undercover, they were basically anonymous teammates of Leah Thomas who were coming out saying they felt uncomfortable with this and came uncomfortable and were uncomfortable with that. But of course, they wouldn't put any names to themselves. So there was no validity to the actual story at all. And that kind of really represents kind of where we're at, in that people would rather like the sanctity of like whatever it is that they're doing, whatever subculture they're a part of. In this case, it's women's sports. They rather that be destroyed than be called transphobic or some shit. So it goes to show how much power these crack smokers actually have. But it doesn't end until people like not only just tell these guys to fuck off, but I still think like definitely people even on our side have unfortunate cling to like a lot of the establishment shit. And you know, it's gonna take some time to try to pry people away from fucking that. You know, we're talking about like what's going on with fucking Anheuser-Busch and all that shit. And I look at these companies have shown you more than a million times that they don't fuck with you, they don't like you. In fact, they'll openly pay for shit that makes you look like the evil person in this fucking country. And instead of being like, yeah, okay, let's tell these guys to fuck off, people will try to justify the actions of clinging on to this old shit. It's like with Disney, like the fact that Disney, I know they have the parks, which really keeps them subsidized in a lot of different areas, but what new shiny thing comes along where people just fucking forget? You know, the next No Way Home with Spider-Man or some shit, and everybody just forgets that these motherfuckers had admittedly want to groom fucking children as it pertains to reality shit. So until people my criticism is, I can sit up here and tell them blue in the face, say all this woke shit, all this other leftist bullshit is exactly that. But I also have to turn my sights on people that are also on our side and tell them to get rid of that fucking addiction and kick that habit of clinging to these sort of entities that are optional at best. Like Disney, for me, is the easiest company to be defunded. They don't make your phone. They don't fucking do shit. They don't provide your water. They don't cook your fucking food unless you're like at their parks or something of that nature. But they don't provide like a necessity, your communications, nothing. Everything they provide is voluntary and like just strictly entertainment. So the fact that they haven't been ran into the ground quite yet, yes, they suffered some. We've seen them lose $2.5 billion with Disney Plus, but that's not enough. They should have been long fucking gone. So we got some work to do.
Yeah, people just don't want to fucking bite the bullet. Although the other corporations will blame. I had somebody in my chat yesterday. I was talking about like how did Bud Light do this after Gillette? Gillette lost billions after they did the toxic masculinity ad campaign. And this guy in my chat said his father's an executive at P&G, which owns Gillette. And he said they literally said the reason they lost that money is because they were competing with Dollar Shave Club and Harry's. It had nothing to do with their ads. They lied to themselves. They refused to accept responsibility. They were saying that his father was saying the entire company is like, no, it had nothing to do with those ads. It had to do with these cheaper options.
Listen, I've been in marketing. We get blamed when sales are down. So we never get any of the credit when sales are up. So I totally understand that. You just want to deflect. No, it was a market condition. Had nothing to do with anything we were doing. Don't look at our department.
Yeah, but that goes to show the incompetence of the people that they've brought into their company. This is why I talk about it every now and then. We talk about like ESG and all this other shit, but I don't even like focusing on that external shit until we get our fucking act together. And actually, it's one thing if everybody's pulled the plug and then they were somehow still doing this dumb shit and able to exist in the capacity that they had before. But that's not what we're dealing with. We're dealing with also incompetence on people on our side where they're still sort of lending legitimacy to these entities. So until that sort of ends, I don't think there's room to talk. But to more Cecil's point, it's like I think people underestimate the amount of fucking retards that work within these companies. And that's why I think because often folks on our side, we think logically, we think reasonably. So when you see someone do some dumb shit like that, your first instinct is to say, well, there has to be something else at play. And I think that's the you want to do that because you're unfortunately treating these people like you treat yourself and that they have the same set of morals and ethics or intellect as you do. That's not what we're dealing with. If you actually have conversations with these neon hair colored fucking freaks, they're fucking working with these companies, they're fucking retarded. But those are the guys that are making decisions, right? Those are the guys are feeding perhaps terrible information to executives, which then make decisions based upon that. But I don't think these guys are smart, and there's some like puppet masters that are pulling the strings for some fucking devious plan. That's not to say that there aren't people that have those aspirations, but I think that's giving them way too much fucking credit. I think they just have a bunch of fucking retards that work within their company, and they actually think, and if you talk to them, they actually think this is the way of the future. Like you heard that that fucking horse tooth bitch. What's the hell's name? The VP of
Bud Light.
Bud Light
or something.
Yeah. Well, she's going
like something weird like that.
She's going on about like how we must change this and this is how we do. Like she's out of her fucking mind. She has no idea what their core clientele is, but it's going to show how extremely incompetent these people are. So I think oftentimes we give these folks way too much credit. They are literal brainlets, man. That's what these people are, unfortunately.
And then they dug up some pictures of this chick. Like, this is what I kind of love about the internet, because this girl, I guess, still had her Facebook open. People went digging into her social media history. They're like, oh, you were shitting on frat culture, and then so here's her. This was viral, this whole, video of her explaining how we need to modernize the brand. We need to go gay or whatever. And then people pull up her old Facebook page, and it's just so funny because these are very typical, college,
what's so annoying about this?
The 2010s.
You know what's so annoying about this dumb bitch, though, is that she's talking about how they need to change and evolve, but it's already the #1 selling beer. It's like, no, bitch, you just need to stay at the same level. You're already number one. Like, why are they trying to reinvent the wheel? I just don't understand why they think they know this when you're already number one.
They do that with everything.
It was a dying brand. It's not.
Yeah, they do that with the Constitution, too. It's like they do it with everything. It's not just brands. Like, we're the #1 brand. We need to change and evolve. It's like, we have the system of government here. Why don't we change it? Things would be better. Like they do that with everything. I think it's this sort of, they have this
narcissism.
Fake, look at it, narcissism. They have this intellectual superiority that they haven't earned.
Yeah, she literally said she had to come in and save the brand.
Yeah.
As if Bud Light was dying. Bud Light is in every bar I've ever been to in my life.
Beer. Yeah, it's like literally, you can't not see Bud Light.
Yeah. She explicitly stated that. She said that it was declining, and I did my own research. I was like, they weren't too actually. Well, at least on Anheuser-Busch, I don't know about the Bud Light part, but they weren't too far from like all-time high. So I don't know where the fuck what the hell she was talking about, and them being on the decline. But she was acting like, well, they had to absolutely pivot, otherwise the company was just gonna just go to the tank. And I'm like, I don't know what the fuck evidence she's looking at, but
Well, the only thing they're losing market share to is craft beers. And Bud Light can't compete against craft beers, and there aren't enough trans people in the world to save them from that. Craft beers taste better.
They're not going to sell a single extra beer from that,
Right.
How do we make the beer taste more like cum to appeal to more of our
Boys cum or girls cum?
True.
I have a few ideas. I know how to make it taste like it.
Yeah. On what day of girlhood are we drinking Bud Light?
Oof.
Gross.
Okay, Chrissy, I gotta go. I just want to say, Anthony, you're the hottest pistol firing right now on the internet.
Alex.
You got to keep it up. You need to keep pressing. Press Godfrey, press Chad. I love listening to Chad and them talk about. I bet Karl, you have to like listening to Chad and them talk about it on MLC. You got to go see that. It's when they talk about you because Kevin seriously secretly likes you, but it's just so good. It's just such good shit right now, Anthony. Just keep it up.
Kevin thinks I'm a fucking idiot.
That's fun.
Nah, it's so good. And then Chrissy's 600. That's 600. Pimp on a Blimp. Congratulations, Cecil. It's so great to see you, Eric. It's always a pleasure. Keri, keep up the great work. I love you guys.
Alex,
all right.
I can't wait to see you in Dallas soon.
Yeah, when is it?
Fun.
Next 2 weeks? When are you going to be here?
On a Blimp. I'll be there first week of May.
Yeah, that's it. First week of May. It's about 2 weeks.
Awesome.
Guys, this time's flying by. And I'll be talking to you soon, Anthony. All right, see you guys. Peace.
Later, man.
Bye.
See you, Alex. Alex, don't share bananas with Bill Burr's wife. Wow. Wow, Jesus. Viking.
That's
How untoward. Biolithic, congrats on 600 episodes. Chrissy, keep rocking in the free world and bringing on your incredible guests. Thank you, guys. Well, I would not be here if it were not for you, this live studio audience. Oh my gosh, some people were upset that Eric was in the middle, so now Eric is to the side. There we go.
That's some kind of Brady Bunch fucking problem.
Yeah. It's gross. I've done like rants all week about Dylan. It's like I think he's just selling androgyny. I think he's selling top surgeries and facial feminization surgeries because it's like it's been a year. Where are the tits?
Where are the tits? Yeah. Gavin was talking about that today. He's like, this guy supposedly took all these hormones and is living as a woman. This is my 1 year anniversary of being a woman. And you go, not even little bud, nothing.
He was showing him off. He was saying he's getting bud the other day, but I didn't see him.
Not even one trip to the Container Store, not even one. There's just so much that's not happening.
And he doesn't act like a woman. He acts like a gay man, which is not even what the closest thing you could think is. It's a parody of a woman, what a gay man thinks a woman is. This whole thing, it's over the top flamboyant, and it doesn't. If you saw a woman acting like that, you'd fucking.
That should be in a mental institution.
You would need to date her, but
no, I think it was a comedy act. I think it's a comedy act that got away from him.
Maybe good. Good point.
Yeah, he got invited to the fucking White House, and he's like, "Holy shit! They think I'm actually a girl. Like, what? Do I go along with this shit? Like, I think that's what's happening here because, he never we all from New York, fucking gay guys. That is not a woman. That's a the prototypical flamboyantly gay man. That is what he is. And he put on a dress and said, "I'm a girl now," and it's like, but
any transgender person that they put on a dress and a wig. They can't act like a woman. It just doesn't work. There are some that are unbelievably passable and they act like mature women. But the vast majority are doing this fucked up satirical version of somebody that really doesn't know what a woman is being a woman. And it's like a joke. It's a fucking goof on women.
And heavily influenced by the aesthetic of Audrey Hepburn and other stars, other actresses.
Yes, Liza Minnelli, all the drag queen things. It's ridiculous when you know.
Well, Dylan tried many things. Dylan was throwing everything at the wall to see what stuck. And when I was speaking with Kelly Cadigan, that other transfluencer yesterday, she was like, I've known Dylan for a while, and before Dylan started Days of Girlhood, it was like day one of non-binary, day one of theyness. Like she recalled, like she's been watching his content for a while, and like she was like, he was trying a few different things, trying to see what would stick, what would trigger people. And it's like, you're a Broadway actor, a post-COVID, work is sort of light. And I'd sign, anybody would sign, not anybody, but like, okay, get a facelift. You can keep your cock, but you're going to the White House and you're getting 10 sponsors and you're going to be globally famous. I think a lot of people would sign up for that.
I want to have a 3-way with Dylan and Victoria Jackson. Is that strange?
No.
Wow. That would definitely be tumultuous.
I don't know if she'd be down for it.
Yeah, I don't think
Jeremy
so.
David thinks that Dylan's a dude because Biden didn't smell his hair.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe Dylan's just taller than him. Mosey and Boney. Dylan reminds me of Richard. Would you pretend to be asleep for him? Cumia?
My old best friend in California, Richard. Yeah, at 14, we hang out all the time, and then at 14 or so, we were sleeping out at the tree fort, and he's like, "Can I suck your cock?"
What?
Like, what? He turned gay. Yeah, I had known him for a couple of years.
Him gay?
No, he just turned gay. He was
the power of your
obviously
cock.
He was gay, but as a kid, like he matured and started going through puberty and realized he was gay, and it went from hanging out, going down to Dana Point to fish.
Was it a
like
full
that.
moon, Anthony? Because that
I don't know. I don't know.
So wait, he was
That's
gay
the only
and
one
had
to
low
love
standards?
Many years ago. Yeah, he had that
You mean
low
being
standard.
gay? Yeah.
So I was like, make him believe I was asleep.
You're still sleeping.
Yeah. Oh, what? I don't remember
It's
anything.
a woman thing to do. Like you'd rather
That's
pretend you're
crazy.
asleep than reject somebody.
Yeah.
I got.
If you don't come, it's not gay. Don't worry about it.
True.
I got offered a blow job in the most fucking awkward way. My buddy was like a musician, and he had this dude from England who was gay as a producer. We were stuck in the city. My friend got hooked up with a girl, and I'm with his gay buddy who I don't know.
Jesus.
He's from England. It's downpouring. I go to drop him off in fucking Astoria, and he's locked out, and it's just like torrential rain. I'm like, all right. I'm living with my parents at the time. I'm like 21. I'm like, you could come crash over. So fucking I drive. He had nowhere to go. He's from another country. He's fucking. I'm like,
shit.
So I put like blankets on the floor and a pillow, whatever. And fucking a few minutes later, he's like, Cecil. He's like, how's about a bit of fun stuff? His English accent. And I'm like, I honestly thought he was asking for cocaine or something. And I'm like, dude, I gotta get up early, man. I can't. And then I just went back, and he's like, I don't think you understood me. Would you like a blowjob?
Oh.
So I'm gonna have we're gonna take this quiz right now.
Fucking gay.
And those following at home can answer as well. Here we go. We're gonna start this quiz.
Wow.
Have you ever had feelings for a same gender close friend? I think so.
What does that even mean?
Wait, I don't think so. No.
No, I've had White Castle. I've destroyed toilet bowls. I know what men are capable of. I have no desire to go near any man.
We're saying no.
We know the damage you could do
feelings.
from our
Okay.
ass. Anybody
Have you ever kissed someone or wanted to kiss someone of the same gender?
No.
These are not
Are you
good
sure?
questions.
All right,
Every question's like, are you gay?
Well,
do you
maybe
like
it's gonna pick up.
guys?
Maybe it's gonna pick
All
up.
of these questions boil down to, are you gay? Yes.
Yeah.
It's pretty obvious.
How do you feel about queer? This we can all answer. How do you feel about queer characters in TV shows and movies?
I liked E.T.
Do you notice them and don't feel strongly about them, or do you like the positive representation, or do you feel like you can identify with them, or you totally watch them for the queer ships?
There's
queer
not even.
ship?
Yeah, that's not. I can't answer any of
There's
those.
no fucking like fuck the queers
There's
on
no
the
fuck this
show.
option.
I love Terry from
Impossible to
Reno
answer.
911.
That's
Terry
gonna
the
make
roller
you gay.
skating.
Wow, your most like based option is I like the positive representation, but they don't stand out to me.
Yeah,
This is how straight you can answer.
Well,
I wonder
the
how
one
many
below,
people that
I
were
noticed.
confused that took this shit and now they think they're gay because
Yeah.
of questions like this.
That's a trick.
Okay.
This is a
question right
setup.
there.
This is a trick question. I think every answer to this is you're gay.
That's a fucking setup.
When someone asks you who you're crushing on,
Anyone I'm on top of.
okay. I make up a name or pick. Oh, this is stupid. I don't get the big deal about crushes. I talk about someone of the opposite sex who I'm genuinely crushing. I think you would say this, Cecil.
Where's my husband? on the list?
Not an option. Has anyone ever asked if you were gay?
Yeah, gay guys.
They don't assume it though, but once or twice.
What? Really?
We'll say once or twice, or like they assume you're. I don't think people assume you're gay, Cecil.
No, I don't have that.
Even that last answer's fucked though. It goes, never. People assume I'm straight. It doesn't mean you are. People just assume it. So again, they're fucking you with these questions.
No, I had gay friends, and I'd go to gay bars or clubs with them, and I'd be like, it's kind of. I go, no one's ever hit on me, and he's like, and my friend Kevin is just like, you are so not gay. Like he's like, you dress horribly.
Yeah, true.
He's like, you stand out. You're not.
So let's put you in the very straight category because of how you dress.
But let me explain something to you young fellas out there. Lots of strippers and like girls that work in like an industry, bartenders, go to the gay clubs because they can dance, do drugs, drink without getting harassed. If you are a straight guy willing to hang out there, you will fucking do great.
You'll clean up.
That's why I go to gay bars because I'm so straight.
Yeah, that's
it is true in a weird way.
Like Vito in The Sopranos. No,
it's a joke.
It's a joke. I'm joking.
When you imagine being in a relationship, what do you picture? Any gender, opposite sex, only opposite sex, same sex. This is basically, are you gay?
It's are you gay?
It's the same question over and over.
We're gonna say opposite sex.
You are gay.
When you jerk off to gay porn, how hard do you jerk off?
Yeah. How hard
Wait, it depends. Is there a thunderstorm going on? Am I frightened?
How do you feel about identifying as gay? No, I don't really think that's me. I think that's how you would answer.
Yeah.
Have you ever felt attracted to someone of the same gender? This is basically, are you gay?
This is are you gay?
Have you ever been attracted, Cecil? I don't think so. I'm gonna say no.
No. I mean, I can recognize what a good-looking man looks like, though. I can tell an ugly guy from a good-looking guy.
Gay.
That shows that answer.
Oh my God, you're so gay.
How do you feel about dating someone of the
Do I want to go into a treehouse and then have a sleepover with Anthony? A little.
There you go.
You have dated opposite gender. All right, only 2 more questions. Do you ever fantasize about being someone of the same gender? Ooh.
All of these questions are you gay?
Are you gay? I'm saying no for that. When
That's
you
the
imagine
gayest thing I've ever heard in my entire life.
or being intimate with a future partner, how do you feel? What? I don't like this answer. I'm too young for that. This is groomery.
I don't have the abs for that.
This is for kids.
Did this come out?
This is for kids.
This is a kid quiz.
That was the point I made at the start of this. I was like, I wonder how many of these young folk are taking this, and now they were confused or some shit. Maybe had Victoria, and now they think they're fucking gay.
Was this in Highlight? Was this in Highlights magazine?
Look at the counselor in the top right.
Dentist.
Look at the counselor in the top right. It looks like some motherfucker that would write some shit like this.
She looks like a gender-affirming therapist.
Oh,
100%.
Christ.
Ew.
Yeah.
Why is the second answer good, I guess? How is that an answer?
Whatevs.
Because these are children, and so some of them don't actually have any sexual attraction. Like the answer, I'm too young for that. So like, I don't know.
The fact that this is even an option is really bad.
Weird.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm gonna play
let's see if
Minecraft.
you're gay, Cecil. Oops, one more. If you scroll through your feed,
that should be one of the answers. I don't know. I'm gonna play Minecraft.
Yeah. Let's see if you're a gay child.
Are you getting queer content creators in your feed, Cecil? I think everyone is.
Are now.
Yes, I'm gonna say, yep, you got me. Or maybe.
I blame Zuckerberg.
Yeah. Let's just say yeah, but only for a few.
All
All right, let's see
right.
if you're gay. You're probably straight.
Probably.
It's not
With 2
confirmed.
guys dancing.
still,
You're
you
probably straight.
You're probably straight, but keep at it.
How many?
That's a good
You're like
image.
three Bud Lights away from sucking it.
No, it doesn't want you to be straight. I think this is a little bit swayed here.
Why didn't they use the lemon party image for that?
Wait,
Oh, you're
why
probably
is it
straight.
why are there 2 guys dancing next to you?
Right. It doesn't make any sense.
That's not.
Hey, yeah, wait a minute.
That's not straight at all.
Who's leading
No.
there?
Yeah, how come the picture of girls' tits don't pop up?
Yeah.
For the old Bud Light marketing campaign.
Spuds McKenzie.
Yeah, why doesn't
Those were
Spud
great.
McKenzie come up?
Party and bikini girls and a fucking
Oh
hammered
my
dog.
God. Look at this. Even though you answered this quiz very straightly, look how this sounds. It sounds like you're into people of the opposite sex and don't really relate to common queer experiences. Still, here's one thing you have in common. You deserve love and respect. Okay, ultimately, romantic and sexual attraction exists on a wide spectrum.
And remember, kids, a mouth is a mouth.
Yeah. A hole is a hole. And no quiz or person can tell you how to identify. This is literally a quiz to tell you how to identify. But even though you got straight, keep at it. You get to love who you love, feel what you feel, identify how you want, and be affirmed no matter what.
This is aimed at kids. You can tell by the language, like the rhetoric of it.
It is.
Propaganda.
Do they have any
100%.
questions about do you masturbate when you watch WWE?
How to tell that your crush likes you back? Yeah, this is for like tweens.
For kids, man. Yeah, for sure.
So she is a social worker who specializes in creating safe spaces for high school kids and college kids, respectful of marginalized identities.
This chick right here?
Yeah.
She's the co-author.
The co-author.
I'm going to give this a unhelpful 1-star review.
Deb Schneider.
Deb.
Chrissy, I'm going to punch out.
Straight.
Congrats on
Oh,
600. No. So good to see you. Thanks for inviting me on.
600 shows.
Very exciting.
That's
Keri, Anthony,
Hi,
Cecil, Eric.
Karl, we got to check and make sure nobody asked you a specific Karl question.
Okay.
In the chat
Who are
here.
these.com is where you can find my website and all my fun shows that I do.
Oh, good.
But it's been cool talking to all you guys.
Oh, this was
Absolutely.
a
I was surprised. I didn't know you'd be on board. Good
I
to see you.
know. I thought it'd just be me and Chris. I know she had other friends.
I thought it was gonna be me and Owen Shroyer trading bad jokes for 3 hours.
Awesome.
But thank God you all showed up.
I'm just surprised that there isn't a potato here. This is the first time I've been on a show like this.
Oh, I didn't even
Just
think
people.
to invite the potato.
Your 600 show. I'm very excited.
Oh, thank you. All right, bye, guys.
Thank you.
Bye, guys. All right. We have oh, he's gone.
Yeah. Bye.
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 Wow. Bye.
Eve.
Eric.
Davis.
Congrats on you hired Carolyn. She was telling us on last Simcast how she's so excited to be working for the Ripperverse.
Yeah.
And I just was imagining her in the
Yeah, man,
warehouse
she's been killing it.
wedding.
She's been doing a phenomenal job. She fits right in kind of with the where she is right there. Fits right in with the culture of like, the actual company, and like she's killer at her job. She's doing a wonderful job. That's all I could ever ask for. I'm just glad to be in a position that we can employ awesome people.
That is awesome.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
It's kind of what you were saying before. I mean, you've done this in the comic book world, and now it's just, how do we get people to step up and replicate what you've done, but in other fields?
That's what we need.
Create job openings. And like when people get canceled, it's like, it doesn't matter.
Yep.
Because you can go over here and they don't care about your stupid cancellation.
Yeah, I was just talking about that with Robert Barnes and Frey on their show earlier today about how, these fucking gay furries came after one of my creative managers over the whole Hogwarts Legacy shit, and they're so accustomed to going to people's employers, and they were acting like Ripperverse, like, hey, look at one of your employees said type stupid shit, not understanding like we're not that kind of fucking company, right? So, of course, I reply like, who gives a shit? He can say whatever the fuck he wants on social media. He's not getting fired. Nothing's gonna fucking change. And that's I think why they are so aggravated at like what the Ripperverse was. It was less about me. It was more about what it represented, in the sense that it's something that they can't control, and they can screech and scream all day long, but there's nothing they can fucking do about it. And I think that's what they're truly scared of. That's not to say that us bitching and moaning is pointless. But I think what they're truly afraid of is that there's entities that that those tactics just simply don't work on, and they'll be powerless once more people figure that out.
It's so interesting too how they give up pretty quickly when they realize nothing's going to happen. They're not going to get someone fired. They're not ruining someone's life, and then they move on. So honestly, if more companies, and especially some of the bigger ones, would use that kind of strategy, I think it could resolve this pretty quickly, because when people do back down and start that apology tour and they hire this one and that one, it just, you give into it and they come back 20-fold.
Smell blood.
Go fuck yourself is the answer they need. As soon as they hear "go fuck yourself," they literally turn around and go,
they
go to some, they go to more fertile ground. They're like, I'm not going to get go fuck yourself means I got nothing going on here. I'm going to waste a lot of time. You get no results. I could go after somebody where just my mere presence is scaring the shit out of them.
Right. Because you hear "go fuck yourself," that's not somebody you can bully, and these people rely on the fact that they can bully people.
It's like when Captain Kirk would give a robot a paradox, and he would just be like, does not compute, and like Kirk fucking gets him with words, you know. He gives him a paradox he can't figure out. That's what they do.
Love.
Go fuck myself, but you are
love
supposed
is
to
love.
be afraid of me. Love is love. Love is love.
Probably straight.
Probably straight. Wait, did you see? Actually, a few months ago, Dylan put out a fucking video that was like a really veiled threat. Like, hey, I see a lot of mean comments. I'd hate to see this stuff come back to you if you're trying to get a job. It was like,
that's what they rely on, man. It's
it was like
it's been effective for them. Like, I mean, they've gotten people up out of jobs, and you know, to Anthony's point, like these guys are. You see all of the fake ass jobs that they have, where they have people facilitating, like, hey, we need to have this person with this view all in our companies, like fucking DI or whatever, DIE, which is die, but DEI, I guess what they said, diversity, equity, and whatever,
and inclusion,
that's what it is, and all these fake ass jobs and stuff. That's where they all come from, because for whatever reason, these fucking companies are afraid of these mob of like weirdos, to where they think like we have to give them some sort of presence in our company, and then we have to move mountains for them on top of that, even though oftentimes, and really in any demographic, when you look at just how many of them, even if you said 100% of them agreed with your views, even if you had all 100% of them like buy your product, you can't really move the needle, because it's simply not that many of them anyway. So it's such a bizarre reason, you know, when you consider just the economics of it all, that it doesn't make sense. Of all demographics to like bend over backwards for, that's the one you choose.
And it's not 500 people fucking tweeting and doing these things. It's five people doing 100
just real loud.
One person with 5 accounts. More likely, you know, they're
100%.
They're all pieces of shit.
What's interesting about this is like now it's like you've created with this headline, it's like this feedback loop of Dylan will say, "Oh, I'm an easy target because I am now a victim, and I'm correct. Everything I've been saying and doing is supported by the response to the Bud Light marketing." So it's like, ugh.
You can't
everything
criticize
just supports the system.
You can't criticize it. You can't. The second you say, "Yeah, fuck you," we're going to use our purchasing power to not buy Bud Light, and then you do it, and it does drop off the sales. They go, "Oh, look at what these homophobic people did." No, how about you just don't. We don't agree, and we use what we are able to use, money.
You're not obligated to your money, man.
Yeah, exactly.
I love this. Dylan says, "Oh, I'm an easy target because I'm new to this. I think going after a trans woman who has been doing this for 20 years is a lot more difficult." You know who actually would have been an amazing Bud Light mascot is fucking
Caitlin.
No, what's his name? Trampa. Buck Angel. Buck Angel.
Oh my God.
Would be like you go, yeah, that's Bud Light. Fucking Buck Angel would crash a can on his head. And they've been trans for a very long time, had to fight tooth and nail for it, did it before it was cool.
All right, wait, I got a question for the fellas. Gun to the head, who do you bang? Buck Angel or the chick Chrissie had on yesterday?
Oh, I know.
Wow.
Like always that question.
So difficult.
We've offered up that identical question with, I think it was Bailey J was the girl. Still, Bailey J has like a huge dick.
What's the answer?
So it's like, what do you do? I think we all had to ask face to face, or is it backwards, doggy style? Like the position was important. Is kissing involved? Like it just really got, you know, if you're just.
No, they still have the penis, and it's
no.
They still have the penis, and it's got to be missionary.
Jesus Christ! But Buck is a fucking man. That is crazy. Yeah. I don't know.
I think I would do Buck with a strap on.
Buck with a strap
for the story. Yeah.
Well, for you, it's kind
I'd be like, tell me about being gay in the 80s,
Yeah, Buck is more woman than I can handle and more man than I'll ever be.
Yeah. That's a good point.
That should be a t-shirt.
Now I have to go. Chrissie.
Oh.
I know. Do you have anyone
You're too
else popping on?
transphobic for Anthony.
Yeah, I can't take that transphobic
We got some
shit.
Anthony-oriented supers. Let me make sure if anybody had any. Oh, Dylan Adams, congrats on episode 600. Yo, Anthony, Sam Hyde has been vocal about training either you or Opie to fight in a boxing match. Opie is refusing Sam's help. Give the fans what they want. Put an end to the feud.
Could you imagine me fighting in
You
any
would win.
capacity? I would not. I'm just no. At
Be
this
like-
point, my bones are probably like pretzel rods and graham crackers. I'm not ready
But
to
you're
step
on
up there.
team, man. You got the advantage.
Yeah. I don't fight. I'm not a put up your dukes fighter. I'll just shoot a motherfucker. If they really good. I could run, and I could shoot a gun. That's pretty much it. I'll run away from any situation, and then if you can't run, just shoot. What else am I gonna do?
America.
I'm past my prime, when it comes to fisticuffs.
Yeah, one liver punch would pretty much end my life.
Please.
MK Solid Ant Chad says video games are only for children.
Is that his big focus now? Sorry, I've been into video gaming since I was even a kid. Like Pong. Fucking Pong I was playing it. And then space games, the Space Raiders and Star Raiders. Space Invaders, of course. And now, I have a insane rig and I play Call of Duty and other games,
Now you could afford like ColecoVision in a good.
Yeah. I'm glad I still like video games. It's so cool to be able to actually afford shit.
People
when
love
you're
your
a kid,
stream.
You're just like, I'm just obnoxious.
Timo, Chrissy, congrats on 600. Great crew here tonight. Anthony, Budweiser needs to make you lead in advertisement, not some mental case. True. You're constantly advertising. You drink every show.
I give them all the support that they need or that I could possibly give them. I drink it. I don't drink Bud Light, but I mean, they're different divisions of the same umbrella. So I don't know.
I just finished a bottle of Absolute while on this show.
Oh, there you go.
And I would say Absolute straight, but I'm not. I'm probably straight.
You're probably.
Probably. Mozambique Cecil has been caught hanging out of the dealer's room with a mouthful of pollywogs. Anthony is the best. Louis Beans. I don't understand that.
I don't know what that means.
Is that like a cum reference?
Yeah, I think that.
Okay.
I think they got the scale off. If your cum has polywog size fucking spermatozoa in it,
and you haven't come in a while,
you should see the doctor. Yeah.
Yeah. If they're taking root.
I've swallowed a goldfish before. Is that like that?
Vito, hell, Club Soda Kenny. Oh,
good for you. Club Soda Kenny turned on me. Mercenary.
Wow. Good for you, though, Anthony, for going to the cellar. Immediately, right away. With reinforcements.
Reinforcements. Francine. Hilarious. She's coming back in a month. Like she texted me and she goes, "Oh my God, we had so much fun." She goes, "I'm bringing my little sister with me and she wants to meet you and we'll hang out." And I'm like, "Okay, fuck." She was fun.
Bring her to the cellar again. Say this is your daughter.
Oh my God, that would
Black
be
daughter.
hilarious.
There's no way they can kick you out.
Right now, try kicking me out.
Yeah.
You're fucking hilarious. Chrissy, thank you. Of course, Keri, Eric, thank you, man. And Cecil, awesome. Great night. Chrissy,
thanks,
congrats.
Anthony.
And we will see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Later.
Bye. Bye. Watch Anthony Cumia Monday through Thursday on Compound Media. His show is 4 to 6 p.m., but sometimes it's till 7. Sometimes it creeps into my time slot. Animal Kelly, wow, thanks for the super chat. Happy 600, Chrissy. Wow, surprising to see one that didn't threaten violence, Alex. Oops, I don't know the context.
It's from a while back, probably.
It's from before.
He's crazy.
Ask Anthony, maybe you know this, Chrissy, but does he even still Does anyone even try to do that stuff on him? I can't imagine any woke people going to him and being like, "Fire this employee."
Yeah. Well, he owns a network, so it's less of people trying to get him fired, but he still has so many trolls. But like as we all do, and it's like, you know, the trolls only have as much oxygen as you give them, and he'll always have ankle biters. But it's just a sign of it. But he's in like the best position because he doesn't have to fuck with anybody that he doesn't like. And I think we all kind of notice, I think I especially do notice with comedians, like, wow, they'll sometimes quietly in my DMs be like, I kind of agree with you, like as you do on X, Y, and Z thing, but they have to still toe the line, not piss off the gatekeepers because they're not at a point where they have like a self-sufficient career or fuck you money. I mean, you don't even need fuck you money. You just have like multiple streams of income, and none of them have to do with, you know, the mainstream or the legacy entertainment.
The money is now coming from saying fuck you. That's really like the money is coming from the people saying fuck you. Like even that chick that, you know, got attacked, at the swimmer who got attacked. What do you think her income was going to be as a swimmer after college? Zero.
There are no swimming jobs. I checked.
Now people are like, you know, sending her money. She's being sponsored by people.
She's hot too.
Supporting
I want to see her on
she's
Playboy.
It's like you are rewarded for standing up for this shit. I mean, look at Eric right here. I mean, even my comic, I had a deal with Dynamite Comics, and I was supposed to do a cover with Vampirella and Red Sonja, and it got canceled because they're like, oh, this guy's Comicsgate. He's a right wing, whatever the fuck it was, and they just canceled it. I put out the fucking cover. Actually, I got it right here. I put out my own. Where the fuck is it? Hold on. I put out my own version of it and sold like $75,000 extra fucking this one. So I just switched it out with that's John Malin's character. That's Ethan Van Sciver's character. They loaned it to me, and
look
people
at the boobs.
were like, people were so
are like crawling up you.
Yeah. This is just like real life, Chris. You know, you've been out with me.
This is basically you on the wet spot. It ends in this kind of visual.
But it's like when people see you getting canceled and you say fuck you, like they reward you. And like, I mean, just look at the Ripperverse. I mean, it's the fucking everybody wants to tell these people go fuck yourself and give them an outlet. These comics that are like, oh, I don't have enough fuck you money to do this. No, you will get the fuck you money by saying fuck you. That's how it is nowadays. You know, Chrissy,
you have the self-respect. Even if you don't get the FU money, you have the self-respect of like that freedom. They don't have that freedom. That's why they're messaging you quietly, because it's so suffocating. You know,
and I also feel like there's so many people who've already decided that I'm the enemy, that like, even if I were, so Anthony is thinking about, because he's moving to South Carolina and he's talking about maybe opening a comedy club with or similar to Rogan's club in Austin, the Mothership. And I'm like, Anthony, you open a club, watch everybody do a 180 and start kissing, literally tongue up your butthole. Like, watch everybody change their tune, because once you can start offering comedians spots, like most comedians have no scruples. They're about getting themselves as famous as possible. They won't stand up for free speech. They didn't stand up for mandates, the majority of them. They're just like, and I get it. A lot of people are like paycheck to paycheck, but that was just a real kind of, I don't know, not rude awakening, but I really expected more comics to stand up during the lockdowns and being against the jabs. And I'm just like, oh no, people just, they don't fucking care.
Because comedy is truth. And there was so much obvious hypocrisy and lies, and no one was calling it out because out of like, this vaccine will work, but only if the other person takes it. Like, you know what I mean? Like shit like that is like a comic would be like, okay, comedians, the bullshit detectors are way higher than the normal person. And they all turned it off during the
it's like, well, I won't get on Colbert if I make jokes like that. So I'm not even going to write jokes like that.
You're going to pretend this doesn't sound like complete bullshit. Wait, the Wuhan virus came from a fucking market down the street from the Wuhan fucking virus fucking company, basically. It's like, no, not from there, from down the block. Yeah, okay.
Wuhan
like
brand.
you can't call this shit out. Like,
Bat,
no,
bat
it was the death of truth, and comedy is truth. It's like you call out, you fucking call it as you see it, and everybody was afraid to fucking call it as you see it. Everybody
It would
was
be crazy
scared.
if Cumia opened a club. Everybody would start kissing his ass again, and then it's like, it's just amazing because Anthony has like fuck you money, but he also doesn't care about, once you let go of caring about impressing certain people and you can sort of like build your own ecosystem of relationships, creative outlets, like of course income too, but and even starting a side hustle if you're not ready to leave your full-time job yet. Like I literally had at least 1 or 2 jobs for like 15 years before I was ready to. And I wasn't even ready. I just got fired because I wouldn't take the jab. And I was like, well, here we go. So it's always good to just, you can always put a foot in. You can always start like working on that side hustle. And even if you put 10% into it, you know, that's something. And I think the people I trigger who hate me are people who never put the time into creating something for themselves. They're like, well, I had my job, then I kept getting promoted, and now I'm making too much money, and I don't have time or don't want to make the time to start doing what I'm passionate about.
Yeah, it's absolute resentment. There's a Tom McDonald song where he sings about how everyone, I think it's a song called Everybody Hates Me. And there's a line in there about how, I'll butcher it, and I'm just paraphrasing, but he's talking about like, you hate me because you're locked into this life that you hate. You hate your life. He's like, you hate me because all I do is rap and sleep.
Yeah.
And that's it. They hate you because you do your show, you do comedy, you do what you want to do, and they see you doing it, and it's people who are unhappy in their own situation but aren't changing it.
I think that also speaks to why the quality of so many things are dog shit because of that. You know, is the point I was making earlier. It's, I mean, you can't possibly work in the best conditions, like under those conditions really at all, or do your best work, let's say that, if you have to worry about or stress about being canceled or something of that nature, right? So, you know, these people are suffocating, and, you know, emotionally and psychologically, you can't possibly produce your best work under those conditions. And I think that's where a lot of the envy comes from, because it is quite liberating when you, like ourselves, can just get to wake up and say whatever the fuck you want, and not have to be confined to whatever, like these sort of constraints that all these people have, because, well, this is kind of the bed that they've made, and this is the culture that they've allowed to manifest themselves. And, you know, I can't imagine being that fucking miserable and trying to do quality work. It has to be an impossible task.
And you get so much hate, Eric.
Eric
everyone doubted you. You continue to get shit even after making millions of dollars.
Yeah.
Like,
well, that's the hate. The more money you make, the more hate you get.
Yeah, these motherfuckers do not like me, man. I mean, and every day it's like a new, or every other week it's like a new group of these fucking weirdos. You get the same kind of sock accounts, but then it's like, again, this past week was fucking gay furries and VTubers, all because I said, yeah, mutilating children is bad. Like, apparently that was just so fucking like that was a hot take.
That's really interesting, bigot.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
and it's like
transphobic.
It was eye-opening, and which I don't really get that experience for a lot of these guys. But, you know, these people have become comfortable saying some really fucked up shit. I don't know if y'all kept up with the guy that made the video about VTube.
Yeah, I've been watching you.
Yeah.
I know.
So it was this guy, he VTubes as a anime. He's a dude, but it's like some anime chick that he has. That's his VTube kind of avatar. And this motherfucker flat out just was like, he said that kids know they're trans at the age of 4. And he also said, and this stuff he's just saying publicly in video.
At the age of 4.
Yeah. And he also said double mastectomies weren't a big deal. And I was like,
yeah, because you can get breast implants.
Yeah, because you can get breast implants. That's what he said. I was like,
out of his mind.
You are fucked up. Like, but imagine how, I guess that goes to show kind of the cultural rot that a person can say something like that. There's that guy. That's him. Which is that, and that's a real picture of him. That's a real picture of him right there. He looks exactly like I would think a guy that would say.
Oh, that's his avatar. He talks as a girl.
God.
Yeah. And it's like, yeah, that's not a misquote either. He said that they know that they're trans from between the ages of 4 and 6. I'm like, dude, like, imagine the cultural rot or how fucking degenerate things are or people are, that people are saying this admittedly and out in the open. Like, what the fuck, man?
It's like projection. It's like, no, you want them. Like, it's like, how do you know what's in a child's mind?
Yeah.
But this doesn't strike me as a parent either. This does look like Frank after a stroke, by the way. So it's a little bit creeping me out. Yeah. All right, I gotta get that off.
So just to your point about 4-year-olds, I'm in a bunch of these groups on Facebook, these parents of transgender kids with like tens of thousands of parents. And you get kicked out if you don't go along with everything they tell you to do. Like, so it's really like a cult. And in these groups, they do believe you are at 4 years old, you're capable of saying I'm trans. But I saw a post by this mom, and she was asking for advice. She was like, my 4-year-old has transitioned. I think it was from boy to girl, but he still likes boy things. But anyway, I asked him what name he asked her what name she wanted. She picked boat worker because she likes boats. And I loved it because in the comments they're all like, wait a minute.
What are her parents, Elon and Grimes?
But it's like you're old enough to pick. They think you're old enough to say I'm the other sex, but you're not old enough to pick your name. So they were trying to like, why don't you look up some famous boat workers and suggest a boater name? I'm
a girl. Wait, I'm a girl. What do you want to be when you grow up? A longshoreman,
boat worker.
That is sad.
No, we need more women in these jobs.
We went from all of us, I think, grew up in the time period where it's like the message that we were given is you're perfect the way you are.
Yeah.
Don't let people tell you that you're not perfect. You know, God made you this way, and that's who you're supposed to.
But also try to be thin was the overall message.
Oh yeah, but also if you have to throw up to stay skinny, do that.
Yeah, if you have to skip a meal or two, you know.
Definitely. You can eat a lot, but you have to go to the bathroom right afterwards and throw it out. No, but the whole messaging was like, you're perfect the way you are. Don't accept yourself. You're beautiful. Like that was what kids were taught. Now it's like, hey, to fit in, you really should like mutilate yourself because you're God's biggest. You were a mistake. You were one of God's mistakes.
Yeah,
and mutilate yourself if you want to fit in.
You should treat your body like a spare tire. You never know when you're gonna need your tits. You never know when you're gonna need that dick. You might not be into it right now, but keep it in the back.
But that's the thing about like why it's so frustrating now, because it's like the fact that they just couldn't leave children out of that shit. Like it was just so bizarre. Like at minimum, you would think no matter where you're at on the political spectrum, like, all right, if for a decision that drastic, it's best that minors aren't making that fucking decision. Like that should have been something that was, and it was at some point, like everybody because we're having this conversation now, but you can imagine 10 years ago, this wasn't a fucking thing. Like,
no. How did liberals become okay with this? Like, liberals with children, how are you okay with
I'll tell you what it is. It's not even the issue. It's like, if the other side's against it, I'm for it.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the fucking,
so it's like spite.
Yeah.
That's how you got them to be pro pharmaceutical companies,
pro
war.
Spite.
Is they're like
pro war, pro big pharma,
pharma. Like there's
no principles. There's no principles.
Yeah, it's just spite, and that doesn't surprise me at all. But it goes to show how sad and pathetic they are. But yeah, the fact that they couldn't. It was eye-opening for me, man. This recent week, just like a guy just saying saying some shit like that. And I was getting uncomfortable because I was watching the video. Obviously, the video's about me, and this guy's sitting here just saying this shit out loud, and I'm like, this is like a fundamental problem, and like everything kind of seeps in. Like this wasn't a thing even like maybe 5 years ago. Like how quick shit got bad to where these guys now feel comfortable enough to say fucked up shit like a 4-year-old can be trans and double mastectomies aren't that big of a deal, and feel like just comfortable about that. Like that's quite fucking sad.
And if they can link anything back to Trump, it's like, oh great, that's in the Trump pile.
Oh yeah,
cool.
You Trumpers Well, that's it. Like I listen, I have a sister that's like a super liberal, and she's just like, she's giving her kids every goddamn booster, and it's because, and she's when I say she's smarter than me, I mean she's like got 50 fucking IQ points higher than me. Like she went to Johns Hopkins. She's like fucking
she's
brilliant.
wasting them.
And it's just, but completely driven by spite. Like to admit she was wrong about the vaccine is inconceivable. She will fucking put the needles in her kids' eyes before fucking she admits she's wrong. Like, you know what I mean? Like they cannot be like, those dumb Trumpers, those hillbillies were right. And I fucking, my fucking master,
my degrees.
Fuck that. They will die. They would die before they admit it. What are you eating there, Lila? Mexican?
I know, I'm so hungry. I haven't had bread in forever. No.
Is it
when I say Mexican, I meant is that a Chihuahua? Because I know you're Filipino.
Are you eating a dog?
It's a Pomeranian.
Aw.
Oh.
Looks really
it's
good.
Quesadilla.
Jesus, that looks good.
It's the best. It's this place called Taco Max. It's really good. Hi guys.
Hi, Lila.
Episodes. Ooh.
Oh my God, 600 episodes. You know what I think it is too? I think regular people, which is most people, are against it, but they are afraid to publicly say so because they're afraid of woke mob. They don't want to get fired from their accounting job. They don't want to get kicked out. They don't want to be unfriended on Facebook. And you're like, you know what? This isn't really affecting my life. I'm a regular person. My kids are regular people. I'm not really dealing with this. So it doesn't really hurt me to go what they think is neutral on it, but really they're just kind of allowing the insanity to fester and continue.
Oh, I agree with that. That's actually perfectly.
That's why the girls in sports, I'm like, listen, this is easily solved. You've got to step up. It's not guys aren't going to come in and save you. It's you being like, get up the podium and refuse to jump in. When you get up to when they fucking fire the gun, refuse to run, refuse to jump in the pool. You standing there will be the statement. If you get one or two others, if you get everyone to do it, that's the statement. But even if you're the only one, do it. Like fucking, you know what I mean? And that'll inspire other people. But if you're just waiting for everybody else to do it, you're fucked. You're going to sit there and watch yourself be knocked out of position, lose scholarships, and you're not helping anyone else behind you. You're just being a coward. Like fuck it.
To your point earlier, Cecil, about your sister being so much smarter than you IQ-wise, but falling for this stuff. There's a quote that I think it's a Thomas Sowell quote. Maybe someone correct me in the chat if I'm wrong, but he says there's some ideas so stupid only an intellectual could believe them.
Yeah,
which is true. I think sometimes people we think, oh, but their IQ so high, or they went to this fancy college. It in some ways makes them more susceptible for programming, I think, and for brainwashing.
And then I mean, to be fair, a lot of what they learn is more of what we consider smart is essentially regurgitating whatever their particular establishment tells them to do.
Yes, it's like theories. It's not real life.
It's not really like any sort of like end game that they came to themselves by way of like whatever sort of conclusive evidence or reason or logic or something like that. They didn't really get this, which is why it's so difficult for them to work their way through it. It's like, you know, the whole Elon with that reporter thing where, you know, he's talking to him and he's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like
that was so good.
Yeah, and he's like, and he can't because he's just simply saying something. It's a talking point essentially. And that's
give me an example. Give me an example. Yeah. Give me. This is my end. This is how I end. I swear to God, this every single liberal friend I go, all right, you know what? I'm an open book right now. Win me over. Show me the city in the United States that's been run by Democrats for decades, and you go, this is what I want the rest of the country to be. Point it, and they think for fucking about 5 seconds, and they go, fuck you, Cecil. And it's like, wait a minute, you can't even give me. Yeah.
If you guys haven't seen this video, it's Elon Musk absolutely owning this BBC reporter
I would
in an interview.
That, you know, we have spoken to people who
just basically not letting it go. What hate speech? What do you mean?
Recently who were involved in moderation, and they just say there's not enough people to police this stuff, particularly around hate speech in the company.
What hate speech are you talking about? I mean, you use Twitter,
right?
Do you see a rise
This
in hate
man
speech?
is so full of shit.
Just a personal anecdote. Like, what do you? I don't.
Personally, my For You, I would see I get more of that kind of content. Yeah, personally, but I'm not going to talk to the rest of for the rest of Twitter.
You see more hate speech personally.
I would say I would see more hateful content in that.
Content you don't like or hateful? What do you mean?
That's what it is.
Yeah, I mean, just content that will solicit a reaction, something that may include something that is slightly racist or slightly sexist, those kinds of things.
So you think if something is slightly sexist, it should be banned?
No,
is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying anything.
I'm just curious. I'm trying to understand what you mean by
He is so good at
a literal NPC.
Like
he's just operating on talking, but he can't even function and like answer because Elon's asking him, okay, give me your personal anecdote. Fuck what everybody else is saying. Like, you tell me what your experience is, and he's just like rattling off random shit.
Yeah.
Nobody, they live in such bubbles that no one ever asks, no one ever raises it. They could talk for days and weeks and months on end, and no one ever asks, like just even the question, no one ever asks a question. They're like, oh, fuck, someone's questioning me. Everybody I talk to agrees with me. No one ever fucking questions.
He's
they
such
just
a good
agree.
listener. He doesn't get defensive. He listens to exactly what he's saying and holds him to task instead of being like, oh no, it's not right. It's like, no, really, give me an example. And this guy is so used to talking to people who yes and him, who don't challenge him. The whole environment he works in, everyone he speaks to supports him without asking, be like, well, why do you feel the way you do? Why we're not allowing him to just talk in sweeping generalizations? And it's very good. And Elon is very patient in this, and he just literally just talks himself down the drain.
Yeah, content. And I'm asking for specific examples. And you just said that if something is slightly sexist, that's hateful content. Does that mean that it should be banned?
Well, you've asked me whether my feed, whether it's got less or more. I'd say it's got slightly more.
That's what I'm asking.
Slightly more, and then he says, oh, well, I'm not really on Twitter anymore. And you think if this guy were truly offended by something, he would have screenshotted, he would have printed it out, he'd been like, look at this offensive, sexist, racist tweet. This was on my opening page, whatever. Here's the proof. But he didn't even do that.
You can't think of one. Like, I saw a tweet by Cat Turd this week.
Yeah, Cat Turd really triggered me.
Like, just name one.
He doesn't know, man. Like, this is how these people are. They malfunction because, like, to everybody's point, they're not actually accustomed to fielding a contrary, anything contrary to whatever narrative. I mean, if you guys watch my montage your haters, like debates that I have, it goes the same way. Where someone will make a positive claim about me, and I'm like, okay, give me an example or show the receipts, and they're like stumble and bumble, and they don't really they need you to be something. And this is this represents to me the sort of modern like Western leftists, in that they have their mind already made up because they've already formed an argument to a talking point that they've made up in their head. It's the dragon that they needed to slay. So regardless of whether or not you fit in that mold or you fit in that box, they're going to put you there. It's like the Trump situation. Like, you can be someone like me who's a fucking anarchist. It's not like I like the guy. That it doesn't stop them from calling me a fucking Trump supporter or a Trumper the minute I say something that's that they disagree with, because that's all they have prepared. That was the only talking point that they have. One of my classics was me arguing with some chick who claimed I was like transphobic, and I didn't even acknowledge the statement. Like, and she was so like she was so prepared to like argue that, because that's what she wants. She wants you on the defense instead of her being on the defense. She wants you on the defense. And I was like, I didn't even acknowledge it. She was like, so you're not gonna, comment on these claims of transphobia? And I was like, no, I have I'm under no requirement to sit up here. You made that shit up in your own head. You can argue with yourself, but I'm under no requirement to argue against that. So, they malfunction, and it's unfortunate, but so many people get on the defense, which this is the reaction you should have. Generally, someone will call you a fucking racist or say that you're doing something that it is that you're not. And the first instinct of a lot of us is to be like, well, no, I'm not. And they start rattling off reasons. Fuck that. Like, make them have to prove the goddamn point.
Yes. He's not even getting on board with his reality.
Yeah.
because they put all these presuppositions in everything they say. Like there's hate speech there, or there's like tonight I was reading some headlines about this is a while back, but country star Jason Aldean, his wife had done an Instagram post. She got piled on by all these woke country stars for it, and all the headlines from that time period were saying, you know, Jason Aldean's wife makes hateful, transphobic comments. That was the headline. They don't let you read the comment and see if you think it was transphobic. They're telling you this. That's what this dude's doing. Hate.
Right.
There's a lot of hateful content.
Trust me, bro.
Oh, they say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is it?
Can I see the receipts? Trust me, bro. That's it. Just trust me, man.
Yep.
It's way more hateful. You got an example? Nah, trust me.
No.
Yeah, and he makes him sound like such a pussy. Oh, so you think something that's kind of sexist should be banned? Which is like any joke that any of us would tell casually.
Sexism and racism or whatever they determine that day. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
It
Is
doesn't
coming
matter.
from a right winger.
Yeah, and what your intention is, it doesn't even fucking matter. It's like if that's all they know, and this is why it doesn't matter what it is. They often reach for that card or that straw. They're not prepared to say anything else.
They hate argument. They hate debate because honestly, they are the worst at debating. They can't back up anything they fucking say without looking like ultimate clowns, and they can hear themselves within a few seconds, and they know they sound like clowns, and then they just get angry.
Yes.
Like I said, when I say, give me an example of the city, I'll give you a few cities that have been run by Democrats for 40 or 50 years. San Francisco, Detroit, Baltimore, fucking Chicago. Give me the one. Tell me the one that you want the rest of the country to be like, yes, it's been, and they start to fucking think. They don't even fucking finish. They just go fuck you right away.
It's an abort.
Yeah, they abort right away. They're just like
true Democrat policies haven't been tried, not true ones.
True. Yeah.
Woke is modern day Maoism.
Yeah,
Philly,
Portland, like you fucking you can fucking just go through the whole list and be.
It's not Dallas because Dallas ain't always been fucking slanted to Democrats.
I heard Austin.
Austin's full of a bunch of fucking leftists, but like cities like Dallas, like they've swayed historically. Anyway, hell, even Texas, like people forget. It's funny, people talk about Texas turning blue, and I'm like, it was in a lot of y'all's lifetime where Texas had blue senators. Like it wasn't that
had blue governors, man.
Yeah, like it wasn't that long ago. Like so,
Smurfs.
Yeah.
What's pretty cool is what's happening in the Netherlands is this whole farm party rose up as a result. The farmer citizen movement rose up as a result of the government wanting to basically
coverage
destroy 3,000 farms to reach whatever 2030 whatever globalist climate goal. They were like, no, fuck that shit. They started their own political party, ran and won.
There's no coverage of that here. You notice that?
None. We're covering it here.
That's very Trumpian what happened there. That is very fucking.
Yes, it's a populist Trumpian event. Farmers. Oopsie. No, I don't want to. Farmers protest party win, shock, Dutch vote victory. This is the face of the Netherlands. Oh shit, we won. Farmer Citizen Movement, the BBB, was only set up in 2019 in the wake of widespread farmers' protests. But with most votes counted, they are only due to win 15 of the Senate seats or 20% of the vote. This isn't normal, but it actually is. It's all normal citizens who voted, said leader Carolyn van der Plas. The BBB aims to fight government plans to slash nitrogen emissions harmful to biodiversity by dramatically reducing livestock numbers. Yeah, they told all the farms, or these 3,000 farms, reduce your livestock by 30%.
That's fucking crazy, man.
Yeah, but its appeal has spread rapidly beyond its rural heartland on a populist platform that represents traditional conservative Dutch social and moral values. And it just blew up, and they won. And they took, I think, 15 Senate seats. This is amazing because I remember hearing about this a couple months ago, and I was like, all right, well, that's nice. But the fact that they actually won gives me hope. Yeah.
I had not even heard that. And that looks, what is it, like a month old?
Yeah.
It was a blackout. I mean, because this is as populist as it gets. It's like the citizens were being abused, and they were like, you know what? Fuck you. We're going to start our own part. And the rest of the country
like
was
the trucker rally. Yeah.
Yeah. Very much. Very, very Trump. So they just, thank God they weren't running against somebody that like just had insane charisma like Joe Biden, or they would have lost.
Are there any farmer puns for like Blexit or Brexit? Would it have to be exit?
Exit. Yeah, milks it. They're really milking this.
Yeah, that was it. They wanted to get rid of the livestock and everything. It's so fucking ridiculous. It's the biggest crock of shit.
It's fucking crazy, man. Yeah, a lot of that shit's coming to America though, man. Not necessarily all that, but they're trying to obviously use policy to de-incentivize sort of farmers to do shit. And obviously we know what's going on with the whole gas and shit. And California wants to rid, I don't know what they say by what year, which doesn't feel like it's that far away. They're trying to essentially ban, usage of gasoline cars, or at least purchasing them, which is fucking nuts, man.
That's what people do for their
the trucks. That's what's going to really hit them, is because you're not going to be able to deliver goods in California unless you have like the trucks. They need to be like, I think at least hybrid or even electric by like 2030 something.
Yeah,
and they're like
there's
no way they could have that done in time.
That's insane, man. That's Jesus Christ.
And they want to run this fucker as president. And he might win just because, he's got the look and he fucking, he can speak, but California is probably the most beautiful fucking state in the country, and it's a shithole. They fucking turned it into shit.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And they'll reward him. They'll probably give him the presidency at some point for doing that. For destroying
a really dumb question, but what happened? Like when Biden came into office, he's literally like licking China's asshole, like they're buddy, and then like what happened? Because now China is linking up with Russia, and it seems like they're like fuck the U.S. basically.
They own him. They have no respect for him. They already fucking bought and sold him. He's a whore to them. They're not, guys don't treat whores great. China looks at Biden like a whore. Like,
call me back. Why don't you text me back?
Yeah.
I left a jacket at your house.
Yeah. He's fucking done. Get out. The money's on the dresser, asshole. That's what they're telling fucking Biden.
But I didn't notice a particular event. I just all of a sudden I was like, oh wow, mainstream media is starting to get slightly anti-China. This is new.
There's 100 countries lined up to leave the dollar. That happens, and it is going to be a fucking neutron bomb going off on our economy. If 100 countries leave the dollar, it is fucking. That's unprecedented.
What would they use instead?
Basically, the dollar. The dollar has been for century. You could go anywhere. That's good as gold. You pull out greenbacks. That's good. You go to Vietnam with greenbacks. You go to Netherlands. You go to Iceland. You pull out American dollar, and the people are like, no problem. That's the fucking standard. Once that's not, we lose our standing. Like, you know what I mean? It's once that dollar is in question, which it really should have been fucking decades ago, but it still is the standard. But now, I think India is the one that's really pushing it right now. Believe it or not, they're the ones that are like kind of leading it, and
it's like them. India, Brazil is a part of it as well.
Maybe it's because our deodorant culture is so strong.
Yeah,
that they're just rejecting that.
No, we've bullied people so much. Like we bullied people with our fucking, do what we say, and they're like, yo, you don't have the strength you did. First of all, we have the fucking weakest president probably in the history of the country. We have a fucking doddering simpleton in office. It's like, why are we taking orders from these assholes?
Yeah.
And they're starting to fucking put two and two together and be like, the American people are stupid enough to fucking let this guy be in charge of them. Like, why are we fucking bending our knee to these people? Yeah, we've lost standing.
We need Trump back. Trump. No, nobody. Most are gluten.
Yeah, no. Listen, I just want to see him because I want to see him dismantle the CIA and the FBI and fucking.
Yeah.
But why didn't he? Do you guys think somebody told me, I didn't see this episode of, I think it was Timcast, but somebody was telling me about an episode recently where one of the guests was saying that really the coup happened when Kennedy was assassinated.
Ooh.
That the deep state, whatever we want to call that, took over back then. And I kind of, when I hear something like that, I know it's a conspiracy theory, what have you, but I'm like, it makes sense to me.
We've been lost since then.
We've been lost since then, and it doesn't seem like who the president is really matters. And even someone like Trump, who's sort of saying, I'm going to go in there and clean out the swamp, and then he didn't.
He couldn't, like, he still was like, I'm not going to be the guy that starts arresting political opponents. Like, he just still wanted to keep that. And now they did it to him because he was the one threatening it. So they're like, oh, we'll just do it before you. But he still wanted to be, because the Republicans are fucking pussies when it comes down to it. They're always gentleman Jim. Like, they're playing, like I said, they fight Queensberry rules while the fucking guy's shooting them in the kneecaps. They're like, put up your dukes, and the guy's got a gun in his hand. It's like, you got to get, this is a street fight. But Republicans are always taking it up the ass, and Trump was no different. Like, he's like, oh, well, now that I'm in, I'll fucking, he was a little bit better than most, but yeah, I think if he comes in now, he's going to be fucking swinging a chain. So I'd like to see that.
Or is that just what he's running on so he can win again? Like,
We'll
I'm really going to get him this time.
We'll see. I have a feeling now he's got a personal vendetta, so I think that chain will swing. But I think when he came in there, he was like, I don't want to be the one to start,
the very first
arresting my political opponents and doing that shit, like whatever. And he saw, like, I'm going to walk over Biden. I mean, Biden's doing a speech. He couldn't fill a fucking phone booth, and he's got overflow in college stadiums with hundreds of them. But they didn't understand how popular Biden was, I guess. So.
Oh, Biden, yeah. So many Jeeps came out to see his speech.
When he got more votes, in Detroit than the first black president, I was like, that is the Biden factor that you just
don't see.
It's that charisma that you just
yes. It was the most secure election.
Yeah, it was.
It's
intangible. You can't put a number on charisma, and Detroit really came out for him in a big way. So that was huge.
Yeah, even dead people.
Nothing odd about that. Nothing odd. Yeah, Detroit. Yeah. Detroit voted for Biden more than the first black.
More than Obama.
Ooh, from push-ups. ISOM was 9.5 out of 10. Villain needs better dialogue. IMO. Gosh, what's villain?
The villain meaning a villain.
The villain needs better dialogue.
That's what he's saying.
What do you think of this, Eric?
Man, it's a 9.5. I'm not bitching about a 9.5 out of 10. Like, if that's what you're gonna give it up, I mean, you're asking me to be perfect.
9.5 is good.
See, your problem is you're getting complaints because you put your book out on time. I took 3 years to get my book out.
Which goes to show that it doesn't matter, Cecil. Yeah. Like,
I'm on what's known as WPT
or CPT. Oh,
no, I'm on WPT.
White people time?
It's 3 years before you get your fucking book. But you're getting it. They're getting it this week. They started getting it.
My truck starts with electricity. Does that count as hybrid? Maybe. Let's go through a couple of these. Carmen Smith Studer, thank you, girl. Congrats, Chrissy. Happy for you. Hi, Lila. Hi, Eric. July.
What's up?
On your way to 666. Lol, JK, you can skip that episode. Moi. Yeah, maybe I should, or maybe I should have somebody satanic on for episode 666. Who should I have on?
Sam Smith.
Be like an all trans simpcast.
Hunter Biden, Sam Smith.
Oh man.
Oh my God.
Who's the chick that does those spirit cooking?
Marina Abramovich.
Yeah, and Alex Jones. Just to scream at them.
That Bob I think most of these people are living the social equivalent of the sunken cost fallacy. Gosh, I don't know what that is.
It's where you've invested so much time or money into a person or a job or an ideology, a belief
idea.
system, and then you don't want to get out of like for example in a relationship. Well, I've already put 10 years
Balls deep.
in. Yeah, and I don't want it to be for nothing. And I know he's an alcoholic and a serial cheater, but it's the demon I know. People are like that with ideology too. Like belief systems.
It's like a gambler. Like, listen, all gamblers lose, but the difference between the winners and losers, all gamblers will have losing nights, but the difference between the real winners and the real losers are the ones that are able to be like, I'm going to walk away before I'm busted. The losers cannot fucking walk away.
They can't walk away.
They fucking stay.
They sunk too much in it already.
Yeah.
I got to see this out, right? Yeah. Because how embarrassing if you're, let's say you're a celebrity, you spend all this time pushing woke and then you start to have questions about it. And you're
you posed with a Fauci sweatshirt on your Instagram. What are you going to do?
Right.
What are you going to pose with a Judy Mikovich sweatshirt? Like, there's no way to make up for that.
No, you could show like that the vaccine, you could completely show evidence that they were wrong, and they're just like, they will fucking make an excuse. They cannot. Those backwoods hillbilly Trumpers could not be right. They can't be fucking right. I am so much. I'm erudite. I'm smart. I'm run with a smarter crowd. I'm smarter than them. I could not have been fooled, and they didn't. That's not possible. They will not allow that into their fucking consciousness. They just can't.
Right. It was like a battle of it was a common sense thing. Anybody who's been alive.
That's why I said that it's weird. Like,
years, be like, this isn't
for you as a comic. It's like as a comic, your bullshit detector is so high, and the shit they were saying during COVID was like, wait a minute. You know what I mean? It's like every 5 seconds you're like, that sounds like bullshit.
What kind of donuts are these?
And then you have all these comics playing along with it, and it's like, I know your bullshit detectors are better than this. You know this is bullshit, but
a lot of them didn't actually get the vaccine. They just pretended that they did so that they could get on stages.
Ugh, that's so despicable.
And then it's really great that this is all coming out now. It's like whenever I get discouraged, I just think I'm here for the long game. You know what I mean? A lot of these, we haven't even seen some of the side effects that are going to happen to people.
Lila, we got to do super chats.
Okay.
Okay. Eco's in the film. Congrats on 600 episodes, Chrissy. I'm glad. I'm here to see it. If you want to learn more about that, definitely check out Lila's documentary. Push-ups. How should America confront our enemies? Oh, God. I mean, I feel like our enemies.
I think they're confronting
our neighbors, right, people who think are our enemies are really just our neighbors that have been turned against us, or globally. It's tricky. That's a tricky question, Push-ups. Upstanding Citizen, I will do your 666 episode.
Is that Hillary?
Frank in the chat has a message for you, Chrissy.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Stop talking. Yes. He literally came into... I've already had one... I think you guys secretly want my channel taken down. That's my determination.
No secret.
Westfield, love Trump, but can't have 4 more years of sabotage by his admin. His weakness is he cannot pick loyalty. Of course, we'll support if he is the nominee.
He's the nominee. There's no fucking other way. There's no way. Bill Maher had the best line about it because people were saying, "What about DeSantis?" Because the Dems want DeSantis because he's still. Even though he's a thorn in their side, he's part of the system. He went to Yale.
He's housebroken.
Yes. Trump is out of the system. They do not want him. And Bill Maher said, when they were like, "Well, what about DeSantis? Could he beat him?" And then Bill Maher said, "No one's gonna go see the tribute band when the real band's still touring."
True, very true. Yeah, he's the cover band. Amoeba, bad faith sophists. Sophists? I should know what that means. Are why people become pedantic. Happy 600, Chrissy. Wow, Amoeba, putting 2 SAT hot words in one super chat. I don't know what that means, but thank you. Westfield, now we know why journalists are never billionaires. Oh boy, they're puppets.
That's Ted Turner.
Jay Forte, isn't Dylan's dad a Fed? I haven't heard that.
I know Hog's dad is.
Oh, okay.
Super glowy.
David Carpenter, happy 600th Chrissy. Been here since episode 1 with Gino. You brought so many good pro free speech people together from all around. Here's to the next 600. Who knows? Maybe I will.
I'm running out of alcohol.
Oh
Chris.
no.
Problems.
Jack Daniels. Westfield, my brother had heartburn for 3 days as he had to pull money out of Silicon Valley Bank, but still blames Republicans for it. Sowell quote is spot on. Nice. Jeremy David, his sister is the midwit in the IQ bell curve meme. Oh,
he's talking about your sister.
That's your sister, Cecil.
That's all right. I've said worse.
He's not watching this.
No.
Eric and
Cecil, she has no
what?
idea I even have she doesn't even know I put out a comic or have a YouTube channel.
Yeah, my family either. They couldn't care less. And honestly, I like it. I really like it. I prefer that. Eric and Cecil, what kind of comic hero would Chrissy be? Oh boy.
I mean,
hopefully a hot one.
Some kind of slut.
A super slut.
Yeah, like remember Avenging Angel, a high school student by day, hooker by night, but she was also a vigilante, something like that. Yeah.
Maybe, and today she would have an OnlyFans. Matt G. Lila isn't a mod on this channel. Wow. But Cecil is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Deal with it. M. Jove. Did Nina Burr transition at 4? Oh, Nia Burr. I have no idea. I know so little about her. Comic books in cahoots. When everyone's lying, the truth becomes dangerous. Very true. Zeke, thanks for becoming a member. Matt G. Anthony needs to be in the Jack Show. Ooh, that would be fun.
Okay. I'm hosting next week. Maybe I'll invite him.
Yes, Chipicus. Remember, you can't get a mouth pregnant. This is honestly, I hope this is the biggest takeaway of tonight's show. I would like to permanently keep this up. You cannot get a mouth pregnant.
I've tried.
Dan Allen, there are 2 types of men named Cecil, old men and gays. And Cecil, don't look old to me.
That narrows it down.
Just poop dust, just to say autogynephilia. That would be the Pee-wee's Playhouse word of the day. John Wayne for 20. Thank you. Did y'all happen to hear about the latest branded out of touch comment from Howard Stern? He's apparently dumbfounded about the backlash against Budweiser and not understanding why his good friend Kid Rock is boycotting because he's super out of touch. He's kind of like the opposite of Anthony Cumia. He has FU money. He doesn't deal in regular society with regular people. So it's like, yeah, none of this stuff does affect him, but he doesn't know anyone that it does. So he just simply
he's like, these people are from Mars. He could go for months and months and never hear a differing opinion. And when he hears one, he's like literally like flabbergasted. Like, what? Yeah, even that fucking that reporter when he's like, "Oh, give me an example," and he's like, "What? No one fucking asks that shit. They just agree with me. I only hang out with people that agree with every word I say, and I agree with every word they say."
Plus, isn't Howard Stern? Isn't he like a big germaphobe?
Yes. He literally never left his house
during COVID.
Germaphobes have like tend to be more. They're that way in their political ideology sometimes too. Like they're afraid of the other. They're very much like us and them, all or nothing. Yeah,
he made his bones for fucking decades goofing on transsexuals and trannies. And,
So
I
he's a
mean, for real,
hypocrite.
he did. And now he's like, I don't understand. Like, stop it.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
lame.
he was like he was the biggest he's probably the biggest sellout of all time. Like
For
there's
real.
no one. He went from the everyman to like the most out of touch motherfucker on earth.
But still perm in his hair. Harry Brownhole. Activists, they're the least active people alive. True.
Physically, that's for sure.
Physically inactive. Keyboardedly very active.
Yes.
Pizza Gay. My cat has the same fur color as you. Orange Power. Congrats on 600. As me? Wow. Sounds like you have a cool cat. Yeah, me and the dogs have the same hair color now. Elsid Barrett, congrats on 600, Chrissy. Your work ethic is crazy. This is my favorite channel. Wow, thank you, Elsid. My God, I think I could be working way, way harder. But thank you for saying that.
Yeah, I agree. Chrissy's always like hustling. You're like traveling and doing shows, and I get up in the morning and I like turn on YouTube, see what's going on, and there's Chrissy fucking live streaming or doing some shit or fucking you're always
traveling.
Tell that to the filing cabinet who doesn't think I work hard enough. Gabriel Knight, in the celebration of the 600 stream, will Gavin McInnes be making an appearance for another unexpected live stream of his own? Congrats on 600. No, there will be. I didn't even think to invite him.
Gavin is not invited on the Jack Show.
Oh, he will literally Jack. He will put the Jack in Jack. Dan Halen, Keri with no hat. Boo.
I didn't wear a hat. That's true.
She sometimes does not wear
Sometimes
hats.
I don't wear them.
Bramable. Happy 600th from the boys at the Dix division. Ooh.
Bravo.
I'm an old school Gavin fan. I used to love Vice magazine where he did the do's and don'ts. Do you remember? Were you around for that?
No, I was not an old school fan. Let me see. Does that still exist on the internet?
He used to sit there and they would take pictures of people walking in New York City and he would review their outfits, and it was the funniest shit. I was like, who the fuck is this guy? It's the funniest fucking thing. And it was in the back of every it was like almost like the fold-in for Mad Magazine, it was like the one thing that was in the back of the magazine, and Vice magazine would have do's and don'ts, and he would just like criticize outfits, but it was the funniest shit. And that's how I know him. That's where my first introduction, and that was years ago.
It's called Vice, dude.
I was just a child at the time.
You were just a wee baby Cecil.
Mm-hmm. It's in my 40s.
Vice do's and don'ts. Let's see. I wonder if they had taken so much off anything that had to do with Gavin. Oh wow, this was a book. They turned it into a book.
Oh, they did.
Wow.
I'm so mad. I used to have the entire collection of Vice magazines, and I threw them out.
Wow. Yeah, I should order this. I can't believe this is still available for purchase. Let me pull this up. Vice, Do's and Don'ts, authored by Gavin McInnes, Shane Smith, and Sharush Alvey.
And sometimes he would like have other comics as like guest people that would sit in on the article. I remember he had like Sarah Silverman and other people. Like when Sarah Silverman was funny, like I've seen her when she was very funny, but since she turned into a woke asshole, she did like the most offensive set I've ever seen in New York City. And it was in this little place called Piano. And
I remember Pianos.
Yeah.
Was
and
she in Brooklyn.
And she, I mean, the place was like booing her. They were so mad, and I was in the front row. Actually, I helped her with the mic stand that was stuck.
Really?
And, yeah. And
wow.
And I was in the front row, and I was in heaven. I love uncomfortable situations, and she just. She was just. I really thrive in them. I like that's why I love hanging out with.
So
Alex.
does Frank. That's why he loves making partners.
I love walking around with Alex because something's going to get so unbearably uncomfortable in a few seconds, and I just sit there and I power up. My smile just gets bigger. But I love it. So she just sat there, and the crowd started turning on her, and she just like leaned into it and just got so much more offensive, and it was just like I thought she was, she was.
Do you remember any of her jokes?
I do. She was like, she said a joke, and she's like, what did she say? Something about, she made some kind of Mexican joke, and she's like, oh, I'm not racist. They were booed her, and she's like, I'm not racist. I used to date a Mexican, and, those people stink.
That's it?
No. And then she, no. She was, I forget what the fuck it was, but then she's like, oh, and I've said that joke before, and a woman came up to me after the show, and she's like, hey, I'm Mexican and I don't smell. And then I was like, I felt so bad because they can't smell themselves.
No, if they
Huh?
did, like
And the
Indian
crowd
people,
was like,
if they knew
fucking-
they stunk, they would.
Yeah,
do
the
something.
crowd was like booing her, and I was just in heaven, just watching her just lean into like just more uncomfortable and more uncomfortable. She was like, she did the joke where it's like, hey, if we could put a man on the moon, we could put a man with AIDS on the moon. And if we could put a man with AIDS on the moon, we could put everyone with AIDS on the moon.
If we could put people, if we only send people with AIDS to the moon, we wouldn't have to worry about flying them back.
Yeah, I was like,
You
and she
know?
was doing jokes like that, and it was like, it was great. She was so edgy, but now she's so fucking woke. It's so ridiculous, but
Well, because she doesn't want to mess up her bag.
yeah.
Yeah.
But she's like, she powered up from the booze. Like she just went more at it, and I can't remember much from it, but that was about it.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, I wish there was like an old recording of that.
It was a huge disappointment to see her go woke, considering how fucking hardcore she was.
She came on our show. I used to produce a late night show called Totally Biased with W. Kamau Bell. Chris Rock was one of our other EPs, but Chris Rock was not woke. But I was woke. The host was woke, Kamau, my client, and then several of the writers were comics I managed who were super woke. And we did an episode where it was basically her come to woke Jesus moment, because Kamau had called her a racist for one of her jokes. Her joke about getting out of jury duty by saying CHINKS. Can I say that word on YouTube? I don't know.
Chinks?
Yeah. And so
Go
she used
for
to
it.
have a joke like that. And so she basically came on the show. He had called her racist, and then he
Oh
invited
yeah,
her
she
as
got
a
a
guest.
big Asian American society came after her and stuff, and instead of saying "fuck you," which was the one, there's one timeline where she said "fuck you," and in our timeline, she bent the knee and went woke.
Yeah, she came on and basically it was sort of a mea culpa, like an apology, and sort of a it was weird thinking about it now. He was sort of acting as like, you are welcome back in our good graces, those of us who have the correct beliefs. And I was a true believer in all that shit back then, so I thought it was excellent at the time. But it wasn't funny. It wasn't comedy. It was like a religious thing, sort of,
Wow. That's interesting. I like hearing Keri's stories from the old show.
The old woke shit.
The old woke shit. Let me squirrel through and make sure we don't have any Eric-related super chats or questions before I bid him adieu. Do-do-do, do-do-do, do-do-do. Well, no, this has nothing to do with Eric. Oops. I just saw black guy and I thought it had something to do with him. So George Dudley, black guy guilty. Thank you, Animal Kelly. Nothing to do
What does
with
that
Eric
mean?
July.
Who's George Dudley?
Don't know. Hi. Oh. Okay.
That sounds like me when I'm on jury duty.
Eric July, so good to see you. It's been so long.
Yeah, that's been a minute, huh?
You're the best. What's
appreciate
coming
you
up?
inviting
Where
me.
can people find you? What's going on?
Are you guys going to meet up in Dallas? That's his hometown.
Ooh, yeah.
I mean, I'll be here, so yeah, I'm game. I'm certainly game.
Come to the show.
Yeah, I'm game.
Yes, me and Lila will be at Hyenas in Dallas May 5th and 6th.
Okay.
We'll put you on the VIP list.
I didn't mean to put you on the spot. He
We'll put
says
you on the
he's-
VIP list. Very important
people.
Yeah, I'm game. But for real, Ripperverse.com, that's where you find all my stuff. We're gearing up for ISOM 2. I've been fucking hustling and bustling. We're getting moved into this warehouse this month, so things are about to kick up in high gear. I'm spending fucking a whole hell of a lot of money for this new warehouse to make it shake, and we're excited. But that's my day these days, why I don't do as much videos, much streams as I used to, but it's for good reasons, because I'm trying to get these books out, and obviously I'm very appreciative of the support that we've gotten. I appreciate everybody here, and obviously you, Chrissy, for inviting me, man. It's been fun.
Thank you for coming on. You're the best. We love you.
Yeah. Anytime.
Everyone follow Eric.
Yeah. All right, man. Y'all take it easy.
Good to
Bye.
see you.
Eric.
Peace out, y'all.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you too. Peace out.
Bye.
Later.
Wow, you guys haven't met? I assume everyone knows each other.
No. We'll meet you at the show in real life.
Yeah, that would be cool. Brandon Muse, if Drinker can get Russell Crowe. you can land a Musk interview. And when are you going to
No
join
offense,
Eric
but Russell Crowe ain't no
Russell Crowe. Also, I mean, yeah, that's pretty cool. I didn't know they did an episode together. And when are you going to join Eric playing Mario Kart on Geeks and Gamers? I mean, whenever they invite me.
I got to play once.
Ooh, who did you play? Peach?
No, I played Wario. I think I stole Epic Mike's somebody else's character by mistake. No, I stole Eric's character. It was Eric July's character. Yeah. Anyway, that's a fun game, and now it's all newfangled, new Switch. It's not on the Nintendo anymore.
There are so many. You can choose Baby Peach. You can choose like a baby version of some characters. Yeah.
All different kinds of rides and wheels.
Oh yeah, I like being.
Wait,
did you guys see the new Mario movie? It was very cute.
You watched it?
Yeah, it was cute. It was not woke at all. It was very refreshing.
I just like it because it's another Chris Pratt thing, and they absolutely have been lobbying for him to fail, and everything he does turns to like when he did that Terminal List, they were like, oh, fuck it, it's going to be a failure. Fuck this guy. He was in a church that once said like gay marriage shouldn't exist. Like they've been trying to cancel him for years, and every time they do a push to cancel him, he just becomes more like, I think Terminal List was like probably the most successful streaming show of fucking Amazon last year, and they just wanted it to fail. Now they're like, now he's got like the most fucking successful animation of all time. It's like breaking every fucking record. Like everything he touches is, and then he's gonna have Guardians of the Galaxy coming out, and they just hate him. Like they fucking hate Chris Pratt. Like,
wow.
So I love it. Like, you know, I don't really give a shit about Mario the movie, you know, but fucking good for Chris Pratt.
It's a me. Okay, I'm gonna blow through some of these old ones that I haven't done yet. Daniel Clancy, what's up, Daniel? Happy 600. I wanted to share a congratulations post, but the Rainbow Militia put me in Twitter jail. Talk to Elon for me. You're A-list now. Yes, I will. Everyone, send me your messages for Elon Musk. I will deliver them. David McFarland, shout out to the 600th episode. Thank you, David. Biolithic, I'm looking forward to that Friday Dallas show. Oh, you coming, boy? Can't wait to see you. It's going to be fun. Jason Lynch, hello from Heather and Jason from Boston. Rump eating episode. Oh, I know you two.
Oh, I got them too.
Yeah, we mailed you some decorations for Frankie's birthday to Compound. Congratulations on 600. Sorry, I'm like a little buzzed, so I'm slurring. Had some wine, and now I'm having a seltzer.
They brought booze too.
This couple, they were like, we're the biggest fans of Compound Media. We love all of you. We've never been to, I think they said they've never been to New York. They've never been to Compound. They come on the day, the ass eating episode. That was the episode. That was their introduction to live radio. Was watching super fan autistic Ian eating the ass of Holly Hendricks, just steps away from Cecil here. But Cecil, you did have first dibs and you turned it down.
I did, you know.
You could have eaten that ass.
I had right of first refusal, and
you did. You refused.
Why'd you refuse?
Well, Chrissie was actually disappointed. She was like,
I am still. I was like, bon appetit.
I can't
believe you didn't go into it.
Listen, this mask is not enough fucking.
Then you pulled it all the way over your whole face and then went down there. Then your hat would smell like.
Maybe if I had like one of those like Magic Kingdom Mickey Mouse heads on, I would have done it.
So are you still gonna have her on the show?
Of content.
I'll have her on the show. She's hard to nail down. Well, not hard to nail, but hard to nail down. But it's elusive. So yeah, we'll I'll get her on.
She's loose and elusive. She puts the loose and elusive. But congratulations, Chrissie. Nice boys cast. Well, now it's a girls cast. Thank you.
Yeah, they said this is the reverse golden ratio. Stan Lee had the golden ratio would be one girl with like the Fantastic Four would be 3 men and 1 girl. That's the golden ratio.
That's usually about as many as people can handle. It's just the 1 girl. Congrats, Chrissie. DePaulo is now in Mug Club. Thoughts, gang. Good for him. is my thoughts.
Yeah.
I haven't joined the new mug club yet. Maybe I should, just to see what they're up to. Oh, Venti is joining. I don't know if she's joining in the visual sense or just the auditorium.
Yeah, just auditory. I had to cook dinner, so I'm like all greasy.
Ooh, what'd you make?
I don't know if there's a word for this, but basically you cook chicken with cooking wine and you put flour and egg on it and then butter at the end.
Cool.
I don't know what the word is for it, but it's pretty good.
Sounds
French.
Yeah, it does look very French. I learned it from YouTube.
Delicious. Lila made me hungry.
Oh, it sounds good. I know. I haven't eaten in a long time.
How was this stream? I saw the beginning part about Anthony and then Bill Burr, and then I saw Owen do the roast.
That was cute. Yeah, like there's been some spiciness this week with Cumia getting not really thrown out, but gently escorted out of the cellar for some old Bill Burr related beef, which he was trying to squash. I don't know. I think it's just a lot of grandstanding and virtue signaling. I think a lot of people think it's cool and it's like a performance to be seen being against Anthony because it's like, oh, look at this alt-right person. I'm so against him. Look how cool I am. I think that's what a lot of it is.
Yeah, there's no fucking loyalty. I mean, God, I mean, Bill Burr was just, a comic. Now, he wasn't Bill Burr when Anthony was platforming him. Like, and for them to do those Patrice O'Neill fucking tributes and not invite fucking Anthony is ridiculous.
Yeah, he was close to him. He helped build him up. And everyone who's close to him knows that. So, Keri Smith, before I let you go, I'm going to scroll through and make sure there's no Keri Smith related questions here. Oh, Cheeky Mayr. Informal raid from Deprogrammed with Keri Smith. Thank you, Cheeky.
I couldn't figure out how to make it work for real. I got to learn how to do that. I did it once.
I'm just getting into raids. I feel like I'm on the late side for that. Great, Chucky. Great. Okay, I don't think that has anything to do with you. Thank you, though. Oh, my God. GJJ.
Whoa.
Super generous. Thank you so much for the super chat. On my second layoff from work, hey, can you stay a bit longer? Happy 600.
Oh.
Wow. Thank you, GJJ. I wish I knew what that stood for.
Yeah, congrats on that, on 600. You're such a hard worker, Chrissie. I think everyone should give Chrissie credit where it's due. She really does have amazing work ethic. I could never.
You could. You just need somebody.
Busy lady.
No, I don't want to. I want to be a bit taken care of.
It is a grind, but it is better than all the day jobs I've had. So it's worth it. Echoes in the film. Congrats on 600, Chrissie. I'm glad I'm here to see it. Thank you for coming. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you. Westfield 90. Love Trump, but can't have 4 more years of sabotage by his admin. His weakness is he cannot pick loyalty.
He does pick bad people.
If he's a nominee. I think I did that. Yeah. I love Trump. I mean, he's not the perfect person, but
he's definitely a lot more fun than the corpse.
He is more fun. He is more fun.
China.
China. Keri Smith, where can people find you? What is coming up?
This Saturday.
It's going to be Deprogrammed.
Tomorrow, Brahma Bull, who was in your chat. I've got an interview coming out with him 6:00 Central, and then Saturday I'm hosting Minds Fest in Austin with
this week.
Bunch of people. There's some comedy. There's music. They're doing it different this time because they have panels, but they also have comedy and music. That's Saturday, and you can find me at Deprogrammed. And I don't know what I have in the house to eat, but I guarantee you it's not going to be as delicious as what you ladies had. I'm like going to go get some crackers.
I know I'm like, it smells good. I can't smell it. It sounds good.
But thank you, Chrissie. Congratulations on your 600 episodes. And thanks for inviting me to this party. It was good to see you all. Good night, Lila. Good night, Cecil.
Love you,
Brittany,
Keri.
I'm gonna try and be at your May stuff if I'm not out of town. I wrote it down.
Yes, Keri,
You should
that'd be
come up.
awesome.
We'll put
I
you on
would
the
love
VIP
it.
list.
Do it. Okay. Bye, ladies
Love you,
and
Keri.
gentlemen.
Bye.
And gentle Cecil.
Gentle Cecil.
By the way, I'm late on the rate thing too. Is that something you have to turn on YouTube?
No, you just send people to another stream. You just look and see, like, as you're ending a stream, you go, oh, who else is live right now? And
Oh, I
then
used to do that a lot.
tell your
Yeah.
chat, like, oh, we're all going to go here.
Yeah, I stopped doing it because I ran out of people to do it with. Like, sometimes I don't know, something about the timing. Like, I'll be too late sometimes, and then like no one's on.
Yeah, that makes sense. Venti, you've been doing a lot of Pearl-oriented content lately. A lot of Venti-esque attack. I don't even say attacking. Maybe just unveiling, unleashing. Do you think he's a hypocrite or?
Yeah, obviously. I think anyone with 2 years can see that at this point. I'm actually pretty surprised with the feedback with it. I mean, surprised in multiple ways. There's people that blindly simp like it's a cult, and then there's people who are saying that the video is good, and it's showing in the results. It's definitely growing better than a lot of my other content, which I'm happy about because I worked really hard on it. And I was watching some of the Black content creators other than myself, and they were talking about Pearl. They're very upset with her as well because she uses like a lot of Black resources. Like her entire staff is like literally African, like from Africa. And people say it's because she can pay them less. And with the whole contract thing of offering that one Black guy, that's like, I don't know the word for it. He's like, I feel like someone would call it like a Black supremacist or something. I don't actually know the word for it, but kind of like almost a hotep. Like, I don't know the word, but like very like Black nationalist kind. So Sarah Garvey, him getting the 70-30 contract with her, or her offering it, her getting the 70, him getting the 30. And I think that really pissed them off too. So basically she's just using Black resources to get ahead and then like proceeds to say things that they don't like. So that's why they're upset with her. But I was watching some of these streams of this like these various Black communities within this niche criticize her. And apparently there's also a niche where there's Black women, but they don't like Black men, and they call them what was the word? Bandits. And I was like, yes, I was like laughing my ass off at these terms they were using. And they say it's bandit because they steal from women, like they steal their youth, I think. That's what I got from it. And they're deadbeat. But she called them, this one user, she called them struggle bandits. And they're just like, she's like, why do these women keep reproducing and basically birthing these struggle bandits? They clearly don't want to be born. That's why they resent you as Black women. So it's this niche where they don't like Black men, it seems like, because they tend to be deadbeats in their opinion.
Well, in Black women's defense, only half of the kids get born.
That's a point. And but the thing is, trying. Oh my God. But the thing is, they also use a few talking points and use buzzwords like white supremacist. So it's very interesting that they'll use the white supremacists in the like, you know how everything's racist now, that type of thing, and then
stream,
and then also calling Black men struggle bandits and to stop reproducing with them.
Is anybody else picturing a raccoon when they hear struggle bandit?
No, don't say that about Black people. That has the coon word in it.
Oh, come on! You all know I didn't
I'm
mean
offended.
I meant the rack part.
The bandit part.
Nancy Pelosi's taint. Brittany, when's your next cooking stream?
I was thinking about doing it today, but it was too much. This is a really hard meal, and I had to practice it again before I do it on stream. The one I was talking about earlier, the like white cooking wine and Parmesan cheese meal. I forgot to mention that there's Parmesan cheese in the egg mix.
Ooh, that sounds good. I cannot remember the last thing I've cooked. Like, it's probably been a year since I've cooked something.
What?
Hot take.
Yeah.
Johnny mumbles.
Frank, are you listening? Wait, hold on a second.
You don't glaze over that.
Hey,
look at
Super
that.
Cat. Hey, Super Cat. Hey, look at the cat. It's a cat. It's a cat. Look, it's a cat. It's a cat.
It's Biscuit.
It's Biscuit.
Biscuit. Biscuit. Just
Okay, forget I said that. Johnny mumbles. Happy 600. This one's for the babblers and the dabblers. Thank you, Johnny. In that water, you see what RFK Jr. been saying? CIA, false flags, etc. I mean, that sounds like nothing new, but
Well, he's been anti-vax since day one. He's been called.
oh yeah, I own his extremely thick book over there.
Chrissy, do you know what a passport bandit is?
Passport bandit? Is that one of these girls that's like, I just want to travel?
Passport bros, I thought.
Yeah. So they call them, in this particular niche, they call them passport bandits. So they're men who are like, I'm going to use the buzzword that's talked about in these communities, low value in the States, right? They don't make a lot. They're not very attractive. They're not very desirable.
So they'll go to like somewhere Asian and then they look like a blimp on a blimp.
Yeah,
and then
exactly.
They clean up.
But they end up not getting a woman most of the time. And so like these YouTubers would be like, yeah, this passport bandit didn't get ling ling. And I'm just listening to this like, this is
really,
real.
really funny. That's really funny. Oh my God. Wow.
Well, it's still like you still have to be. Here's the thing: it's like guys that are complete fucking messes are like, "I'll just go to this country and it's like magical. The women will like you." No, women still don't like garbage anywhere. Like, you know, it's like.
Yeah, I agree. And it's kind of creepy. It's like, oh, so you weren't wanted here, so you're going to go over there. And I know they'll claim it's because of selection, but would your selection really be that bad if you were actually high value, so to speak? When you
Gerald, who
I think even I don't know. I hear the argument on both
salty because guys are finding wives overseas, and he also says that.
Oh, you think we want
high
them?
value men to have passports too? Oh,
well, why would women be mad if they're doing it? Then if they like, who cares?
Right. The women that are mad, I think, are the ones generally who like don't feel like they've been picked or whatever.
Yeah.
Listen, why? I don't. Well, never mind. I don't want to say anything.
Say it. Unless
I know, because you're about to get married. I'm not going to bash marriage right now.
Bash it.
I'm just saying, why would any guy get married? It's like
children.
Yeah.
Okay, but it's 50%. It's 80% of 80 to 90% of all divorces are initiated by the women. And the fucking number one reason.
So get married to him then.
What's the number one reason for divorce?
What?
What do you think? Is it abuse? Is it?
You lose weight and you get a lot of confidence.
Irreconcilable
I'm
differences.
not happy. I'm not happy. So you're entering.
Happiness is overrated, though.
I'm not happy. So your job as a man is to keep this person happy, and if you fail at this job, you will lose half of your income, half of your belongings if you fail at the job. And here's the catch: you can't make a woman happy.
True.
But I think you're talking to the wrong guy right now, Britt.
No, I understand what your position is. I've had to study this for the Pearl video. So in researching this, it turned out that women actually, according to the government, by the way, this isn't like a random statistic, they come out poorer after divorce. So it's these like high percentage, like Amazon CEO, oh yeah, she takes some of the money. I mean, in that case, he like cheated on her, but whatever. Like they'll take a huge percent of the money or something. But if we're talking about day-to-day cases, it doesn't actually seem to be the case where they're just like
who the richest woman in the world is? Brittany, do you know who the richest woman in the world is?
Yeah, I do. I'm pretty sure it's the wife of Jeff Bezos,
Amazon.
ex-wife.
That's correct.
The ex-wife.
That's why I used her as an example too. But
that's why we all have to date Jeff Bezos.
But I don't think that's the correct position, is just say no marriage. It's like, but we all know the benefits, especially those of us with single parents too. Okay, I was raised by a single mom. We know the consequences of growing up in a home without a mom and a dad. So marriage facilitates that. If you know the benefits of it, you should be pro-marriage unless you're for single parent homes.
All right, let me
If
put
you
it
have
in.
kids.
I'll put it in these terms. Would you go into business with me, where no
Yes.
matter what I did, we're going to start a restaurant, and no matter what I do, or if I don't show up for work, or even if I purposely destroy the restaurant, you have to pay me 50% of the profits for the rest of your life.
That's not true. The law says it's whoever makes more. It doesn't say the man has to pay.
Okay. Who usually makes more though? Like if a woman's staying home with kids, it's the guy.
Then the men can just make less. I mean, they could choose to do that if they wanted to.
your answer.
They'll just be less
That's-
attractive.
that's
They
an
will be less attractive,
interesting-
but they could.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, would you ever sign that contract as a business deal? Would you ever sign that contract?
Love and marriage and commitment isn't transactional. So I don't look at it as a transaction. I look at it as a way to facilitate raising a child with someone I like being around and is committed to me.
Understood. Listen, most men actually believe that, myself included. I think men are way more romantic than women. I mean that 100%. I'm 100%.
Right, because they went through the lottery winners, and most women, when they win the lottery, they get out of their relationship. When most men win the lottery, they upgrade their relationship. They want to buy a house. They want to have more kids. They want to lock it down more.
Right.
I think marriage is very smart on the woman's part. I think all women should want to get married.
Why? What? Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I agree with you, Cecil.
There's no downside for a woman to want to get married.
I think as a woman, the smartest thing you can do is find a husband.
100%.
So, I agree. I think Cecil, what he says is cool.
There's no downside.
Getting married is a great thing to do. If you're a woman out there watching,
There is a downside. You can lose money too. I have
As a
the
woman?
statistic if you want it. Yeah.
I think as a woman, I think it's harder for a woman to be single and alone for the rest of her life than it is for a man to be single and alone.
Men are more solitary. Like
Men can shit in a box.
But you ever see an alone man that's alone for too long? They live in squalor.
Okay, but you know what I heard Brian Simpson say once on this podcast? He was like, I've never seen a homeless bad bitch. Okay, but you could see.
Look,
Brian Simpson said that on the Joe Rogan podcast. He's like, I've never seen a homeless bad bitch because there is just none of them. But a man can be homeless and be cool with it. A woman will go crazy being alone.
Dude, by the end of my marriage,
women are worse at being homeless.
Well, yeah.
By the way, Cecil, your wife sucked in particular. She did, for sure.
I'm just saying, I would happily
Met her, Venti?
I would happily have lived in a
you told me
goddamn
about her.
cardboard box in my own house. Like,
So maybe your wife, she became more of a squatter than like a real partner. Like she stopped paying rent, but she's squatting, you know?
Yeah, I was paying the mortgage for 3
Yeah.
years while she dragged out the fucking.
This statistic should make you happy, Cecil, if anything, because it shows that it's from the government website, United States Census Bureau. So I would say it's pretty reliable. But it says women who, and I linked it in the stream chat if you want to show it on screen, Chrissy, but it says women who divorced in the previous 12 months were more likely than recently divorced men to be in poverty, 20% compared to 11% respectively. It's a small difference, but women still come out behind by a little bit.
Well, it makes sense because her husband was probably paying for everything and then she divorced.
Yeah, but also a lot of divorces, the guy's doesn't have anything, so it doesn't mean they hit the lottery. It's just you were both poor. You're now divorced poor. But I'm saying if you have anything going, if you have anything going on, if you are making money, if you are successful, you really have to be a romantic at this point as a guy.
Yeah.
I'm gonna quote Kanye. I ain't saying she a gold digger, but she ain't messing with no broke nibbers, okay? So why would I, as a gold digger, hypothetically, go after a guy who has nothing in order to take everything away from him in court? You're wasting your time. Time is precious to women even more than men. Everyone knows that.
Chicks are more vindictive and spiteful than anyone.
I would argue that. I think that women can be more emotional because of biology and hormones. However, if you look at the violent rates of crime, like men are committing over 90% of it.
No.
They're angry and it counts as an emotion.
Men are not
making
reporting.
them commit.
That's because women report that crime and men do not report when a woman is violent.
True. Because they don't want to look like a pussy.
Women are violent.
Oh yeah, I'm sure
Not-
a lot of them
not
are,
me.
especially because they could get away with it more hypothetically because they're weaker, so it's like less of a threat, so people don't take it as serious. But if you say, oh, it's because it's underreported, but that just opens a can of worms because like, okay, a lot of rapes are underreported, especially compared to the amount of like false accusations versus the amount of underreported. And obviously, it's hard to get a metric, but I can even tell you personally, like I know women that went through that.
Being
A lot
violent
of
is
them,
so
and they
lame. It's like
file
you care
anything.
too much. I'd rather
Because it's
just
trouble.
disappear forever than be violent.
Yeah, like just walk out the door. Like that's
Yeah.
like
It's so much cooler.
Just walk out. Like that's how I am. I was never really like an emotional like violent. Oh, I guess you guys could figure that out. I'm not really fly off the handle kind of person, but yeah, I would just walk out. But I was, being fucked with like a lot towards the end there, and I'd just be like, all right, I'm going for a walk, going out, drive, get the fuck out of there.
Yeah, no,
off
it
the
seemed
cliff.
like it from what I understand, like the little petty things in your situation. So I understand how that might change your perspective because that was like a really bad personal experience. But I'm going off of trying to be nuanced and kind of objective with things, unlike certain people like Pearl, who literally can't cite a statistic to save her own fucking life. Literally never says where she sources things from. Every statistic I've heard so far has pretty much been wrong from when I fact checked it, which is at least like 4 or 5. So I'm just trying to be fair. I don't think it's productive for us to demonize men and be a bunch of hard up feminists or to demonize women and then be
But I don't think I'm
completely
demonizing women.
and antisocial.
When I say I don't get married, I'm not even demonizing women. I'm demonizing the institution of marriage. I'm not anti-woman.
Institution. You know what it is? It's people, and I'll say maybe women, because women tend to be more manipulative generally in relationships because women, I think, struggle with really direct communication. So they feel like they have to get the things they want through being manipulative instead of being really concise and honest in their communication. Just basing it off of like my own mother. And I think it's like, don't get married to someone who you think will like turn and become manipulative. But that's the thing is like these kind of situations that I feel like Cecil was in, that I feel like a lot of people get into. It's like you're not able to get what you want. You're not able to articulate what you need in your relationship. So you go south, you get passive aggressive, you get manipulative, you use the kids to fuck over your spouse because that you can control them easier than you can control your spouse. And then, yeah, you're like, well, fuck you. I'm going to just take half of what you have. And it's like, that's your own fault for not, like, that's the result of you not being able to communicate throughout your entire relationship and get what you want. Because the more honest you can be sooner, the quicker you can either get what you want and be happy or realize this person is wrong for you and go your separate ways. But it's like when you let it fester and stew is when people can become really manipulative, and like they're doing that to get power back in the relationship because they don't feel like they can get it through being honest.
Yeah, that's pretty much like very toxic female way. Like that's a female's version of being toxic, is the manipulation and everything.
Whereas a guy will just fucking kill you. You know what I mean?
I would just say, like, listen, I just don't want the government involved. Like, government, it's a fucking. You're getting the government involved, and now they're in charge of your relationship, and
let's run a scenario. Okay, let's say the government's not involved, you're together, but you don't get the official documents. What happens when you're in the hospital and the person you're with would be the one you want to decide things, but now they can't because they're not married to you. They're not blood related, so they can't do anything. They can't say anything. They can't represent you at all because there's no government paper backing. That's one example of how marriage is useful. Or what about if you die? Oh, sorry, that's mine. I'll put it out in a second. But if somebody is dying too, or like you die and you want your stuff passed down to your wife or kids, well, guess what? It's not going to go to them if you're not married. It's going to be a battle in court.
You don't have to be married to put somebody in a will. You can put anybody.
You don't have to be, but you might not have a will. People die unexpectedly all the time. Most people in their 30s don't have a will. People die in their 30s.
Problem solved. Get a will.
You know what they say about
The other one's not solved though, with the doctor. And let me turn off
I
my
would
dryer.
want my ex-wife making medical decisions. If I had a stroke, she would have wheeled me into a closet for 8 hours a day and shut the fucking door.
Cecil, would you get married again?
Thank you.
Fuck no.
What about
now I really want you. I want to turn you, Cecil.
Listen, I really am a romantic. I swear to you, I believe men are way, way more romantic than women. I think they believe the dream more, but like it's got to literally be beaten out of you, like that fucking mindset. Women are way more pragmatic and
I think women who
analytical
can earn money for themselves are romantic because they're not looking at you as a meal ticket.
Women are way more calculating. Women are sharks, man. Guys are fucking dummies. You know, we're romantics. I swear to you, I have seen it. I've seen it. You know,
I honestly think a healthy relationship, in my experience, is when the guy loves the girl slightly more. I think when the girl loves more, the guy just gets repelled as a tendency. So that's been my experience with that. So maybe there's some truth to that. They love differently in some sort of type of way, but I don't really think it matters that much in the grand scheme of things. Women and men suck at different things. Who cares?
True.
Get together and have babies, get married.
Women, yeah. It's also like men's sense of loyalty is different than women. And then, yeah, I know men cheat and stuff like that, but it's like, it's that she did this for me and I could never do this to her because I owe her. Women, they're not like
that way.
Women aren't like, I owe this guy shit. Like they could could be
there's so many women who feel that way. There's so many women who are like, well, I put in the time. Well, let's hang in there. Well, the kids.
Yeah,
I'm not happy, but I'll just quietly continue to fake orgasms till he dies, and then I'll regroup.
That's because unless she's got an option. If there's an out, they're gone. If they get I
just want to clarify something with chat really quick because I see people are like maybe a little confused in what I mean by what I said. So what I mean by that is basically on the principle of male biology of them wanting to chase, right? I think most people would agree with that. That's why it's better if the guy loves the girl slightly more because then there's a chase. If the girl loves the guy more, then it's kind of it's going to be more boring. And he's not going to get the chase as much, so to speak. Not that you have to play games to be in a relationship. I'm just talking about what's
true.
The
Think
better
about every NBA side chick, you know, like you're completely disposable. You're like, I would do anything for you, LeBron. Call me.
Yeah, I think the guy has to love the girl a little bit more, and the woman has to fully love herself.
LeBron loses his contract, loses all his money. LeBron loses all his money, loses his contract, and is broke. Let me see that I'll do anything for you, LeBron. Let me hear that sentence when he's...
If he wasn't a liberal, maybe.
When he's a broke ass dude, like, you know what I mean? Like,
well, what if she's ugly and then he didn't want her anymore? She got fat.
Right. Getting fat is the equivalent to a man getting broke.
Yeah, and he would leave her and nobody would
Guys,
have
I see very wealthy men with their fat wives. They're still
Name one. Here's where I'm going to be like Elon. Name one example of a rich guy with a fat wife.
Pierce Brosnan, Hugh Jackman.
Okay, those are two men. Wife. Googling it. She is not fat. Oh, okay. Never mind. What?
Show it.
Happened? Her pussy must be gold.
No, they had kids. They have a bunch of kids, and they're like, I owe her. I can't leave her. She was with me when I had no money.
No way. There's no way this fit dude is like,
oh, I heard of this. No,
this.
I've seen this guy with this girl. There's a big meme about it. Every year they return to the Academy Awards show, and she ends up a little fatter, and they look a little bit happier. Like he likes her tits bigger.
No,
yeah.
That is called a man's loyalty. That is one of the most handsome men on earth ever. That is what you call a man's loyalty. His options are unlimited. And you know what? She pumped out a bunch of kids. She was with him when he was broke.
How many? How many kids? I think once you get past 2, you can't leave.
I think that's sweet of her to be with him when he's broke and everything, but men tend to not really date for potential. So I don't think it's fair to tell women they have to date for potential either. Because like men aren't gonna be like, oh, she's ugly, but she'll like get hot one day or something. They're just like, no.
But that's not what men look for it in the same way.
Well,
I'm saying it looks to money. So for women to have to wait for a guy to get money is like a guy having to wait for a girl to be hot, and they don't do that.
All of these dynamics are going to be put to the test in the next few years, Brittany, because right now women are going to start out earning men within the next 5 years, because 65% of college graduates right now are women.
Well, who's
they are out? Men have dropped out. They've dropped out. So women are now going to
women didn't make them drop out, though. They chose to drop out and make less money. They chose that.
Right. So now women, the women they're going to be put to the test of, will I date a broke dude? Will I for love?
If he has a six-pack, sure.
Exactly. So
but I think it kind of makes. I think it kind of.
It's the rise of the himbos.
That's so.
Can
funny,
you cook?
Cecil.
Do you have a six-pack? Yeah. What are you bringing to the table?
But then it kind
I'll
of
bring a six-pack
changes
to the
what
table.
men and how men and women operate. And it kind of makes women become more masculine, and then men have to be more feminine because you care about what a guy looks like and if he can cook and he can clean. And it's like women are the ones that are supposed to be pretty cooking and cleaning.
Right.
But the man is supposed to be the one that's out earning the money.
Most liberal women, and I know this because I was a liberal woman, it's like you go, all right, I don't have what it takes to be like a woman who is scooped up by a man. So you go, all right, I got to get myself to a place where I'm earning enough to support myself. Also, you don't believe that you can hang on to somebody. You don't think you can get or hang on to somebody because you're like, well, I guess I got to provide for myself. So whatever I have to do to get there. And you do have a bit of a chip on your shoulder, but it's out of self-preservation. You're like, well, I want to survive. So I'm going to do what I need to do to survive. Especially if you grow up in a household where your messaging is, don't rely on a man. He's going to leave. He's going to cheat on you. So get your act together financially. And in order to do that, you do have to kind of slough off your feminine ways and step it up and, work your 60 hours a week or whatever.
But even that whole thing, that's sort of a fallacy of he's going to leave you. He's going to, it's kind of like a common narrative in movies and film, the man leave, but it's, like I said, 80% of divorces are initiated by the woman. It's not the guy leaving.
True, but a lot of people are brought up by single parents or parents who are effectively emotionally single. And that's...
You're getting rated, by the way, Camelot and Nick just said.
I knew I smelled something. The messaging I got from my mom was don't depend on men emotionally. Really, do what you want outside of them. You have fun and live your life in spite of them, not because of them. It was not healthy messaging at all, but it was the messaging was don't depend on them, kind of for anything, which is not good.
I think that if the divorce statistic were the other way around, and I'm basing this off of for example, the Pearl video, so I know a lot of the common talking points. And obviously there's a spectrum, right? You have the manosphere, you have people like Pearl, and then you have Jordan Peterson on the opposite ends, basically. Where Jordan Peterson tends to be pretty reasonable and factual, and Pearl's more trying to fearmonger men to get their attention, to make money, which is messed up, and give women bad advice too, and kind of fuck up people's lives. But if it were the other way around and it were 80-20, I have a feeling some people would spin it, Pearl would spin it as and I mentioned this in the video, and I cited why, because the whole passport bros thing and her stance on it. But it's oh, well, they're leaving the modern women because they suck. And I feel like that's how it be spun. I don't think them initiating that much is necessarily an indicator that, oh, women wrong. It can also be that the guys suck and that's why they're leaving, at least a good portion of the time. We don't know for sure. I mean, looking at the top 4 reasons, depending what site you check, it's cheating is one of the top 4 reasons on some sites, arguing too much, lack of commitment. Lack of commitment is a big one I saw on a lot of sites when I was researching this.
What's the number one?
Based on all the sites I check, it was lack of commitment was tended to be number 1. And then infidelity would be pretty close to it.
Wow.
When I was looking through it.
I think it's because women are stressed out from working full time. They're not in a place where they're always ready to put out and be sexy because I'm stressed as fuck. I have to work and raise this kid. You deprioritize your own sexiness.
Yeah, because they're acting like men. They like, that's the problem with women earning more, is now they're in survival mode, right? Some women, they can handle that and they'll have like the stay-at-home dad or whatever, but a lot of women aren't going to be happy like that. I wouldn't be happy like that because you're in survival mode. I know what that's like. I've been orphaned since 16. I've been in survival mode and I've had to relearn how to be feminine, because you can't be feminine if you're literally going to starve. There's no safety to be feminine.
You don't have time to be like, let's go to Sephora. Let's get a new bra.
See, I got divorced. There was no cheating. There was none of that shit. Thank God, you know. Or here's the way. If there was, she was actually good enough not to let me know. Which is, you know, if you catch somebody cheating, that means they didn't give a fuck enough to hide it. Like they didn't even give a fuck.
That means they want to get caught.
Yeah, it's like, all right, but
awful.
Her whole thing was like, I'm not happy, and I was just like, you know, she wanted a divorce. I was like ecstatic. I was like, I was a lifer. Like, I was just like, all right, this is the way it is. We're just going to be fucking miserable. Like, I was a lifer. I didn't know that was even an option.
Why though? Why were you a lifer?
That's because men are fucking loyal. We're just like, yeah, this is it. Like, we're fucking whatever. But when she's like, I want out, I was just like, that. A lot of women I know have said the reason she got so vindictive is I was too happy. Like,
you let her go too easy.
I was like, I didn't know that was an option. Like, yeah, fuck yeah. Where do I sign? Like, yeah, done. You know, but yeah, like I was like, oh, I'm not happy. Like, you what? A divorce? Yes, of course. I was like,
I like how you didn't even think of that. Like, it wasn't even an option in your brain. You're like, I guess I'm just in this shitty marriage. Just where
I was in for life. That was it. Like, that was the fucking, you know, I guess it's the way it fucking is. It just sucks.
Oh, that's kind of sweet, Cecil. It's
but some women are that way too. Yeah. That sucks.
But I was like too happy. Like a few women said, dude, you had to act more miserable. That's why she got so vindictive. I was like a fucking boulder just lifted off my chest when she said that. I was like, really?
Wow.
We can do that?
Getting let out of prison.
Yeah. Like,
yeah.
That's incredible.
Wow.
I don't think that women are just evil and going to work, by the way. I think it's partly the culture promoting it, right? You do have that aspect of like, be a boss, babe. And we're all sick of it. That's why we're like bimbo power. But I think the other aspect is the economy is shit and has tanked because of places like Vanguard and BlackRock, who literally have a gay social credit system, by the way, that they give to these companies that Dylan Mulvaney is mascotting for. They literally get a gay point report card. I can't make this shit up. And have enough gay points, they tank in their points and their stocks go down because BlackRock and Vanguard own them. So basically, the economy is being manipulated, essentially. And these companies are forced to promote people that they may not have otherwise, right? And all the houses are being bought up. So people are having to make more money. And I think that's a huge reason why a lot of women are going and trying to make more money. It's for survival, not necessarily because they are all boss babes. Want to be. I think a lot of women love
tank top brackets.
Hey, it was a nice ass day today.
Wow.
Yeah,
you almost have sun.
Hi.
Look at you with a little vitamin D. Hello, Nick.
How was it in Minnesota? What was the temperature?
80 degrees today, man.
82 in New York.
Yeah, why is it better over there than it is in Texas? What the hell is going on?
You'll get the heat soon. Don't worry.
Don't know.
15 degrees. By the way, Mr. Biggins in the chat says, when I treated my wife well, I almost got a divorce. That's right. He treats her like garbage.
Whoa, really? Biggins? But he could have anybody he wants.
It's interesting to be around them. I like them very much. They're great.
They're fun.
They treat her horribly, and they seem so happy now.
He's like 8 feet tall. Deranged Lunatic, congrats on 600. Thank you, Deranged Lunatic. Janielle Vargas Simpers, congrats, Chris. Thank you. Oh my gosh, couldn't have done it without you guys. Flex, cheers, Chrissy, for 600. And can't wait until Young Ripper gets a movie or a cartoon deal. Oops, I should have read that when he was here.
That would be awesome.
That would be super. And then we can race swap it and make it all white. The Bob.
Thank God.
The Bob that made God mad. Unpopular opinion. The coup was in 1787. The anti-federalists were right. The Constitution created a Leviathan.
Leviathan.
Fuck. Fuck these words. More dangerous than any one monarch. Bill of Rights was thanks to anti-feds pushing back. Ooh.
Oh, Chrissy, by the way, that's a great idea. Buy his properties, make the movie, and cast all the black characters with red heads.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ginger side.
Turn it around on them.
That's what I would like to do. Bricada, were you on Camelot stream tonight?
I was.
Thank you. Because I was supposed to be on it, completely forgot, didn't write it down, booked this show, and then like completely screwed him. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm so sorry.
I know. He texted me. He's like, hey man, I hate to ask, but Chrissy canceled on me. I was like, oh yeah, she has her show today. And he's like, yeah, can you fill in? I'm like, of course I can.
Oh my God, Camelot, I'm so sorry. I did you like that.
Did him dirty.
I did him dirty. I just didn't want to drink the raw. What did you have to drink the
fight milk?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What's in that? Milk?
2 eggs, milk, and vodka.
Oh, vodka. So it's like eggnog.
It really just tastes like vodka.
Oh, okay. Then I'll
The
probably
milk,
love
though,
it.
the milk, like the creaminess of milk, takes the sting out of the vodka, so it doesn't burn. And then it also takes the sliminess out of the eggs. So it's like, it just tastes like vodka, and it goes down really nice. It's weird.
Sounds good. Do you mix it up first? Like, do you mix the yolks in?
No, you got to suck those things down like dead kids.
Oh, chicken kids.
I did fight milk, but I didn't have eggs. I only had a carton of egg whites. So,
God, that's filthy.
Those are like
no, it wasn't that bad. It was like semen.
How do you know what semen tastes like, Cecil?
I don't know. I'm assuming.
He's tasted his own.
Freudian.
Yeah, is that what men do? Do you ever take a little sample?
No. What I do is I stop by the Molly Pitcher rest stop on the Jersey Turnpike.
Molly Pitcher. Do you know
That's
they're
an
renaming all the rest stops now? There's like a
Bon Jovi. I saw that.
yeah, isn't there a
So
Bruce
sad.
Springsteen?
Hey,
Crazy.
Camelot's in chat. He says Cecil likes semen.
Yeah, no, I've always wanted to be a sailor.
Interesting. Should we invite Camelot so he can lay into me for bailing on him? Okay.
Oh, I see Anna in the
Only
chat.
if he eats another
Anna
egg
just
on
woke
here.
up. Anna
Yeah.
says she just woke up. She'll be here soon.
Just woke up.
Lila, can I see your earrings closer? I can't tell what they are from here.
They're
Ooh,
danglies.
That's cute.
Danglies. I wear special dangle earrings.
Oh, I like your danglies. What's new, Ricada? What's new in your world? I haven't talked to you in so long.
Oh, just busy as fuck all the time. You know, like putting together shows, trying to deal with having all these damn kids and it's the end of our kids are homeschooled, but it's the end of the school year and all of their activities act like school. So everything's fucking got stuff to happen, like to do all the time, but it's almost over. Sometime in the middle of May, they'll be done with pretty much everything and everything calms down.
How many kids do you have? 3?
5.
Damn.
Let me ask you a question. When you were a kid, were you just let loose after school, or were you part of a lot of organized things?
No, I was not part of a lot of organized things. When I was really little, my grandmother would pick me up because my parents both worked. So my grandmother would pick me up and I'd go to their house until my parents got off work. And then as I got a little older, I would just go home. And then we moved to Minnesota and I would just go home and do whatever the hell I wanted most of the time.
Like all your kids are like probably in different types of lessons, dance, wrestling, whatever, like probably a million different things. You just were like, be home when it's dark.
Yeah, but it's Minnesota, so like you don't want to be out too much during most of the school year because it's so fucking cold, right? Like summertime was way different. Summertime, my friends and I would get on bikes and just go wherever. But in the wintertime, it's like you really want to be driven wherever you're going anyway. So we would just hang out at each other's houses and play video games.
Would you guys ever forget your key and then have to live outside till your mom came home from work?
That happened to me once or twice.
What? That happened to me like easily once a week.
Once a week?
Yeah.
You should get that looked at, Chrissy. That's not good.
You ever think about putting the key under a rock, Chrissy?
They didn't
Symbol
trust
power.
They didn't trust the rock. They were like, "Oh, someone's gonna take
But they
it."
trusted you. You lost.
I trust the rock over you once a week.
Forget. I'm just
The rock is way more dependable than you at that point.
I was the biggest bitch. I'd be like,
Yeah,
wow.
in fact, if it
And
was
they're
you
like,
and The
I guess
Rock,
I'm gonna be outside for 3 hours, and you just
if
figure
it
out what
was
to
you
do
and
in
The
your
Rock
yard. You're like,
at Home Alone, I would tell The Rock to keep an eye on you.
there's only
You're
so
in
many
charge,
times
Rock.
you can look at the leaves and fucking study your yard. Ugh, it was
So you had
bad.
brothers and sisters.
What were they doing?
They were
I
inside
think it
laughing.
was
at
when
you.
I think when they were both in high school. Obviously, if somebody were home to let me in, they would have let me in.
Mm-hmm.
A couple times I had to break in.
I mean, that's not
to just the
obvious.
porch. I would break into just the back porch just so I could be in shelter. And then I got in trouble for like fucking up the screen windows like this, because I'd have to it'd be raining or snowing, and I'd be like, I gotta just get in shelter. I was like a raccoon.
What if your parents just wanted to bang and they're like, no, leave her outside to fucking freeze?
No, because my mom worked full time and my dad was a landscaper, so he was off doing estimates, like mysterious estimates. No one ever knew where he was.
At the Molly Pitcher rest stop in New Jersey.
Probably just getting blown in Jersey somewhere.
I actually met Chrissy's dad, and the only thing I could think of was him getting a blow.
That's how gay he is.
I mean, he's in really good shape, though.
Yeah, you have to be when you're
I
gay.
was like, hey, Sailor, want a blowjob?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, and he'll tell you, I don't live to eat. I eat to live. That's he loves
Skinny
not
legend.
eating.
So
he hates
true.
food.
He's a
He hates,
skinny legend.
he hates food culture of all kinds. He will shame you for eating. Okay. Nicholas Cruiser with the Napster logo. This is great. Oh man, that white stuff was just all over Nick's face, just dripping from his lips, like so much direct. Wow.
That's
This is
true.
getting
It's
sassy.
true. It was disgusting.
I'll be
I have a
right back.
picture.
Oh, wait.
Is he going to
That's
jerk off?
Venom Cecil.
Uh-oh. Is that blackface?
No,
Yes.
Venom Cecil. I was
Blueface.
wearing my Venom mask, and I noticed it looks like blackface. So Venom Cecil speaks with a oh, hello there kind of. Yeah, Venom is kind of a blackface mask if you look at it, right?
Oh yeah.
The only thing good about Peter Parker is Uncle Ben. Converted brown rice.
Cecil, would you marry Brittler? XSL wants to know.
Any man would be lucky to marry.
Oh yeah.
Oh, thank you.
A
So,
jackpot.
yeah, I hope Sean's listening.
Subtle. Very subtle.
No, he's sleeping right now. He actually fixed his sleeping schedule.
Oh, nice.
What was wrong with it?
We were both going to sleep at like 8, 9, 10 a.m.
In the morning.
Yeah.
That's full vampire. You were missing
Yeah.
the whole day.
I know. It wasn't voluntary. It just kind of happened because it tends to be that, when you're a streamer, YouTuber, you go late and then, he picks me up to go over his house and then like we don't want to just go to sleep. We want to like watch movies and play the Dreamcast that he just got me and things like that. So, and wholesome things.
And hold hands.
Yeah.
Holding hands. Chrissy bailed on Camelot like she was a corn star scheduled to go. Oh my god, it's so true. Like a corn star scheduled to go on what spot? Yes, they bail on me. This happens. This is why I book 5 guests, because I have at least 1 or 2 who text me a half hour before the show. Oh, I'm sick suddenly, and I'm like, is this some sort of STD that comes on suddenly a half hour before the show?
The best
I don't know.
kind.
Yeah. Wow, 5 kids. Do they all do things?
Mm-hmm. They play violin, piano. The girls dance. They do drama. They do all sorts of shit. The cool thing about homeschooling is like we have them in like all their activities are basically classes. So
Damn.
I want 5 kids. How do I as a
Why do I
female,
have 5 kids?
How do
I mean,
I
at
as a
this
woman
point-
hypothetically convince a man that only wants 4 children hypothetically, but I want 5 children?
Have twins.
Lie. You, from my experience, you have to lie about not being able to give birth, like lie about your fertility in some way, and then get very surprised when you're pregnant.
But no, I mean like, okay, so like for example, like Sean wants 4, I want 5.
Wow.
Okay,
get
like I'm saying
going.
hypothetically, I might have one and fucking hate it. I'm saying I
Hope
want the
that
option.
one is retarded, and then you're like, well, you have to have another regular
No.
one to make up.
Here's
for
what
it.
you do, Brittany. Follow his plan. On the 4th one, have twins.
There you
Promise.
go. Nailed
Yeah,
it.
do IVF.
I was thinking like I'm gonna have to like manifest 4 girls or something because that's the only way you can seem to like convince guys to have more
Magic.
kids.
Wait, that's what you're relying. You magic, basically.
in the most real sense. I mean, you have control over your body, if not anything else, right?
All right, so then have twins on the 4th one, Miss Manifestation.
Yeah.
But it seems like men always want another one when it's like all girls because they have to have the boy. So I have to like hope that it's.
But they'll never
all
be like, oh,
girls.
I gotta have a girl. Let's keep going till we have a girl.
Yeah.
Nick, I'm at the bottom of the barrel now. I just
Oh
want to.
God, that's disgusting.
I finished. I finished my Jack Daniel. Here's the bottles I finished. I'm cleaning out my liquor cabinet. I finished my Jack. I finished my Absolute. Now I'm gonna knock out my fucking Smirnoff. This is all the garbage liquor.
You're just doing like tidying up, like spring cleaning.
Yep.
I couldn't even tell you were drinking. What the fuck? I thought you were actually sober. I was gonna comment on it too. Holy shit!
No, I'm fucking wasted.
Oh, you're
God,
really
I wish
holding it
that were me.
together. Patrick T says Brittany is very unapproachable and beloved.
Yeah, that's called being from New York. You
Yeah.
don't get to be feminine and pleasant. If you smile at a stranger, they're gonna literally grope you in New York. So, good luck
I
with
love
that.
that about New York.
Mhm. Who farted? Lila, when's your next documentary coming out?
Well, on 4/20, we will have the preview.
Now, when you did it on
Oh.
420, is it to commemorate Hitler's birthday or the Columbine massacre?
Or weed smoking?
I think all 3. Why not?
I love it. Dustman Naroge. Cecil is right. I've never ended a relationship, even when I was miserable. I've only ended relationships when it was so obvious that I was being cheated on. And then I was like, well, I'm an idiot if I stay in this.
Yeah, I think that's a personality thing because I used to have this problem where it was like, oh, well, I wouldn't want someone to give up on me. So, and then you just tolerate things that are like fucking violations of human rights. And that's how you get in those positions. You have to have healthy boundaries.
Yeah.
I only got cheated on once. It was one of my first girlfriends.
How'd you find out?
Well, and I did the most hardcore thing ever. Fucking girls. She was up in Albany at college, my girlfriend, and 2 girls I knew that went to Albany were like, yo, your fucking girlfriend's fucking this dude. And they gave her the name of the dude. And she was like, I'm going to come home early for Thanksgiving and I'm going to stay at your dorm. I was at another college. So I knew she had cheated on me and I had set up like the perfect weekend, like dinner. Just treated her like gold. We had sex all weekend long and I drove her home, dropped her off in front of her parents' house. And she's like, so when are you coming over for Thanksgiving? And I said, you know what? Maybe you should call Tom instead. And her face was like, I fucking drove away. I didn't speak to her, never spoke to her again. This is fucking
Wow, that's epic.
For
And you
12
saw her? Wait, you had sex with her knowing she cheated on you?
Yeah.
Wow, and it was probably the best sex of her life.
Here's the weird thing. There's a follow-up to this story. Tom was a mutual friend of mine years later in my mid-20s.
Tom from MySpace?
And no, me and Tom are friends to this day. Like, it's weird. We met totally unrelated. We figured out like, oh, you were banging my girlfriend and fucking, after we had already become friends, we put together, oh, you went to Albany? Blah, blah. I did it. And he was like, holy shit. But we're still friends. Now, okay, that was like, I don't know, 19 years old when I broke up with her, or 20 maybe. I'm like 30 years old. And I get a fucking phone call. I have not spoken. The last time I spoke to her was, why don't you call Tom and take him to Thanksgiving, and drove away. Like fucking almost 10 years later, I get a phone call
like a
from
mic
this girl.
drop.
From this girl. No, I didn't get a phone call. This is fucking even weirder. I'm sitting on my stoop at my fucking apartment, and my ex-girlfriend from fucking like high school, college comes riding up on a bicycle in like bicycle shorts and a sports bra. And I'm just like,
no shirt?
What the fuck? Yeah, she's like, it's like summer. She's fucking bike riding or tired.
Back.
She comes over. I'm just like, she's like, oh, I went by your house, your old house, saw your mom. She gave me her address. She comes in within like 5 minutes. She blows me on my couch and cycles off, right? And I'm just like, what the fuck was that? Like, seriously, it was just like, what the fuck was that? 2 days later, she calls me up and she's like, hey, she lives in Brooklyn. She lived in Park Slope. She calls me up. She's like, listen, I'm getting a huge order of pots and pans from Williams-Sonoma, but they're going to my mom's house in Queens. Can you bring them over to my house?
That is pathetic.
Wait, I fucking got them. I did. I go to her house, her apartment in Brooklyn. She answers the door.
And pans.
Pots and pans from Williams-Sonoma. Fucking, she answers the door, full lingerie, cooks me dinner. We have sex. Never saw her again. Never saw her again.
Pots and pans. There were no pots and pans?
I brought the pots and pans. I went to her mother's house, picked up the Williams.
That was nice of you.
Yeah.
And it was nice of her. She paid you.
Maybe
She
funny
did.
Cecil, you were also in lingerie. That'll teach her.
It was the most bizarre thing to see her come riding up on a bicycle. I was like, what the fuck
Wow,
is
that for her was like an elaborate plan.
Yeah, no, she had a plan, you know. She was like,
I'm gonna go with the pots and pans plan.
yeah, no, she needed those pots. She's a professional chef in Manhattan now, so it was kind of
Really?
important.
Where
Yeah.
does she work? Let's go visit her.
Oh, that's right.
I want to
But,
go. Let's go secretly. Don't tell the chat, but tell me
Right.
later. I'll wear a wig and everything. Okay.
What color wig?
I don't know. Well, she doesn't know who I am, so I guess I don't need a wig.
You don't need a wig. Why would you need a disguise?
Because it's fun.
Just in case.
Oh my
Just
god.
to be more
You're
suspicious.
the secret spy agent.
Alfarius. Met Britt, Anna, Nick, and Cecil at Matsuri. All lovely ladies and very approachable. Used go by Angran on here.
Angron. Hey, that dude's
Angron.
awesome. Hey, how you doing, brother?
He just called me and you ladies.
Yeah.
It's okay.
And approachable.
That dude said the funniest fucking thing the entire Matsuri for me.
What do you say?
I was walking with him and Lady Rackets, and there's this girl at Matsuri named Shrimp Faye, and she walks around with a sign that says, "We'll step on you for free." And so guys will just lay down, she'll just step on them, right? All
On
day.
their balls?
No, just on their chest or whatever. She'll just step on them. And she
Only
does
a girl could get away with that. If a guy did that, it'd be called creepy. Especially
I'm
if
gonna
there's kids
carry
there.
that sign when we go.
So
Yeah,
she,
Lila, you should do that.
So she's doing this.
There's kids there. I wouldn't.
And
Go on.
she's wearing this really short skirt, and she's wearing fishnets, but the ass of the fishnets is cut out. And we walk past her, and she's like standing up on this dude, and she's kind of like got her ass out a little bit. And he looks over, and he goes, "Suddenly, I'm hungry." It was like, oh my god, no!
Oh,
it was fucking fantastic.
that's funny. I'm craving fishnets.
Eating ass is a psyop. I think that like
Really?
someone created it as
Have you
a
even
joke, and
tried
then
it, Brittany?
they took it seriously. No, that's like a 4chan troll or something. I refuse to believe that that's a natural thing that became popular. It's definitely a psyop. I think everyone got memed into it, just like the thigh gap, just like bikini.
Wait
bridge.
a minute. Nobody in their mind got memed into a thigh gap. Thigh gaps are fantastic.
No, it literally is a 4chan troll. I was there when it was a thing. So on the boards, they literally do this
That's
annual
like saying
thing.
That's like saying tits are a 4chan
No,
troll.
it's not.
Right.
It's not.
That's like saying
So-
tits are a psyop.
So this is what happened. Okay. on 4chan, they do an annual trolling to fuck with women. They usually make up some random beauty standard to make them feel insecure because it's funny, to see if like it actually catches on. And one of the years, this is before thigh gaps were like a huge thing. One of the years they're like, okay, we're going to do thigh gaps. And then so they made a bunch of propaganda images and started spreading it everywhere. And then the next thing you knew, it was super popular. And then the next year they did bikini bridge.
I don't know about
but skinny chicks with big tits and nice asses, man, we're gonna psyop people into that.
What about the Toblerone?
That's more obvious. Thigh gap is like a niche thing.
I like the Toblerone better.
It's a niche I want to be inside.
You know that the Toblerone is better than the thigh gap.
What the fuck's the Toblerone?
It's when the thighs, it's that little triangle of light where the thighs are still touching, but the
No, that's still thigh gap.
Sort of, but like the thigh gap is they're separate. They're like there's a gap. The Toblerone is they're still touching, but there's that little triangle.
Oh, I know what
right
you're
below,
talking about. Yeah.
like a Toblerone.
I mean, I don't know, man. I like it when you could put fucking Samson between those thighs, holding them apart. Personally, like skinny legs are awesome.
It's definitely a vibe. It's definitely still attractive, but technically so is a bikini bridge. It's just like less passable as like a thing to psyop women.
What is a bikini?
Yeah, what's the bikini bridge?
So a bikini bridge is like, okay, so you know when women lay down, if you're skinny, you have those like two bones where the bikini tie goes, and then like if you're laying down, there's that gap on each side. That's a bikini bridge. Like there's a gap, but because the bones are holding the material up and the vagina is lower, if that makes sense. So that's what a bikini bridge is. It signifies that you're skinny, but it's like right on the cusp of being so ridiculous, right? So you can meme people into it.
Well, I know what I'm Googling right now. Just give me a minute.
Yeah, look it up.
Bikini bridge. Oh, yeah. Oh, dude, I love that. Yes, the bikini bridge is fantastic.
Yeah, they literally did that one of the years. It was not a thing.
You have to be into skinny chick. I love skinny women. I think they're fantastic. And so like hip bones are super hot to me already. So yeah, I just wasn't able to visualize what you were saying, but no, bikini bridge is awesome.
Yeah, it's still aesthetic, but it's just like a way to try to troll women too. It is aesthetic, but also it trolls women is the point of that prank. I don't know what they did in recent years, but when I was on there, that's what they were doing.
They did Lizzo in recent years.
Where's Chrissy taking a dump?
That's the media doing it for everyone. That's their version of trolling. Yeah, get
Lizzo
that.
isn't a bikini bridge. Lizzo is a fucking bikini planet. God, she's hideous.
Yeah, I saw that thing this week where she's like doing another accept my body thing. It's like if you spent the effort you put into taking these photos into weight loss, you wouldn't have to do this. How about that?
Did you see where she did her au naturel photo where she didn't filter her stuff, and everybody's sitting there thinking, "Oh my God, those were filtered." Oh, and then she's just, she looks so bad. Oh,
you know what Ed Gein could do with a chick like that? It can make an entire sofa set.
Yeah, Ed Gein could upholster a fucking house in the 70s. Jeez,
Would you go for like a beanbag chair or a love seat?
Why not both, Cecil? There's plenty of material. Oh, God.
I saw someone in chat say, I just think everything that's been there since I've been born is like the whole world. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I literally witnessed these threads in real time on the boards and watched people fall for it. And it wasn't a thing prior. Like this is something that actually happened. It might be in the archives still if you search it. I don't know if it goes back that far.
Look, if 4chan memed thigh gaps into existence, then 4chan deserves a fucking medal.
They deserve a medal for using fucking meme magic, using literal memetics to elect Trump. They're the reason that Trump got elected, to be honest. Because they kept hosting him.
I care much more about thigh gaps and bikini bridges than the election of Trump as far as 4chan is concerned.
Yeah, I mean, that's
me,
fair.
Though. Did anyone say the N-word while I was gone?
Yep, Nick.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Twice.
You guys could have totally done that. That's real trust.
Hold on.
Well, I don't want to do that, but let me tell you about COVID-19.
Oh God, no, that's what we have Lila here.
9/11.
I think I got somebody a strike on their channel accidentally by talking about that stuff. It happens.
Imagine that you're not American and you wouldn't just know that, and you just get strikes for that. I actually got a strike for that too. I mean, and I'm from New York, and like
it's so frustrating because at this point it's like it's common sense. So that's why I kind of like, all right, I can't say anything that isn't already out there.
Yeah, it's very confusing. Like when the Overton window on YouTube moves, because before you couldn't even say like COVID ? At all. Like not even like a little speculation. You get nuked, and now it's like, oh, you can talk about it more now.
All right.
Now it's been proven more.
Wait, Nick, we were talking about Nick likes the thigh gap. I like Toblerone.
And Brittany likes the bridge.
And now here is the
bridge.
Here's the difference.
The bridge is great.
All right.
What's the bridge?
What's sexier? This is the Toblerone, the little triangle, like the chocolate.
Oh.
Or do you like Nick likes the thigh gap?
Really, Nick? You like the thigh gap?
I like the Toblerone.
I love. Look, the
like
idea that I
leg?
can put my hand around a leg by its like just one hand around a whole fucking thigh is so goddamn hot.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
You can with the other one. You just gotta be a little bit more persistent. You just gotta get it in there.
Now do you understand why it's called the Toblerone now?
Yeah, I get it. I like them both, but I still for me in my house, I will serve the thigh gap.
Imagine not having thigh sweat or any like that's crazy to me. Like there's no thigh rub on that girl. There's no sweat.
There's an
like
in
having
between, by the
air
way.
conditioning.
There's an in between those two.
It's
like you can have kind of like a
way.
You can have kind of like the Toblerone and the thigh gap. It's like it touches at the top and then it touches at the knee.
To be honest, though, a lot of it is lower back arch and ass projection. Like it's the angle of how you hold your body as to how you get the thigh gap and the Toblerone in general. It's like there's a lot of there's effort that goes into these pictures.
I like Toblerone chocolate.
It's I agree. It's actually
You like
pretty
black
good.
chicks with that. That doesn't exist very much. They tend to have thicker thighs.
Now I know what I'm going to be doing, setting up my camera and turning around to see what I have. I have a feeling it's not a thigh gap.
Send it in the group chat.
I will. I'll put it in the group chat. Patrick T, I think that's Sheila Alien's re-inspired female distrust in marriage. Never seen a stalker steal Cecil's limelight like that.
Oh, shit.
She's my stalker, yeah.
You have a
Well,
stalker?
she was.
You
She
have a
was. She moved on to
Good for
somebody else.
you.
Who does she like now?
He looks a lot like me. Not as good, though. It's downgrade.
That when that happens, that's so bad. I've had that happen
Maybe
to me too.
Maybe she realized you were unattainable and had to like drop down a notch.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe 2 notches.
I told him to get in, bang her as quick as he can before she downgrades to somebody else. That's her move. I literally said that.
The rusty trombone predates the existence of 4chan. Wow, true. I remember hearing about rusty trombones in high school. My sister
I don't
told me
know.
about them.
I'm not a historian. I can't say.
She told me about the hot Karl. She told me about the Cleveland steamer.
What's
The
that?
Dutch oven.
The Dirty Sanchez.
The
I
dirty
spoke to your
Sanchez.
sister. She never said any of that.
Yeah.
I should have asked her about-
Wait till she gets a couple of drinks in her. What?
sound
What'd
like
you say,
drinks.
Vincent? Oh, I hear ice cubes. Yeah.
That's me. I just poured a vodka and Monster.
Oh God, what's wrong with you?
What's psychotic?
That's a good fucking monster, though.
That
That
you go finger an unconscious girl in a basement? Who drinks that?
If I don't, who will?
if I was gonna drink vodka and Monster, that is the monster I would choose. Good choice, Cecil.
Thank you.
What monster is it? Orange?
Mm-hmm.
Can you crack an egg in it?
It's
Yeah. Slap 2
ultra.
eggs in there.
It's ultra sunrise. Don't you know that flavor, sunrise?
You mean Sunny D?
Yep.
The sunrise flavor. Is it like orange juice? But
Yes,
he's not
yes,
gonna
yes, Biggins. It's sugar free. He's worried. He's
put an
watching.
egg in there.
He's watching.
Oh wow, the Mr. Biggins. I don't think.
Hey,
he's
what's
ever
up,
been in my
Biggins? How
chat.
you doing, brother? Is he
Yeah.
gonna be at? Are they gonna be at Matsuri again?
Yes, Biggins. I'm going to Matsuri. It's on. We're going.
So am I.
I'm gonna carry around that I'm gonna step on you sign, or should I? My sign say I'll kick you in the balls for free.
There's kids there.
Don't
Why
kick
does that
any
matter?
kids' balls.
Don't
Adults.
kick-
There's
Yeah,
not that
she's
many
not-
kids there.
She's not gonna kick the kids in the balls.
No,
Because that's sex work, and there's kids there.
How is that sex work if I'll step on you?
Because men are getting off on it. That's why
you
they
could also
like
say
it.
taking a
never
photo
seen
with
a guy-
somebody is sex work too, because somebody could get off on just a regular photo.
Okay, you know what? Brittany's right. I'm
intention
gonna
is
charge
there.
$5.
Yeah, they'll pay. But I've never seen a dude ejaculate from getting stepped on. I mean, maybe
Yeah,
they
I'm
do
gonna
later
charge
or whatever.
$5,
They
and
just
I'm
log
gonna
it
step
for
on
later.
them.
I'm not being a prude. If a guy did this, it'd be creepy as fuck. You would call the cops.
If
What,
I,
kicking the ball? Yeah, don't. Who
If a
wants
guy
to kick the
stepped on a
balls?
girl.
okay, fine.
Yeah.
I'll just step on them. I want to step on people. Why is that not? That sounds like a fun thing to do.
If that's your
Lila,
thing,
if you
can
walk
do it.
around with an "I'll kick you in the balls for $5" sign, I will walk right behind you with an "I'll kick you in the balls for free" sign. We'll see who gets more business.
Okay, that sounds great.
Free.
I just
And
hope
I'll
you
walk
kick-
ahead of you. I'll kick in the balls for $10.
I just want to kick some dude right in the fucking nuts. Just
You don't
for
have
fun.
to wait
I
for
don't think I
anime
can do it.
Matsuri. Just
I would just do a gentle little like. I couldn't do a kick. I could do a
Oh,
lift with my
gosh.
foot.
Oh my god, the chat saying, "Oh, be the fun police" as the cosplay. Oh, I'm so sorry for being the villain for not wanting kids to look at men getting their balls kicked, guys. Wow, I'm such a prude.
Okay, what is?
Hey, all
what's
those kids
wrong
have
with-
had their balls kicked. They're fine.
I don't think that.
Even the girls.
I think if I stepped on people, that would be good for them.
yeah,
I agree.
let
Make it
Lila
18
step
plus
on
then.
people. Lila, get
Yeah.
that sign. You do. Don't listen to Brittany.
18 plus.
Yeah,
Well-
let me kick your 18+ balls.
Don't
Fine.
don't listen to school marm Brittany.
I'll only kick your balls if
Alarm.
they've dropped.
Yeah, yes, your dropped balls. Thank you.
Yeah.
I think I have a picture of me being stepped on. If you give me a second.
Ooh,
You let someone step on you?
I wouldn't. Like to be
Many
stepped on.
someone's.
Were you laying on your belly or on your
Well,
back?
here, I'll pull it up. I think
Please
I got
pull
it.
it
Right.
Why would you show this picture? You should
Because
delete it.
we need ideas.
I'm proud of
Patrick
everything,
thinks
Cecil.
Patrick thinks I mean mugged him at MegaCon when I was talking to Anna. It was weird. I don't. If I did
Look,
that,
I only have the picture of me stepping on Lofty.
Oh,
That's the gayest thing I ever heard.
yeah.
Yeah, here, I'll pull it up. Hold on.
Don't you have anything less embarrassing, like you blowing a guy?
Here we go. Somebody in locals, if somebody in locals has,
Wow.
there we go. It's me stepping on Lofty. There's Shrimp Faye right here in the background. This is her.
Shrimp face.
Shrimp Faye, F-A-E.
Shrimp face.
Yeah, it will step on you for free. It's kind of hard to read, but that's what her sign says.
Yes.
Okay,
Her
so
name is
she made
Shrimp
like a
Face.
pitchfork sign.
Shrimp face. She's a prawn star.
Shrimp face is what happens to me when I have shrimp because
Yeah.
my lips blow up and then itch for a week and it looks horrible.
Yeah, I wish I had the. There is a picture. Maybe my locals. Do you guys have the picture of me getting stepped on by fucking everybody there except for Anna, who wasn't around?
Oh,
Quitter.
Anna was stepping on people. I saw pictures of that.
No, but
yeah,
she
you're
wasn't
doing
there to
like a
step on
Captain
me. That's what I'm
Morgan. You're
saying.
not really stepping on him.
Right.
Yeah.
You're claiming him for something.
Look, I'm not adept and skilled at stepping on people. This is my first time. But
Oh, wow.
But all
Seems
these
kinda
chicks were
gay.
stepping on me.
Did you guys
Very
celebrate by having a Bud Light after this?
No, we celebrated by having anal sex after it, Cecil. Come on.
Ooh,
Slightly less gay than having a Bud Light.
barely. I'm gonna blow
Oh
through
my
a
god.
couple more of these. Nicholas Cruiser. Nick, you know your local spilled gallons from that picture of you laying down with feet on you. Ugh.
That's the one I'm trying to find. Damn. Let me see
Russell
where I-
Hall. A dirty Sanchez is also called the Screech. I did not know
What
that.
is a dirty Sanchez?
Oh, gross.
It's when you run your finger down the crack of your ass and it's got slightly a little bit of a stain on it, and then you rub it against someone's under their nose, and they leave a brown stain under their nose.
Ew.
And it's got a little like Sanchez.
But then you can identify as a Latinx.
Also known as the Zorro.
Yeah. Spectral, what's up? Happy 600th episode. Thank you. I see that. I'm like, what? 600? I can't believe I'm here. John Beards, how should jeans be ironed, creased or not?
They should never be ironed.
I've never ironed a jean in my life.
Yes. No, and I'll tell you who ironed jeans. Black guys in the 80s. They would do the crease down the center. If they were breaking it. That's about it.
That's John here.
Yeah,
Don't.
I don't think people generally iron their jeans.
No. I'm gonna start though.
The more creases and like textures and bleaching you have on it, the cheaper the jeans tend to look, and the more rips you have on it. So
if you have time to iron your jeans, you don't have enough hobbies. Chris Z. Oh, I knew a Chris Z from high school. Boobs are a psyop by Big Bra to sell more bras.
That's true.
That's what I think. Thank you, Chris. Oh, Megan, definite psyop, and I'm okay with it. Meaning boobs, I think. Huge ass. Is Cecil actually Steve Gosney in disguise?
Yes.
Steve Gosney.
I don't know if there's pictures of him.
What? This person looks unremarkable. A lot of different people are showing up. I have a black girl that's showing up. I have a bunch of different guys. It's hard to pick which.
For Steve Gosney?
Yeah, he's a friend of mine. He's been on my stream several times.
Oh.
I think the person I resemble the most is Brad Pitt, probably.
Oh yeah.
I look like his brother, Stu.
Stu Pitt. Just clap your hands, pots and pans. Clap, 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 clap your pans.
It was only 220 Canadian. I'm done.
Matchy, you guys can discuss who's more at fault, men or women. Ever think maybe the entire human is just garbage? Lol, you guys think there's a winner.
That's my whole point here with making the Pearl video is that there's not. It's like, okay, we decide that men are the victims. Okay, what do they win? You win nothing. Nobody gets anything except for being upset. So like, there's no point in having the whole discussion.
I'm not
upset.
upset.
It worse, men or women? It's like it literally at this point does not matter. I'll tell you who has it worse: us versus BlackRock. Let's focus on that. Who's ruining the economy?
When you said black, I thought it was going a completely different
way. I was like, black people. Yeah.
Hi, Nina.
Hi, Nina.
Hey, what's going on, guys? We're talking about Black Hawks or something?
We're talking about Black Hawks. Yeah.
Why do the girls have the cameras off?
You know what? I'm done. I am done for tonight.
Is that what we're doing now?
No.
I'm in comfy clothes.
That's how you protest.
I'm a host. I can't do that. Beza, my lawyer always emails me as Dear Ben. The last time I called someone Dear IRL, I got kicked square in the nuts. That sounds like a you problem.
By the way, Chrissy, congratulations.
Oh my God, thank you.
Congratulations
on being here. What's up, Nina? How you doing?
Hey, what's up? What's up, Nick?
Nina, remember when we were soaking?
I love you, Lila.
Kenzie, happy 600th. Chrissy, Lady Rackets, need advice for what to wear in Philly. Help her out.
Yeah, bulletproof vest.
We're going to Philly and she doesn't know what to pack. Like she doesn't know
a jacket. Nothing.
Bring a bulletproof vest and a 45. You're good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say as long as you bring a jacket that like covers your body, in case you don't want to put out the vibe. That's always my advice for traveling anywhere.
Teflon, like a Kevlar overcoat, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Here, I've got the picture pulled up, the stepping on picture. So this is, see there we go.
Wow. Okay, see, these people are not really stepping on you.
You're such a whore.
I know I'm a whore. Like
so half-assed.
Obviously.
This is just foot on you.
Well,
I'm gonna fully step on people, like
Yeah, you could get
like
on
that's
top of
standing on people. That's not stepping on people.
Oh, and there's Eric July's
I'm gonna
booth
say I'm gonna
behind you.
stand on you. Then I will stand on you.
There you go.
That's what my sign will say. I'll stand on you.
Yeah, like a billy goat.
What-
Yeah.
I'm glad Eric wasn't in his booth to witness this. He would have been disgusted.
Good. Good.
Lady Rackets, Scarlet Witch, and two. Oh wait, that's Ashton, right?
Yeah, it's Ashton. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And
It's
who's
good
the other
times.
trashy Brom? That's Shrimp Face.
This is shrimp face.
Faye, not face. God damn it.
I like
like a fairy in Dungeons and Dragons.
Ashton had a great Princess Leia costume post today.
Ooh, I saw that. I splooged.
I did not see it.
I
You
haven't
gotta. Wait, where was it? Insta or Twitter?
It's,
Pull it up.
it's on our Instagram, I'm sure.
Pull it up.
I saw it on
pull
Twitter.
Pull it up.
You pull it up, I'll pull it out.
Pull it up. Pull it out. Let's find it.
Wait, what was that guy's name that did it on FNT? It's been done, Cecil.
Gavin.
Gavin McGinnis.
Yeah, Gavin.
Oh, she's got that pin. Oh, okay. Wait. Oh, her Princess Leia picture.
I like
Yeah.
Is that what we're looking at?
Yeah.
That's a good one. I got it. Hold on. Just a second.
Benny the D, have you not heard of searching your jeans? Part of it includes ironing them. What? No.
I don't even own an iron.
Starching. So you mean starching your jeans?
Oh. Wow.
Here's her Leia picture.
Wow, she looks really
Wait,
good
what?
as a brunette.
Damn it. Here we go.
Brunette Ashton is a whole vibe.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
Brunette Ashton is actually just Anna. Wow. Good job, Ashton.
She looks great.
She's the best.
Yeah.
She's so
I'm
good.
partial to brunette, so.
Oh, okay. Wow. All right. What happened to Cecil?
I mean, right after redheads, Natch.
Okay. Johan, this isn't from me. It's from that simp Camelot 331.
Simp.
He could just be Camelot. I don't think there's any other.
Wait a minute. Are you such a Camelot simp that you're giving money in his behalf?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Thank you, Neanderthal 2020 for the fitty. Thank
Wait,
you,
does
Neanderthal.
Camelot have the link? Did you send it to him?
I sent it to him.
I don't know if he's.
No,
I think he's.
bitter. He's bitter.
I
about
don't think he's
people.
bitter.
Is
I think
he
he's.
bitter?
He's
No,
salty.
I think
He's wasted, right?
I think he's
Okay.
just done for the night. He's
He
not.
gets drunk.
Yeah.
I
know,
swear, the
I'm
only
joking, I'm
the only person in real life that I've hung out with that actually we watched the
Right.
sun come up. Was Nick. Nick,
I
could
was trying
drink
to convince her to send boob pics, guys. Guys, calm down.
Who?
Chrissy.
Oh,
Me
to,
send boob
to
pics?
Camelot
Yeah, to Camelot.
to make up for what you did to him.
Oh,
Yeah.
You
wow.
cold bitch.
I guess I'll have to. Camelot said social credit is turbo gay. Congrats on 600. Wow. Okay, maybe there's no hard feelings, but he did send this like 45 minutes ago.
Now there's hard feelings.
Yeah, every minute when he was in a personal hell.
Damn, I owe him one boob photo. Ashton Francis, just saying that Ashton is way sexier than me. Ashton, well, we haven't seen a picture of you yet, so we can't say that.
Yeah, send a nude to Cecil.
Send a nude, please. Oh, what's up, Baron?
A
Congrats
tasteful nude.
on your 600th episode. Chrissy, keep bringing us great content, great interview, and giving your great personality. Here's to the next 600. Thank you, Farron.
I'll be right
Miss
back.
you.
Oh wait, Biggins is saying I drank with you until sunrise a few times. Yeah, Biggins does stay up too. Nick and Biggins will drink all night long.
Nick and Biggins sounds like a dog treat.
It sounds slightly racist. Nick and Biggins.
Yeah. Wolf Spain, the perfect relationship is when the woman is in love with the man and the man likes her. Whoa. That's a
Yeah, I agree with
crazy-
that.
Damn, that's kind of
funny.
bleak.
I think it depends on the person entirely. Because, like, some women, you ask them and they're like, I get all these needy guys. And I remember at one point when I was dating, I was like, where are these needy guys? So I think it's just completely
think
on
so.
who you're attracting and what you're
Right.
attracted to.
I can't imagine my husband loving me more than I love him. So
Girls need the guy to be slightly indifferent. Otherwise, they because they have they need a certain amount of anxiety in their life. They can't.
What about you, Nick? Wait, is Nick here? Does Mrs. Rackets love you more?
Patrick T. Hold that thought, Nina. Guys are loyal. Women are about bigger, better deal. Brittany is a mercenary.
I believe it. I don't know what he means, but he's right.
The triumph from the Duchess isn't empowering to women. Just saying. Thank you, Patrick T.
Well, what do you guys think about men being hunters biologically and liking the chase? And then if the woman loves them more than the guy doesn't that kind of get rid of that a bit? And then the woman becomes annoying and nagging, so to speak?
Here's the thing. Guys like being done with their work. You know what I mean? Like, I caught it. I'm done. I can relax now. You know what I mean? When you catch a deer, when you are a hunter and you kill a mammoth or a fucking deer or whatever the fuck it is, you got it. You're done. You brought it home. You can relax. Women don't like that. They need the anxiety. They need that. Women need fucking drama. They actually need it. If you are fucking giving them, you are completely safe. You're fucking comfortable. I'll love you forever no matter what you do. She will fucking be bored to tears with you.
I think that goes both ways.
You sound like you just dated crazy women. Like
that's just human nature.
Was dating
all women thrive on. Listen, they need a little bit of anxiety. I'm not talking about. Like,
I love being loved, Cecil. I don't know what
you hear the same thing on both sides.
You love being loved because when you get the love, it feels so good because you were a little insecure about it, and then when you get it, you're like, "Oh my god, thank you! Oh my god, I love being loved."
But that's just
because you had a little bit of insecurity about it. You need a little bit of insecurity. I'm
just an insecure person in general. It's not about being insecure in my relationship. I have single child syndrome, so how does that fit into play?
There's attachment relationship. I agree with
That
Nina
makes you the perfect woman to date and love.
Well, there's attachment theory, right? So you have people with normal attachments, healthy, right? Like it's based on like how your parents raised you. Then there's people who have anxious attachment, which like they need a lot of validation. They need like to be texted, "Hey, I'm doing this, blah, blah, blah." I have an anxious attachment, right? Then there's people who are avoidant. And they'll problem solve outside the relationship. And they tend to be the cheaters, by the way, or avoidant people. So
I just gave you the answer to everything, and you're still like looking for things.
Oh my god.
It's very disrespectful. I'm just telling you the fucking facts. Men are done when they catch something. They like to look. They finish something. You put together IKEA furniture, Brittany. When you're done, don't you like to look on it and be like, "I finished that. I'm done." Men love that feeling. Women.
The feeling of completion. I love
Yes, I'm done. I got the girl. She's in the cave. The cave is like done. I don't have to worry about that shit anymore. Women need a little bit of worry. You cannot.
That's not just women. You're saying it's just women, but it's human nature. You hear the same story from both sides. You hear the side of
80% of
you need
divorce
men to
initiated by
chase,
women.
and then you hear the other side of like, "Oh, women like being treated like shit." It's the same thing. Both.
It's not.
It depends on the dynamic. In my
80
opinion,
to
men just
90%,
love a little more, but-
90% of divorces are initiated by the women. Trust me.
Wait.
That doesn't mean that they left because it's their fault, though. That doesn't mean 100% of the 80% is their fault.
That they if there's no anxiety, if there's no excitement, a little bit of excitement.
To me,
Nina loves being
that
loved
says
because
the women
like
are
that
better at
too.
pretending they're happier, because if men were initiating half as many, it's like I just think women are better at like faking it.
Women
Like,
are better
or
at
putting
faking
up
trying to give you. I'm trying to give out gold here, and it's being thrown back.
Nick,
You don't get
It's
gold.
not. It's not
We'll
being
take
thrown
your
back. I'm
gold.
saying it needs to be thrown further at everyone because both sides like that anxiety thing. That's why people turn manipulative.
A little bit. You do get bored when a girl kisses your ass too much, and you're just kind of like, there's something to it, but not to the level of guys do like having their shit squared away and be like, I don't have to worry about her. This chick loves, you know what I mean?
Some
They
guys
do
like being
that.
cuckolds, you know?
Hmm.
Like,
No,
and that's
flexible.
I
degenerate.
think that's an outlier. That's an outlier, Brittany.
Wait,
That's
okay,
not
so
men
Nick,
like
Nick,
being cuckold. Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
who loves who more in your relationship?
Who loves who more in our relationship?
Yeah.
Holy Christ, I have no idea.
That means that you love her more.
I guess. No, and look, here's the thing about marriage that people don't like. I don't know what all the shit that gets talked about these days matters at all. Because what I know about marriage, and I learned this a long time ago before I was married, is that marriage is not this 50-50 thing. There's no 60-40, 70-30, whatever split you want. It's 100-100. It means when the other person doesn't love you, you love them 100%. And
200%.
You wake up every day and you make a conscious choice to be with that person again that day, no matter what you're going through, no matter how hard it is, no matter whatever. And when someone decides to stop making that choice long enough, they're the one who will initiate divorce. And that's when it breaks down. But when both partners do that, for as long as they do that, you'll have a healthy marriage that will go through those thick times, the thin times. It'll go through the arguments. It'll go through the bullshit. And honestly, like, you can overcome anything. The internet has turned everyone into the biggest fucking marriage tough guy. And the funny thing is, almost none of the people talking about it are fucking married or have been married for longer than like 8 minutes. And so they're out there like, oh yeah, if she does this, I'm out. It's like, are you really, like, you're really out? You're out after this one thing that you can name now in advance. Like, you don't know where you'll be. You don't know how much investment you've had. You don't know how much you'll lose. You don't know what the circumstances you were. You don't know what a piece of shit you were at that point in time, that you're just going to be out as a matter of rule now. And you've never even been in. And I'm so fucking tired of people who talk about marriage over and over and over on the internet as if they have any idea. Like, once you've been in it, I've been married for 18 fucking years. And I can tell you that the shit I thought about, like, would break a marriage or whatever, and mostly shit that I've done, like that stuff, it doesn't end up mattering. That stuff ends up being petty and little shit. And the stuff that builds up and really gets to you, that is stuff that you never expect. Because you have no idea what it's like to live with another person for this long until you've actually done it. And so, like, all these people with their preconceptions about how their marriage will end, you're setting yourself up for failure, and you got to stop that. What you do is you swear to another person, I am going to choose to love you. When you're a bitch, when you're a piece of shit, when you're the worst person on earth, I'm going to wake up and choose to love you. And then you're going to make that same fucking commitment to me when I'm drunk, when I'm too tired, when I'm working too much, when I have to go on a trip and we've got something important coming up, when I hate your family, whatever it may be. Like, you're going to make that promise and you make it work. And then sometimes you don't. And that's okay too. But people make this out to be this big fucking dramatic thing with all these rules, and it really isn't. You make your own way. You make your own marriage. And if you're sitting here on the fucking internet listening to some red pill bro or some dumb woman on a whatever podcast or whatever telling you about how your marriage is going to go, you're listening to some 24-year-old telling you about how your marriage is going to go, and you're like, yeah, I'm going to set these rules now, then don't get married ever, because you will fail. You will be miserable and everything about it will suck. But if you're a person who wants to make their own way in marriage, you can make it the greatest fucking thing on the planet, even when it's terrible.
Can I borrow this for my vows?
Yeah.
Bold, Nick.
And Nick said one of the wisest things to me. I said, would you die for your wife? And he said, absolutely not. She couldn't live without me. I thought that was sweet.
That's really sweet.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, Nick, that I resonate with so much of what you just said, because I've been in a long-term relationship too, and everything that you said just is so true. And I feel like with regards to the marriage thing, Cecil, like, I understand that you don't want to ever get married again, and I feel like one of the things
I'm not even bitter. I'm really not. Like,
no, I know, but that's where I'm going with this.
I'll fucking kill you, but I'm not.
No, I know. No, that's where I'm going with this, because I think that a lot of people have this kind of they misconstrued the idea of being in a very committed and, just long-term relationship and being in love with the idea of marriage. And I think marriage is kind of like just bringing the government into your relationship in general. Like the institution of marriage is something that it is an institution. And I think that has nothing to do with love. So it doesn't, like, just because you don't want to get married, it doesn't mean you don't want to fall in love and be with someone for the rest of your life. And
I've said before, earlier in the show, I honestly believe men are way more romantic than women.
Yeah. So I'm not worried about you. Like, when you, like, And that's the thing with most women, though, is when they hear like, oh, the guy doesn't want to get married, they automatically think that means that person is not willing to commit. And I don't think that that's necessarily what that means, because if you're willing, like if the man's willing to commit, that's what's essential, because you want to stay with the same person for the rest of your life, like what Nick just described, for better, poor, all that stuff. Thank you.
I think marriage is an
Thank you.
institution that holds value, though, even if there is like a law that's fucked up in regard to it that people want to speak on. There also are benefits, legally speaking, for your children, for the two people that are married. Again, the deathbed example. You need to be married because otherwise you're legally a stranger and you can't make those decisions for that person. And there's a lot that comes with it. Taxes too. There's legalities that benefit you and your children, both people.
Absolutely, Brittany. But that's what I mean by the institution, because that's the institution. That's where you're entering. The government is basically essentially giving the rights to your spouse if you pass away. That's all the legal stuff. That's why you marry people, because that's what it is. Otherwise, the idea of being married and to commit to someone is something completely separate to me, or at least it should be, because that's why people have green card marriages. Marriage can be for convenience. It doesn't have to be for love.
It can be.
Most people get married for convenience, not for love.
You can't give power of attorney like Biggin said. You don't need to get married, but here's what men are. I believe men are way more loyal just because they did like, who was talking about? Someone was talking about like it has something to do with comic books and like women's fantasies versus men's fantasy. Women's fantasies are like power fantasies, but men's fantasies are loyalty fantasies. Like they want to be like in an army troop where guys will die, like where they keep going back for, like there's a.
That's pretty gay. Your fantasy involves a lot of guys.
Like I was.
but they're like there's power fantasies and there's loyalty fantasies and there's like storylines.
Are you talking about like sex fantasies? Because that
I'm not
sounds
talking
really
about sex.
gay.
Yeah, where you have sex with the whole army.
He wants to be in a group of dudes having sex.
No, what's important to men is like that loyalty. Like it's.
I get it. I get what you're saying.
It's just a different. Where women and I don't mean this. I'm just saying it. 100% our whole humanity survived on the fact that a woman can adapt to the next thing. Like it's almost genetic, like for women to want more or better, because that's how we survived. Women were, their men would get killed and they'd literally get taken by another tribe and they'd fucking be with.
But you could say the same thing for men. They were looking for better wombs.
Yeah, younger, hotter.
No, men do. They look for the most fertile woman. They look for a woman with bigger breasts, bigger ass, wider hips.
We're the same species. It works both ways. It just, that's how it works. That's
Better Wombs is the name of my country album. No, I think there's another aspect to it, and I think that, and I don't know why, but I do think people have talked about this as far as women in these long-term relationships go. There's something called FOMO, which is fear of missing out. And I think it has to do a lot with how we have implemented gender roles, and particularly traditional gender roles over time, in that, the guys out there doing this stuff and women tend to kind of go back into taking care of the house, raising the children, taking care of the man, all of that. But after a certain amount of time, and it's probably on a 7-year cycle, if we're being honest about like tropes and where these tropes derive their reality from, it's around a 7-year cycle, which is pretty common for people to want to change anyway. Women tend to get, and I think this is why most divorces are initiated by women. They get into this place where they're like, what have I missed? What have I not done? Where is all of this stuff? And they go to this spot where they go, I can do this. Society has told women over and over for the past couple decades that they are these perfect creatures, can do basically no wrong, have all of the power, and all of this. And they go, no, I am valuable. I'm wonderful. People see me. They tell me I'm hot. They tell me I'm perfect. You've got the weird like simp squad going with social media. And I think women get into this place where they go, oh shit. And then that moment can go a couple different ways. It can be this moment of reflection and self-exploration and a decision to stay, but maybe change things up around the house and in the relationship, or it can be something to step outside the relationship into infidelity, or it can be a place to end it. And I do think there's a big tendency and a societal push for women to explore those latter two options and to tell women that that's okay, and to get away from the idea that you can re-experience life with your spouse within your marriage. You can do that, but they're being told and conditioned into, no, you have to step away from this. That person is oppressing you. They're bad for you. They're holding you back. And it's a fucking nasty lie that's being sold, but I think it's being sold really, really well. And I think that that's why we're seeing right now women initiating the majority of divorces. And Cecil's right. The statistics are really high favoring women initiating divorces. And it's not because all the guys are out there cheating. That's not the reason. The reason is varied, but a lot of it has to do with just this it's time and I have to go. And when
There's
that time
something
comes,
better out there.
I have to go.
right. And dudes do it too, right? Guys step out and they cheat. And I think I don't know who's more willing to forgive cheating. I like on genders. I don't know, but I know that we manifest our insecurities and our behaviors in different way because men and women are shockingly different. But what we're seeing right now is an encouragement and support to quit. And I think it's a nasty lie that's going on.
Right. 'Cause you're just going to run through that again in your next relationship.
I hate
if you even get into one, if you're even able to find someone who wants, like a lot of dudes will simp over women, especially older women, to get into their pants, or the idea that they might get into their pants, but taking them home, putting a ring on them after a divorce, maybe with kids. It doesn't matter how hot she looks in a bikini, y'all. Like, if you're going to take on the burden of 3 kids and an ex-husband and all of this fucking baggage, like, that's a huge investment that is not something that's simple and easy. And it's this weird pitch that's being told, and I think it's being bought. But I think the underpinning sort of like doubts and explorations, I think those are timeless things. Like, there's this old country song called the 7-Year Itch or 7-Year Ache or whatever. Like, that's just based on how this shit goes. And again, I've been married 18 years. Believe me, we've hit that 7-year ache a couple times. You go through a rough patch, and the person that you met and married is not the same person that you're with 7 years later. And then 7 years later, they're a completely different person. And so are you. And you have to reconnect, and you have to make that choice. And we're being told now to just walk away. Everybody's being fucking told to walk away, and a lot of people are doing it. But the underpinning shit is consistent throughout history. It's currently this new sort of empowerment movement that is telling people to just fuck off out of their commitments, and that's terrifying to me.
Well, it's not just the empowerment movements either. It's also the manosphere as well. Promiscuity is promoted everywhere. It's insane. It's horrible.
I consider the manosphere to be at least a self-styled empowerment movement, right?
Yeah,
like,
it is.
Empowering men.
It's the same coin.
Yeah,
pretty much.
I don't think it actually empowers men at all lately.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
I've been talking about this with Drex. I talked about it tonight with Camelot. Like, the manosphere applies to this very narrow slice of men, typically like extremely high earners who are very successful and pretty well adjusted, that have this ability to pick women from like a dating pool and have their sort of choice, because they're literally the high value men that people are looking for. That is not the most people watching the manosphere. The manosphere viewers are not guys who are making $1 million a year and fucking off on their yacht, right?
Yeah,
like, that's not who's on the internet watching 8-hour streams every day. Typically, those are people who are working 9-to-5 jobs, who have something on in the background. They're over the road truckers. They're the working class of America, which is great, but they're being fucking fed a story that doesn't apply to them.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the messages that I've been getting since I was introduced to the manosphere, pretty much from Brittany, and then, like fucking the entire Jack Murphy situation and all that stuff. Is that it's not just promoting like the split up that you're saying, Nick. Is that idea of not getting into the committed relationship at all. And I think that's what I have a problem with the most is like they're telling men not to get into relationships and it's coming off like they're saying don't get married, but they're attaching marriage with the idea of love and like being with someone forever kind of thing. And it's just that to me is that it's just not right.
The other thing with a lot of these manosphere guys that people need to realize is they're willingly clearing the field of you by telling you to walk away, while these guys are out smashing chicks. They're picking up women constantly. They're not talking about it. And when they keep getting exposed over and over. And my favorite one, I'll tell this story till the day I die. Anthony Dream Johnson, the guy who runs like this big men's conference that costs like $5,500 to go to every year. He had to send out an email walking back all the shit talking on marriage because he's going to get married. And then 2 weeks later,
oh my God.
2 weeks later, I get the next email. Oh, she's pregnant, guys. It's so great. And then 2 weeks later, it's a girl. And I'm like,
oh my God.
God is laughing at you, brother. And it's so fucking funny to me because it's like, you just see it. Like, this all applies to everybody. Well, it doesn't apply to me now. Oh, this doesn't apply to me. Oh, now I got a girl. Oh, shit. And he doesn't even know what the fuck to do about it.
Damn.
Yeah, people say one thing and they do another, though. That just happens naturally with humans. They think they do something or they want something, and then but their actions just say the complete opposite too.
True. I'm gonna blow through a couple of these. Pittsburgh, is the Compound Show gonna come back to Cayuga Falls again? What is that, Ohio? I don't even know what club is there.
It sounds haunted by Native Americans.
It does sound haunted.
The answer is yes.
Young Pei Chang, what's up, buddy? Hey, congratulations on 600 in the books. I will never forget when you and Lila and Venti yagged in for Owen's show. Here's to many more racist episodes down the road. Was that racist? Oh.
It was fun.
Uh-oh.
It was so fun. It was when the Sandy Hook meme was born. Push-ups, marriage is the bedrock of a stable civilization. Thank you, push-ups. Coming in with some masculine takes.
I'm not anti-marriage. I'm just
anti-marriage.
Anti-women. I'm pro-gay marriage.
Yeah, you're not anti-marriage.
No, I'm anti-marriage for me, but not for everyone else.
Yeah. Patrick T. Honesty and communication is the lady's responsibility. Oh, is it?
LOL.
Lol.
I personally always lie.
Listen, I had a 10-year marriage, and I got married at the Little White Chapel in Vegas to a stripper.
I love that. It's the American dream, really. Patrick T. Emotional representation is GOAT. LOL. Thank you.
Wait, did you meet her like that night at this? Like, did she strip for you and then you took her?
I'm in love.
It's not that insane. No. She has like multiple degrees and is like a very successful businesswoman now. But at the time, she was a stripper.
Aw.
Just because she dances go-go, that don't make her a ho-no.
Yeah.
Called up my mama, said I'm in love with a stripper, yo.
She don't dance now. She makes money moves.
Yeah.
XSL. Lila, think about it this way. All your life, you've been short with other people stepping on you. This changes at Matsuri when you step on tallies. I like that.
Yes.
I like the word tallies.
Yeah, tallies.
That's
Nina,
Nick.
I appreciate
Nick is a tolly.
New time hope. It's not a fluke.
Aww.
Oh, I appreciate new time. Hope it's not a fluke. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Patrick T, there is a mechanism for these altruistic variable behaviors. What is it? Okay. Maybe I'm stupid.
You know it exists. He's not going to tell you what it is.
Fuck. Hold on. Seizure lights. Nicholas Cruiser, reminder that Brittany is right about being a damn degenerate at a convention where
I just say for the record, I don't remember any kids at Matsuri.
I do. I remember
there are a few, but it's mostly an adult.
I mean, there's a lot of dudes dressed as maids. There's a lot of.
I don't like that either, to be honest. Like, they're in straight up lingerie as guys, and it's very creepy, and they're around kids. I think that if they want to do that type of stuff, they should make it an 18 only section.
Well, when you say kids, do you mean like little kids or like 13, 14?
I saw all ages, honestly. I saw like 4, 5, 6, 7. There was even some like in maybe some of the footage.
I'm more mad at the parents. Like, don't bring your kids to the anime thing. There's like a lot of like hentai, and it's not really.
It's not a kid's place, I would think.
That's my point. That's why I think they shouldn't be allowed there. If it's not really a kid's thing.
Then Lila doesn't have to change her behavior. Those parents do. Stop bringing your fucking kids to where there's dudes dressed as maids running around.
It wasn't always like, but it wasn't always like that though. When I was going to conventions, when I was like 16, 17, there was none of that. People were just doing normal cosplays at gaming conventions. It wasn't guys walking around in panties. Like, what the fuck is that?
Now, Brittany, any excuse. Friggin' dudes want to throw on a pair of panties. Just ask Cecil. I'm sure he does it all the time.
And I think it solves their problems.
That's what I'm going to be wearing at Anime Matsuri this year. I'll be wearing a maid.
What color?
French maid costume, black and white, of course.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say panties.
Big respect, Nick. Thank you for sharing perspective. Yes, I appreciate Nick's perspective. I like a married man's perspective. Patrick T. Trust is the institution. Oh, thank you. Nicholas Crusty. My grandpa on mom's side did that. Married my grandma when she was single with 3 kids. Loved her till his death. Loved her kids as grandkids. Can't imagine having a different grandpa. Wow, that's cool.
Aww.
Do you know that the father of our country, George Washington, was sterile, and all of his children were from Martha's first husband?
How do you know that?
Because his brother was a naval officer in Barbados, and while George was like a teenager, he went to go visit his brother, and he got malaria. And when you get malaria, a lot of times you become sterile. So as a teenager, he became sterile. So he married a widow with children. They took his name. So the father of our country was sterile.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Wow. I wonder if malaria will be part of Agenda 2030.
He's still teaching me things.
Carnal. Some things in life are too heavy to carry alone. Marriage helps divide the burden by 2. Life is just one part hardship and one part happiness. Try not to complicate it. I like this take.
I learned that in Barbados because I used to go there on vacation a lot. I like Barbados.
Ooh. Wow. I'm going to tell my sister, the history teacher, about that George Washington fact. Yeah, me neither.
It's 60 miles off of Venezuela, so it's like really far south, but it's my favorite. That and St. Lucia. I do all the Caribbean.
From John Beard, to be clear, I put my jeans in dryer, put on hot. Well, that means they're going to shrink.
Yeah, that's not good either because you're destroying the fibers in it. It's too hot when you put it on hot usually.
Patrick T. Heterosexual men are being called sissies for trying to date women. Sis. Good point.
Yeah, I threw that out on the interwebs on Twitter. I said, I just put out cis is a slur.
My God, I saw that exchange you had with that person.
they do not like a white straight man taking victimhood status. Like, that is the most important thing to them is victimhood status. So if you're like, that guy went fucking crazy for like days, like off of just that sentence. Cis is a slur.
Yeah.
It's like,
that's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Triggering the libs. Oh, good. We were just about to wrap, Lila. We're in the same mental space. But before we all go, let's do. It's that time. It's time for dance music. It's time for the dance. Dance off. Whoa, that's too seizure-y. Hey, that's fine. Guys, thanks for watching Simcast. This was a great show. All my favorite people were on it. Lila Hart, tell the people where they can find you. What's coming up?
You can find me on lilahart.com. I'll be in Vegas with Chrissie. My husband was just on Sam Tripoli's podcast. It's going to come out on Tuesday, so check that out.
Ooh.
And you're on Simcast. And I'm so excited to hang out with Chrissie in Dallas.
It's going to be so fun. Brittany Venti.
You can find me on Brittany Venti. And you guys should check out my Pearl video if you're interested to see the things about just Pearly things and why her messaging is bad. And I'm on social media.
Pearl did not.
And the fashion portion.
Yeah. Pearl did everything wrong, including brushing her hair.
You know, one of my favorite bands is called Karl and the Beard. They broke up several years ago. They were from Brooklyn. Nick Cicada, thank you for joining the stream.
My pleasure.
Bless
Thank
you.
you for inviting me.
Let the people know where they can find you.
You can find me just about anywhere I am at Ricada Law. If I'm not at Ricada Law on there, I probably don't want to be there anyway. You can Twitter, YouTube, Locals, Rumble, Twitch, Instagram. Find all of it. Most importantly, I'm about to go do a hot tub stream with a cigar on Locals.
Wow.
So come hang out with me on ricadalaw.locals.com. It should be fun. I love you all.
I didn't know that Locals was also an OnlyFans.
That's right.
Oh,
That's
definitely.
right.
I like it. I like it.
Sometimes I don't even wear a swimsuit.
Ooh.
I was already gonna watch
Call it,
this.
call it Naked Nick or Naked. Get naked. I'm a marketing genius. Cecil.
Tomorrow night, Jack Show is on Anna, that's Star Wars Girls channel. I will be there, and then I do a show every Tuesday night at 9:30 on Cecil's Day. And I'll probably be on Nick's thing on Friday. Yellow Flash on Saturday, unless I get a life.
Naked Nick at night. I love this. That's a good suggestion from the Admiral.
Naked Nick at night. I love Nick at
And
night.
last but not least, Ms. Infinity.
Chrissy, congratulations again on 600 episodes. You can find me at Nina Infinity, and I did a great interview earlier with Viva Fry. He's amazing. He came on the channel. We had a lot of fun. So check that out, and of course, I'll be back on Friday for Infinite Hope to White Pill everybody, because I don't want people to give up on life like Cecil has. I'm just joking, Cecil. I love you. Thank you for having me.
I say get married. Ruin your life. Do what I can.
Woo! I can't help but notice not everyone is dancing.
I'm dancing, but you can't see it.
I can't end the stream until everyone dances.
I'm dancing like a white person.
What, with your cock?
No, just...
There we go.
There you
Yay! Now we can end it. Thanks for everybody in the chat. Thanks for existing. We appreciate you. Yeah, come see me and Lila and Keanu in Vegas and in Dallas. For tickets, go to ChrissieMayr.com. We love you all so much. See you next week. Bye.
Bye.